Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
right up. Really big fucking hole coming right up.
Peggy 18.
To EU League. We're so happy to have you with us today in the penultimate day of Stage 2. Of course, that means Playday number 8 out of 9. You can tell I'm a tiny bit excited today, but there's a good reason behind it. Because we only have one team qualified for Berlin with 3 more spots left, and it's up in the air. Who can take them? Oh, how exciting it gets. Welcome back. I'm Ostamatic, your host. This is the Analyst Desk, where I'm joined by actual experts that know their stuff about Rainbow Six. There's Fresh and there's Fabian. Gentlemen, how have you been?
I've been good. I'm very happy that Fabian's now back. I'm not rotating through the casters on the desk.
Yeah.
It's, he's been on holiday. He's not got a tan because he went to the UK, but I'm very happy he's back.
I mean, I could have gotten a tan. It was like 35 degrees.
Fake tan, that's usually it.
Yeah, in the UK, that's for sure. I thought you were going to say that you're so excited because I'm back. And then you have said that, you don't have to work with the casters, I understand. Don't have to work with rookies anymore. It's all fine. I'm burning everyone left, right, and center here. It feels good, especially the UK with fake tans.
There's still one spot that you have not gotten on the desk, which is this part of the show.
I don't want it.
Oh,
you can have it.
I'm gonna say.
I'm just generous.
Thank you for letting little old me have something on the desk, Fabian.
All because of me.
Yes, honestly, you save us every day, Lord and Savior, and
me.
Fresh.
The other guy.
The other guy. The one,
Son's next to
the
Fabian. I
one
get
at
it,
his
Ross, I
side,
get it.
yes. Well, I'm told that Fresh will be dyeing his hair potentially, so certain things actually align. But before we talk about that, I wanted to set up how important this day is, because we're still not sure of how these three positions will actually pan out in the EUL, the representation into Berlin. But there's also multiple teams that are fighting for it. And that means we've got to take a look at our previous Playday just to put you back in the right mindset here for day 8. So day 7, we had all 5 matches, of course, best of 1 series, 8-6 Secret versus Pwnz. Important match for relegations. 7-5 M&M versus BDS, who BDS have been taking L after L after L, and M&M are really reaping their rewards. Wolves versus Navi, an absolute rollover for the Wolves, #1 team in the league, and the only team so far qualified to the Berlin Major. Congratulations to the French squad. 7-3 Rogue versus Heroic, which it really is devastating for Heroic that started off so well in the stage. And finally, a big surprise, G2 taking down Outsiders 7-0 and remaining in the running for Berlin. How about we chat about that? But in just a moment, let's take a look at all the action that went down in our last Playday, and we'll give ourselves plenty of time to talk details. See you in a moment.
With Playday 7 done and dusted, we are well and truly onto the home straight of EUL Stage 2. If you missed it, or if you just need a recap, here's what went down. Pwnz versus Secret clash in a battle for the bottom of the table. Secret's recent rally had many predicting them to win, but a 5-1 defensive half for Pwnz had everyone nervous that the wheels had come off the Secret hype train. Thankfully, superpower player Sleben and the boys pulled off their own 5-1 half and went on to win in overtime. With this win, Secret now sits 6 points clear in the relegation battle. Next up was BDS versus M&M on Skyscraper. A win for BDS would see them tie with M&M for a spot at the Major. A loss would all but guarantee it for M&M. Much like Game 1, the Marshmallows would be down 5-1, but a flawless defensive half saw BDS fail to find a single successful attack. Yuzus and Shaiko stood out with their impressive performances, earning them the top 2 spots in our kills leaderboard for the stage. Our third game of the day saw the British boys of Navi taking on Wolves. Wolves had suffered their first loss on Playday 6 against Secret, and many expected them to bounce back. Spoiler, they did. They steamrolled Navi on Oregon, making their 6-0 defensive half look like a runabout in ranked. Bibu was 12-0 at one point in this game. Not a bad response after their game against Secret. Fourth of the day was Heroic versus Rogue, who both sat on 12 points. The loser would be pulled into striking distance of teams like Navi and BDS, who sat on 9 points. Heroic started off well with a 3-3 attack in half that could have comfortably been 5-1, given Rogue had some phenomenal clutches from Cryin. Once the side switched though, Rogue were in their element and dismantled Heroic for a cozy 7-3 win. Rounding out the day, we stepped into Outsiders versus G2. Both teams could still make the Major technically, but the stars had to align. And boy did they for G2. With some creative trophy defenses and much improved teamwork, they 7-0'd Outsiders without barely breaking a sweat. Outsiders will feel disappointed about what was one of their least impressive performances to date, but for G2, the opportunity to make the Major is firmly in their hands on Playday 9, where they face Heroic.
An action-packed Playday number 7, of course, a super week last week, which of course pulls into this Monday. There's only one more Playday left. That's next Monday, but we have teams that can already lock themselves in today. Let's talk about that ranking and our schedule for today. First up, rankings. Here are all the teams in the EU League. Now, all 10 of them. Wolves, #1 at 18. They're already qualified to Berlin. They are only playing for seeding right now. That's the only thing that can really impact them. And they're so far ahead that the seeding, even that, they have an advantage in. Rogue at 15 points, same for M&M. We'll talk about that in a second. 12 points for Heroic, 9 points for G2 and BDS, and Navi, 7 points for Secret and Outsiders, and 4 points for Pwnz. Now, before we start talking about who can make it through, I want to make it clear the matches that are happening today. So here's our schedule, and that will lead us perfectly into how teams can bounce over one another today. M&M versus Outsiders is the first game. Rogue versus Pwnz is the second. Our match of the day is a massive French derby. It's Wolves versus BDS, with a lot on the line for BDS. G2 versus Secret, and finally Heroic versus Navi. Fresh, I turn to you for this. You gotta help me out here, because the points, the minutia, is quite clear.
Yeah, I love how today's actually worked out in terms of the scheduling, because we were talking about how M&M and Rogue, when we go through the standings, and we'll go through the percentages in a second, can qualify. They're the first 2 games up, so it's in their hands. Get it out of the way, get it done. And then you've got the 3 games, which is about the next pack that are chasing that 4th spot, all affecting each other, games 3, 4, and 5.
It's just exciting to have it run down to the last Playday, most likely, on which 4 teams will go through. I'm proud of myself, actually. From Playday 3, I think I predicted which teams would go through, and those are currently the top 4, but it's just exciting to see when the league is so tight. Even though in the beginning of it, I think you and I both, Jack, we expected a bigger gap, maybe, and it looked like there was a bigger gap, but teams have been pulling themselves together in the end of the stage, and it's getting tighter.
So we've got a graphic for the percentages, Milos, to go through the percentages, chances that each team has based on their results today. So we'll bring that up. Obviously, Wolves, they are going to be qualified 100%, no matter what happens today, no matter what happens next Monday. Like I said, Rogue and M&M can both be confirmed today for regulation loss, but 1 point. Overtime in their matches, 6 rounds secured, will get them to the major 100% confirmed. The best bit now is those games 3, 4, and 5. They involve Heroic, G2, BDS, and Navi. Is basically where we'll start seeing these percentages. Heroic can confirm today if results go their way. It's very unlikely, though. They play against Navi. So it's basically Heroic on 12 points, G2, BDS, and Navi all on 9 points chasing them. So G2, from having like 4% chance a couple of weeks ago, now on 40%. If they get a regulation win today and Heroic get a regulation loss today, it's anybody's guess who's going to the major in that 4th spot.
G2 can keep the fight up if they win today and get all the points and just push it to the next Playday.
I'll actually be surprised if G2 wins today and Heroic loses today. I'll predict already that I think G2 might beat Heroic. The reason for that is that Heroic is a very mentally driven team. They need to be in the right mindset to go through and win games. And if you keep losing and all the pressure comes to you because you have been clear at the top, you go up against a team that's been clear at the bottom and they have turned their entire stage around, anything could happen. And if that happens, I think G2 will win.
It's important stressing that should G2 or BDS win today, because Heroic play Navi, but if G2 or BDS, particularly G2, because G2 have got Heroic in the final Playday, if G2 win today, they set up a straight shootout for a chance in the major with Heroic next Monday. But it all relies on that. And that's why I said earlier when we saw the schedule that Heroic Navi is the last game. If G2 and BDS both win games 3 and 4, Heroic would be starting that game with so much pressure on them, and they would be starting that game in the league table from 6th position when they were a shoo-in for top 3 just 2 weeks ago.
And that
creates pressure.
If Navi beats Heroic, then it's like we're gonna have 4 teams on 12 points, which of 2 of them are playing each other. So if they would end up drawing next Playday, both BDS and Navi could push past both of them. It's insane last 2 Playdays we have in front of us.
And we're using this as an assumption of there would be only 1 spot left at that point, because we're assuming M&M and Rogue can just push it across the line because they only need the 1 point. So they would need to lose in regulation. But should M&M and or Rogue lose in regulation time, that puts many more spanners in the works.
It does. I think for M&M it does more so than Rogue, because Rogue's round difference is what's currently holding them so high. They're plus 17 on round difference. The next team that can really challenge them is G2 on plus 2. So there's a 15 difference that G2 would have to find if they were going to dislodge Rogue. And the same with M&M, they've got a good round difference as well. For those 2 teams, 1 point. And with no disrespect, they're playing 2 of the weaker teams in the league. And that's why they're up first. And we should see them confirm in game 1 or 2. But, you know, it's EUL. Anything could happen.
It could, but looking at those teams, I'm just sitting here like, those are the 2 clearest weakest teams. Pwnz have kind of been riding on the back of Emission the entire stage, and he's been really stepping up. I think he might even be the highest rated player this stage in the bottom rated team, which is impressive, really impressive. And then Outsiders, they have just looked lost. Last stage we said that they could beat the top teams, but they always lost against the weak teams. This stage they seem to be losing to, well, almost everyone.
That is a shame, but that means that we get the most exciting stories coming into Playday number 8 out of 9. Again, this is probably one of the most exciting stages we ever had here in EUL, and I'm loving it because there's so many teams that could potentially represent the region and represent them decently in international play, given how they've improved over the past few weeks. But hey, and again, speak of improvement, you mentioned G2, and we talked extensively about them, and we will, of course, once the game comes up. But it's like something clicked in their heads, and they started playing properly, Jack.
They did. They've had a 7-2, was it? And a 7-0. So very impressive results from G2. And I've actually prepared a little illustration because I can speak about G2 in a positive light today, and I'm so thankful. So I'm just going to go over and do it. I'm going to scoot over.
I can't believe you'd say something like that positive about G2.
Honestly, he goes away for 1 week.
I know, Fabian's gone away. I'm
Maybe
talking
that's
positive
why they've been playing well.
about G2.
I haven't been talking shit about them. They're
They're
doing well.
They're playing well. Who'd have thought, Fabian? Right, so G2. The one thing, I'm just going to roll this clip because it's pretty long, but it's their oppressive statue defense that they did. And what they want to hold on to is Master Bedroom. And the one thing that I loved about G2 in this particular setup was, one, their strategy. Their strategy was either, outsiders, if you're going to come direct, we're going to put so much utility that you physically can't come direct for a Master Bedroom take, or you're going to have to full clear us. That was G2 showing a really good understanding of the way that outsiders play, because they physically can't do full clears because they're so low on time. So what G2 did is they put so much utility inside of Master Bedroom that it was incomprehensible in terms of the utility. There was 3 castle barricades, there was 3 Aruni gates, there was Azami Kibabarus reclosing up the castle barricades when they got taken out, there was mute jammers, and there was YMIs to protect them. And it really showed for G2. One thing they haven't been doing literally across the whole Playday so far is playing right strategically and then playing right into their opponent and bringing the right operators to play together. You can see in terms of their their man investment, they've only actually got the Azami playing there. Every single other operator is out and about, so they're not playing together as a team, but the utility is enough, and Alamo is a good enough player that he was able to play around literally the whole team's utility. Outsiders, from their perspective, played it pretty poorly strategically, because this is the second time they came in and attacked the same way with the same utility. But I just wanted to commend G2 because it's not something that we've seen from them throughout the whole stage. And it looks like they're finally starting to get it and finally starting to turn the corner. And that's where their improvement is coming from.
It's their confidence as a team that I think is growing. And as well, I think that they're also starting to understand each other and their strengths as a team. So we've been talking about them playing individually before. They have been playing individually, but they've not had the setup to do so. In this game, they had the setups to do these individual plays and the individual decisions so that they can actually shine through in the strats. And it looked good for them. I mean, they played... to be a little bit of a negative person, maybe. They played 2 of the weakest teams, so it could as much be G2 playing well as it could be those guys playing not as good. But I think G2 are at least finding themselves a bit more.
Yeah, winning 2 points. You talked about Heroic being an emotional team that needs this kind of kickstart. G2, given how things have gone so far on the stage, a bit of raising the morale in the team definitely is going to help. We know that Shas will no longer be kind of there behind the team by the end of the stage. That's been publicly spoken about. And that was a hit. The players themselves talked about it. We talked about it with Doki, an interview over the past couple of weeks. And he said, we didn't really see it coming. It happened. That hit us, but we have to get over it. And looks like they kind of have. But this is a big challenge today. Like we were mentioning, G2 being able to take down Secret. And Secret showed us, even with a bit of struggle against Pwnz, beating Wolves also the week before. There's a lot of potential for this to actually happen and throw things around. Now, with our match of the day, that's the next part of the conversation. Actually, no, let's put that aside. Let's talk about the rest of the world, because we all know EU League is the best region in the world. Right?
Okay.
All right. If you say so.
Let's
We're in an alternate university.
let's play pretend.
Okay.
I'm supposed to, help people get excited for the league.
Okay.
Yay!
There you go. It's working. There we go.
Europe is best. Woo!
Can we get some people smiles in chat? But that is one part, that we have competition in Berlin. NA has finished up. Copa Elite 6 in Brazil or in Latin America is happening, and we got to watch it. Commiserations to the non-Brazilian teams, I guess, with this. And yeah, I watched it. It was something else. And APAC North at least is done. APAC South pretty much wrapped up and ready. So let's talk about these different regions, Jack.
Which one would you like me to talk about, Milos?
NA.
Talk about NA.
Yeah.
NA, you put me on the spot here, Milos. NA's very competitive region is what I would say. Is genuinely 8 of the teams could have gone in terms of going to the major. The fact that there are 4 teams that went, in terms of, 3 of the same teams that went to Charlotte, and obviously Sonics as well. It really came down to that last play day, and it was so close. And I think genuinely any team from NA, probably in their top 8, could have gone to the major and would have done well.
Yep.
And the region is just overall kind of really good. It sounds silly to say it that way, right? But it just seems that all the teams, I guess, except Mirage, maybe they're struggling a bit, but they are all really talented teams, and they're doing really well. I think that NA is the region that has developed, together with APAC, I'd say that those 2 regions have developed way more than what Brazil, or well, LATAM if you want to put it that way, and Europe have been able to keep up with.
I actually saw somebody say, I hope an NA team doesn't win it, because whenever a team doesn't win it, or wins the event, they then don't go to the tournament. If you look at SSG, TSM, Dark Zero. So, I saw somebody saying that. But genuinely, they've got some really good teams. They've just quietly, and it seems weird to say for NA, they've been quietly just going about the business the past 18 months. Increasing their improvement, increasing their performances, and bam, they're here and they're dominating.
They've stopped going to the Gucci store. That's it.
No, it's Penguin now going to it.
Yeah, you see, that's why we've lost. We have become NA. We have become free.
We definitely have been the free piece here. Copa Elite 6 is happening, and it will continue, by the way, in 5 hours, pretty much at the end of EUL. You can kind of watch it all happen. So, yeah, we got to keep that in mind for APAC North. We already have our 2 teams in Dem 1 and Sandbox, so Korean domination. And APAC South is not yet done. There's Elevate Gaming, Gladiators, and the Knights that are fighting for those last spots. That'll be in the last Playday in, 2.5 days or something like that.
Elevate's confirmed though, right? So
I believe so.
Yeah, so it's Elevate.
15
it's
points.
Gladiators and Knights.
Yeah, it's a close one between Gaming Gladiators and Knights for it. So,
and obviously Copa Elite 6 is on all week. There was the first 4 games, Saturday, Sunday. The lower bracket's on tonight. Unfortunately, it's all the Brazilian teams in the upper bracket again.
Who would have thought?
It was so close. Cruelty was so close yesterday to actually taking an upset against Fury. Got it all the way to the last map and went very close. But, it is what it is. I think for the Mexicano and the Sudamericano, the regions, there are some quality teams and individuals in there, but they're still not quite at the level of the Brazilian
They're going to get there, because I think the Mexican teams are playing quite a lot against NA teams, which gives them a good practice partner. And then also I think that the Sudamericano, they play against Brazilian teams, because it's like when they play the normal league, they don't have that much to show each other. If you're playing a team from a different region, you can just play whatever strats you want, because sure, they might copy them and use them in their own league, but at least you won't be showing your competitors, the local ones, what you're doing. And that's what we did with Europe back with APAC 3-4 years ago. And, well, now APAC is better than us.
That's very true. We've got 2 Korean teams that are fighting up on there. But I want to talk about our match of the day. BDS versus Wolves, a massive French derby. This is as exciting as it gets here in France. This is the PSG versus Marseille kind of game, or Lyon. This is the big one. And there's a lot on the line for BDS. Wolves are already qualified, Jack. But BDS, they've had a bit of a slump of the past few weeks. They have. They've looked really, I guess, awkward. I think they've been changing roles, maybe changing who's not necessarily IGL, but who's calling, who's speaking, positionings of players, how they want to play. We saw Shaiko on Ossa. When have we ever seen Shaiko play Ossa and Pulse in his life? And they've been trying things, which, to be fair, when you're in a slump, you need to just try things to try and get out of that slump. It's not been as successful as they might have hoped. They're potentially still in with a shot of the major, but it's going to be hard work. They have to beat Wolves today and then go to the final play day.
And Wolves is not going to give this to them for free, not even remotely close. If there's a game that Wolves care about, it's the French derby. That's the game you want to win. No matter if you're playing against a top team or a bottom team, they want to win against each other no matter what. Wolves will go in fully, and they will not give us an inch for free to BDS. Well, we have a lot of players to highlight if we wanted to from both of these teams, but we only get the chance for the one in this head-to-head. One team out of each one of these, or one player out of each one of these 2 squads, and it's Mowgli and Shaiko, Fabian. Yeah, so this is an interesting matchup, right? Because the statistics here says that Shaiko is, winning in KD, kills per round, and opening kills. But that's not really what I want to highlight. I want to highlight the part of, if we look at these 2 players, and we're looking at what used to be the most dominant French player in the scene. He was considered by far, and by many, the best player in the world. We're seeing a new rookie coming in, and Mowgli is just I don't know, the confidence he's playing with, the team confidence they have as a team, just everything he's brought to Wolves, I'm starting to wonder, maybe we have a new top dog on the French scene. Because BDS, if they keep struggling as they are, they need to make changes, so I guess we'll see what happens.
I think Mogul is playing with confidence, but he's playing inside a system where the system is his #1 priority. The team is his #1 priority. When the round feels like it's won, he's then given a little bit of freedom to go away and go and take gunfights. One thing just before we finish on the match of the day that I'd like to say about this game in particular is to watch out for the ban phase. Because Wolves have banned the same formats for the past 3 or 4 games now. So Wolves have banned Cafe, Skyscraper, Theme Park and Border. So that leaves BDS a choice of Villa, Club, Oregon, Chalet, Bank. Which means BDS can get on one of their #1 favourite maps, Clubhouse. Which means for me, they've got quite a good chance of winning this game and playing very competitively in this game. And that's why I think this game is going to be an absolute banger regardless of who wins it.
This is actually a good thing to say because player experience from my side means that we know Wolves are qualified. They are not going to show off a map that they've been keeping on banning. They're going to give BDS the map that they want. Even though they won't give them an inch on the map, they'll let BDS pick the map if they want to.
All right, so a lot on the line, of course, for this game, potentially keeping in the running for that major spot. An incredibly difficult task for BDS right now, but we've seen in the past that they have been up to it. I'm going to skip the predictions for this time here because I think the games themselves will speak and we will talk about those predictions come the end of the show. But final reminder before we kick it to game 1 is our VODs for every single Playday. If you want to watch them and make sure you catch the pre-game desk and the post-game desk with, of course, our interviews and the beautiful commentary of our casters, then you can check them out on the R6 Esports VODs YouTube channel or on the R6 Esports YouTube channel on the homepage. You'll see a link to the playlist that sets it all up for you, all uploaded within the 24 hours the game being done. That's it. It's time for us to get this day underway. There's so much on the line, and it all begins with the first game that could catapult one team directly to Berlin. It's M&M versus Outsiders.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Welcome back, friends. What a way to start off our penultimate day here at EU League. It's Playday number 8, and it's Outsiders versus M&M. Outsiders sitting here fighting for extra points that'll help them out later on in the year come stage 3, and M&M are fighting for a single point. That's all they need for M&M to get to Berlin, plus a flight potentially, but that's technicalities that are neither here nor there. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Analyst, your host. With me are Fresh and Fabian. Friends, let us talk about M&M in this case.
As I said in the pre-show, I'm very happy about my predictions. I said after 3 playdays, when M&M had 3 points, M&M will go to the Berlin Major. That's what I expected of them, even though they weren't looking too good at that time. But they keep impressing me more and more each playdate that goes, really. And they show that they have a really deep understanding of the game. They have a good setup of players that all complement each other in one way or another. Just having both Nello and Neo kind of started to perform better than they did last stage. And then we just have the front 3 that just, I don't know, they can just do whatever to whoever they want to. They're basically unstoppable some games.
They're a super flexible team is how I would describe M&M, especially with that front 3 that you talk about, Fabian, in terms of sometimes, you know, when M&M won the game against Navi, it was Tyrant making a very solo play supported. I say solo play. It was enabled by his teammates. But sometimes that isn't Tyrant. Solotov against G2, he was the one that was making plays. Makes them very dangerous, very unpredictable, and very hard to play against.
Well, that's M&M. What about Outsiders on the other side? Because they've had struggles, and this is not a game for their trip to Berlin, but it is to collect points potentially to make it forward to stage 3 in preparation.
There's still a statistical chance, and I'm not going to say it because I don't think it will happen.
What's the Sperbooni number?
Oh, I have no idea. I didn't even look. It was
0.02 or 0.2.
Something like that. Yeah.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance. But for Outsiders, to be honest, they're going to be looking over their shoulder at the relegation spots.
Yeah.
They're on 19 points. Navi are on 18, but more crucially, Secret have picked up 8 points in the past 3 playdays. Secret are coming flying up that table to get out of the actual relegation. And I think for Outsiders, my big problem that I have with them, particularly, is their strategy. Is, especially on their attack, they leave their drones all the time outside the building. They never have an idea of what's going on the defensive setup. It then wastes a minute 30 finding all of that out, and then they're forced into these very late executes where they still don't have the full information, and that's why they look so poor on their attack. I want to see them improve, get a little bit more adventurous with the drones. Because teams know, in the G2 illustration I went through, G2 knew Outsiders would have to come direct to site and played into it. And that's what teams are doing to punish Outsiders this stage.
I find it kind of sad as well, because we were so excited about them last stage. They were actually doing really well, and they had innovative and aggressive stuff that we've never really seen from a Russian team. And they seem to have lost most of that. And I don't know really where, but the games that they're losing right now, they're getting stomped.
Yes.
Well then, our map for this series. Which one will it be? Reminder again, M&M, and we'll keep saying this
Tower.
Through all.
Nah.
Get out of here.
Tower was a great map. I wish it was in comp.
G2, well, yeah, Penta was the only team that wanted Tower to be in comp.
No, that was just Shas.
That was just Shas. That's actually true. Yeah, that's true. Shas actually wanted
wonder he survived this long.
Very big. Sorry, Shas. No.
Oh, damn, honestly, your ex-colleague. Well, we're going to go to Cafe Dostoevsky. Outsiders got to pick it. We knew them back in days VP, and the squad did quite well on the map. They start off on the fence. What do you think?
I'm gonna give myself a little bit of praise. I'm going to ask Fabian, what are those 2 maps that I predicted in my map preference?
He has written Clubhouse and Favela.
I said it's going to be Cafe or Skyscraper.
Is this the Obama meme where he's just putting
giving yourself the
medal? Yeah.
What I will say is both of these teams love Cafe. They go to Cafe a lot. It's one of their favorite maps. It gets banned away from both teams a lot. And when you find that happen where 2 teams both love the same map, they will end up going to it, and it should be a good game.
Yeah, I think M&M is probably going to do quite a lot better, though, because I think that M&M with the 3 on the front, that they have the high-intensity gun skill, together with both Neo and Nello being very smart and strategical players, I think that they will position them well enough to make the front 3 shine.
Yep.
And I think that M&M, with how Outsiders have been playing this stage, M&M are just going to sweep them off the map.
All right, Fabian Fresh, thank you very much. Let's see if Outsiders can fight back for those extra points that have been taken away from them, or can M&M just get 1 point? The moment it hits overtime, the moment they hit match point, it'll all be set for M&M in Berlin. Can they do it? Well, you got your narrators. It's Hap and M. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, it is close to the wire. M&M could be confirmed. They could be our second EU team going to Berlin.
Yeah, this is one of those few games we have throughout a stage where we can literally be counting down the rounds until we know, until someone is going to be qualified. Again, no win necessary, even though the 91% of the social vote will definitely be favoring M&M here. Just a single point, just 6 rounds. That's all they need to confirm themselves here today. And they will do so on Cafe. Starting off on the attack, up against a team that is struggling near the bottom of that scoreboard. 7 points, 9th place, shared with Team Secret, also on 7 points. Outsiders has been having a rough stage.
I think the whole region, unfortunately, has sort of, obviously, things are happening, but it's that sort of thing. The two teams are at the bottom of the board. Outsiders have sort of suffered. They've had some fights. It's not as dire. Obviously, technically, there still is a chance. It's a technical chance. It's a chance that requires a lot of other things to happen and to fall apart from teams that are pretty much a sliver of a percent away, and they're a sliver of a percent from failure, but still, Outsiders, they haven't quite been able to get the cinch in. It has been a lot of close games, though. Obviously, their most recent wasn't. No. You couldn't be further away from a close game.
Might have been close in different ways. I don't know. But also got 7-0'd by Rogue. It's not the first one they received, of course. 7-1 down the line. But the other games, yeah, quite close indeed. Able to put up some good scores with the teams that are up on the top, up near that top 2 position. Just not doing it when it matters. Not getting these rounds, these wins, these points.
Hap, my buddy, my chum. Talk to me about a Jaeger ban on Cafe.
That's not what's coming up now. But yeah, okay, Jaeger. Of course, Jaeger is one of those operators that still is a mainstay in Siege. Grenades are crucial. But if we think directly off the skylight, going down into the cocktail balcony, for example, you can just easily get rid of any utility there, any players there. Think of below, near the bakery. Suddenly the cupcake bar not as sturdy as it used to be before anymore. And this middle side that we're talking about now heavily relies on the top floor to be controlled by defenders as well. And thus, exactly there, that Jaeger ban will have an impact again because players will be playing near the cocktail area. And that means a mine needs to be brought out to kind of mitigate that. You know, sometimes a mine is brought as redundancy, sometimes as extra denial. This time it's crucial.
I think one of the things, I know I alluded to your point, I wanted you to talk a little bit. I like hearing your brain. A Jaeger ban we don't see too much nowadays. If anything, will Mize become a little bit more of a mobile operator because, to be honest, 70% of the grenade kills we see nowadays are from underneath. They're from a combo of yellow pings and possession and progression onto the site itself. What we're looking at here from the bans of M&M is Jaeger is a Flores gone. As you said, they're trying to limit that play around utility on the site itself. They're forcing things to be awkward, open, and a bit quick fire because that's a game that M&M can play very, very well here. The aggression might start finding its way over, just tacked onto the other side. No quick Amaru to get a plant, but you're looking at what can be, as soon as they get the lead in here on the top floor, some good lean-ins to fights.
Of course, they're also in the reading, so taking that top floor is not going to be helping you to get that plant quickly. It's a slow, methodical process they need to go through here on M&M's side. Go for the full clear, potentially even push that side with 20 seconds left. If you lose those drones in the positions in the actual side, it's going to become even harder to finally go for the execute once the time is right. Now, we do see some of these players up on the top floor. One already inside, they're trying to put some pressure down onto exactly cocktail balcony, onto train and onto the freezer. They know where these players are. Actually saw one prone there, but no shots fired yet.
Asher as well with that shield. You want to try and keep a bit of a lockdown here on the top. Smash is suffering from underneath. Very clever angle paid up there. There's those grenades. I said they come through underneath. Usually they're not delivered via a hole in the floor, but they're allowed to survive at least a little bit longer. The drones, they're trying to pick apart just that single player. If they can get control of them, then they might have a bit of a lead-in into the pressure around onto train itself. You can get a bit of a control over the swing round. That onto white. Do they know?
They do. That's
no,
Milon.
They didn't. Milon had no idea that was coming his way.
Oh, I'll tell M&M. They knew someone was out there,
knew.
right? Yeah, they definitely knew.
You don't just grenade that window for fun.
No, exactly. That's one of those windows you need to know someone is behind. Claymore spotted out by Rask there. Fortunately, has no utility to deal with that. No impact, for example. FMX finds a trade, but he's being hunted down as he falls back just in time.
This is it. They're going to try and swing the pressure into Smash here. They use that grenade just to buy them a second of movement. They're hoping the player comes for the swing, but it is a shotgun locked, loaded, and pointed for anybody that drifts a little bit closer around. There's the drone. Going to get the reveal. There's the pop of the player, and a pre-fire should come. There it is. Users able to find one more, put the body balance back in their favor, but we're looking at 30 seconds now to try and get the lockdown, and Tyrant, he's having to potentially knock on the door. The players still have vertical control. They still have that back line. Some of them are actually going to start dropping themselves and see if they can try and put some counter pressure as they realize the plant is aiming towards dining side, but it's the fight inside Zulu corridor in the middle that's getting a little bit aggressive. All the powers of that anime girl gun skin there from the side of Elevate is finding FMX's second. There's a third. And suddenly, they're in a bit of a leading drive here. Tyrant's a bit lost in the corridor, and Rask finds the final fight.
M&M there, they ran out of time. They decided to, you know, let's just pull the trigger on dining because we have train under control. We can go through the 90 hallway. Just no control of white stairs. That player behind there, FMX, you said it before, the triple kill with that Vector, just shutting them down one by one as they start to walk through. It's not something you'd like to see. They need to have a bit more control if they want to go for a push like that. It normally works when you're in a, you know, an XV2 situation because there's not enough angles to cover them. But if there's 4 players still alive on the side of outsiders, they're going to be able to, well, more than definitely lock off this side, as you see right now again from FMX POV.
The power of Elevate and Anime on his side. Ah!
Is that the power? Is that what it sounds like?
Have you not seen that? Please tell me you're
I've heard the power of God on Anime.
Yeah,
yes,
and I
okay.
made...
Yes, no, I've definitely heard the reference.
If you hadn't have heard that, I would tell you to get out of your Milsim world.
I've heard it, don't worry.
Just confirmed down the comments he was fuming thinking that Hap didn't understand that reference.
I definitely understood the reference. Don't worry, calm down. It's fine.
I'm never calm.
Okay. Let's just continue then. I'll just try and brush over the fact that I was almost falsely accused of not knowing such a famous quote reference.
Outsiders, the first round is theirs, and it came down to a bit of aggression onto time. I commented on it at the time. The rotate dropped down. They had the idea that the plant wasn't going to happen around reading. And that's sort of what that big, heavy, dedicated hold was. You had the player just on that sort of border of lumber, of wood, and they could drop down to the laundry hatch if they wanted to pull back. They were making sure that nobody got the swing round on the top. They had the mirror window as well, because usually it's a tucked plant when you get that bit of vertical control. M&M tried to gamble, ran out of time, and it was a good response from outsiders to drop down, and it seems like time is going to become a little bit less of an issue, theoretically, as Tyrant takes the Jackal and takes to the top floor to force these players down quick.
I almost got spooked by the drone there. Wanted to fire a couple of shots towards it, but so you know what? It's time to go drone ourselves. Is that someone being spotted out on the camera? It definitely is. 1, 2, they know 2 people are on side with this IQ pick. Also spotting out some of these yokais. So definitely getting some good information here. And as they have cleared out the top floor, they have now cleared out that first floor as well. That means they can start working on verticality here, Amy. They can start sledging, they can start using these breaching charges, make sure that these positions in the side are going to become unplayable. Force them to push outside of the side, which allows a plan to happen a bit more easily. And besides that, take out those yokai drones as you have the IQ on the board.
They still obviously have the Capitao as well, the option to see if they can try and drive some smoke plants. The Wamai might be the constant, and he is obviously a big counter towards how they can get themselves tucked in. Neo's going to go for a bit of damage and destruction just above Pasha, who doesn't quite get the early warning sign, but that's the benefit of playing those leave and lay charges. If they don't hear you, you can move away before you suffer the end of a C4. The sledge keeps hammering, and they're making the space a little bit tighter, a little bit more dangerous and difficult for outsiders to play with every single hit. You can see them being shepherded and forced into more uncomfortable angles, but without the confirmation on the end, it's still just time that's going away from them.
Know exactly where one of those players is. That is going to be the pickup as well. Neo will find the first. Solotov knows someone is in VIP, tries to, well, loop back, but the smoke canister kind of in the way, so they might just have to go for an execute here.
He's looking for the hole through. There's a bit of the cover from the smokes. Now they might be able to swing round. That's just to buy Solotov some time. The drop comes round on the back. They've got the kit in and tucked behind the sinks. They're just going to see if they can connect the plant. The cover comes through from the opposite side inside Freezer. They're trying to find the catch. The Echo drone just makes the connection. Nella's going to see if he can stick it again. That Echo drone should be able to pop off one more as Milon finds a kill. 15 seconds and the spray over the top. The kit's cold. Milon playing a massive power position tucked in the corner. He somehow finds it. Sprayed round to the heavens, and somehow they pull that out.
Milon is saving the round there. Just came around the corner, of course, with the help of the Yokai, getting that stun in twice, buying just enough time. You get the injure somehow. I'm not going to say lucky, but definitely a lucky shot through the floor there, finding the head instantly. And you turn it all around. Outsiders find a second round here. On their defense, M&M, that could have been theirs. It should have been theirs. They had top floor, they had first floor, all from the get-go. They managed to start opening up the flooring from above up until 1 minute left into the round. That's when they decided to go for an execute. There was plenty of time, but maybe a bit too slow on the eventual push of that diffuser, allowing the Yokai to get into a position to actually make sure that that denial was possible. Now, qualifying probability, that's what it's all about during these last couple of play days. And as you can see, M&M just need a point, and even without a point, it might be qualified today. Whereas Outsiders, even if they get a full 3-pointer, it might not be enough based on other results that happened today.
M&M, as you said, they just got to get there. They just got to find their way to OT. We're on to Cafe. We're on to a map where, you know, you do have a solid play from both these teams. It does have a good defense statistic as well. Out of a lot of these maps swinging their way towards attackers, Cafe is still quite intricate. It can be quite problematic for teams on their approach, depending on the team, obviously, to get themselves formulated. It takes not just the sort of moxie and proxy of a great finger player to swing around, but that multi-sort of streamed and faceted approach that currently M&M can't quite get nailed down. All the pressures on these windows, everything is battening down the hatches. These players, 4 of them stacked on Repel here, trying to find a way through. FMX is just going to back up. The Candelas pop round over from the top. Solotov's blinding everybody. They're going to see if they can get in. Neo finds that opener, cuts off Milon on the jump out. The cover comes through. There's the call, there's the buff, there's the cover. There's Nello somehow slinking through and finding the kit down. It's sprayed out. Somehow Nello's Claymore kills Smash and Neo at the same time, but importantly, gets the kid down. A 2 versus 1. Tyrant is all that's left. He's outside, going to open up. He might be able to play from under this if he can get the call on where the player is. Does he know? He's shooting the wrong side. Pasha drops and somehow, once again, in and amongst the chaos, Outsiders are the ones keeping it all inside.
You know, actually, in the middle of that round, which was almost the end already, I wanted to give you a statistic. 57% defense with reading Dining 71, Bar and Cocktail 83% defensive win rates. And M&M then went in with a very quick push. And to be fair, they used 4 grenades, weren't able to find anything as a result. The players on Outsiders, they started to fall back. That allowed them to get these smokes in, the Candelas in, to actually go for a plant, which successfully stuck. Just a retake, the pure aggression, the jump outs, the team kill with the Claymore, which you don't very often see, all back into favor of Outsiders. And there's a tactical timeout from M&M because they've played 3 different rounds, 3 different sites. Haven't found any success whatsoever. But they did find a plant attempt in the second round, and they did find a post plant in the last. Now, I'm not sure why we had Tyrant going from below at that moment in time. It was a 2v1. He was the one man last standing. And of course, if he would be jumped out on, he wouldn't be picking up the kill. That would have been end of the round. But from below, no verticality there. You make a lot of noise. And you don't know exactly where the player will be defusing from. It's just a lot of risk, in my opinion. If you had a grenade, I would have understood. No, someone in from below. Also not that the case, just wanted to go for a vertical spray through the flooring.
M&M, what's happened? It seems like a little bit of a lack of control, and I'm not saying that Outsiders aren't playing well. Outsiders have had big clutch moments. It's really been edge of your seat endings to all of the 3 openings of this game. But M&M, if you look back at their attacks from previous maps, they've often had a really good slow and steady build of control. They've seemed to have an awareness of everything that was going to be ahead of them and made sure, okay, sure, they don't win it out every time, but control and sort of a consistency there seemed to be something familiar. Here, over the 3 rounds, 1 rush and 2 steadier pushes, it seems like a little bit, well, seat of your pants. And I guess it's just seeing if the timeout was the moment there for Nello, as that older experience was to sort of bring the boys back and say, we're losing ourselves here. We know how close we are. We know what we can do.
They might just want to go for another 5-1 comeback, you know? It's starting to become a bit of a staple point for them here. No, jokes aside, Outsiders definitely being able to upset M&M at the every end of the round. Neo almost finding someone there. Knew that he was being watched through that window. Probably the other way around as well. But after that Claymore last round, not wanting to jump out.
It was a tragedy.
It was a tragedy indeed. So this time they just decide to stay indoors for Outsiders. Okay, that's unfortunate. Rask able to find Neo there. Thought Neo saw him, but not realizing he was being shot at just on the edge of his shoulder, and that's an entry there for Outsiders. An important one as well, because that is just Zofia gone.
And, I mean, you got to give credit to Rask here, 6-0.
Yeah.
For a player that can have pop-off moments, but hasn't really this split, this is a huge showing on this, a game that Outsiders probably need, well, more than anything for relegation battles, but M&M need it to find security for a major, because they know that every other game comes after them today. They've got a long, long night of watching if this doesn't go into at least overtime. M&M now with a back foot. Smash is finding his rotation round underneath. Solotov's already in Zulu, finds the fight and gets the connection with Milon, pulls back. Nello with the kit on the door. They're structuring their plant with a lot more time. You compare this to the first attack round last time here. There was a minute on. Smash with the C4 underneath. Could be huge, pre-placed. Ready on the tucked corner there to see if they go for the plant. Hope they try and dig their way through, but it seems like they're actually paying attention towards the big quad double wall.
There's a flank drone on those red stairs, so Smash should be caught off if he actually decides to move up, but I'm not sure if it's being watched. It did get taken out, though, so that should definitely be alarming these players, but that's almost a free kill to Tyrant. Instead, the SMG misses, and Pasha gets taken out by Solotov.
They're spraying back. Rask finds Usus, and FMX finds one more. Suddenly, they've been able to fight themselves back into the game, trying to get the catch onto the Banshee. Nello, he wants to tuck a plant, but with all of this soft, it's dangerous. It's a 1 versus 3. Technically, Solotov finds one. Nello's going to look for the fight into Laundry. The wrong time to sprint, and suddenly it's a 2 versus nobody. Downed and then out, and 4 in a row.
The realization there as well. I killed the one inside of Dining. It's like, where's the last one there? Because I definitely got... Oh, it's Finka. Let's go for that repeat before the adrenaline surge comes in. It might mess up a round. M&M there, losing the early entry, then able to fight back, finding themselves on the site, but... Again, that side is so open. There's no cover whatsoever. The walls to the sides are open up. The floors from below are completely rigged with explosives. And the wall towards the white stairs are open as well. And that leaves you in that situation where Nello, well, he wanted to go for a plant, but people start dropping down the hatch, and you know that, well, there's literally just a couple of pixels, I'm safe here, and they can definitely work around that. Having to go for the fight there at that moment as well, losing it out in the end. And of course, that is no blame to him. I just don't understand why they are so keen on pushing into that side, because they're not quite clearing enough rooms to be able to use that properly.
Outsiders. I'm not going to say they've felt entirely in control of every single one of these rounds, but they've definitely been responsive, which is one of the things that we haven't always had from them. We have especially had it on the games that they've won. You look at some of the bites and fights back they've had to get their 2 wins. They've been to OT once and it was a loss, but at this rate, they're looking very, very well put together. M&M, they've had their tag timeout. They've just got to play the game ahead of them. They were close there, but still losing out, finding themselves suddenly swung around. The drone that didn't catch the rotate, you do wonder what Neo was watching, you wonder what intel they had and they were working with. They tried to spray back, but then as we saw, Outsiders then reacted from the other side. They felt that M&M suddenly were all eyes towards the red stairs swing, and then they could then swing from the top. It's that coordination of Outsiders that really has kept M&M on the back foot.
Is that distraction move right there, right? It's the SMG that comes in, just not nets the kill. Of course, would have been better if time would have dropped there, but all the guns suddenly make that 180. All of them look towards one direction, and that's when it all falls apart. That's when time starts to dwindle and buddies start to drop as well. But more importantly, new round, new opportunity for M&M. They only need 6 rounds today. So far, they have 0. There's still a lot of work to do because Outsiders is starting to near towards that 6 point themselves. But we're headed back towards that bottom floor. And this is what they were able to go for an execute last time. With about a minute left on the clock, they went for it because they had so much free time to open up all the floorboards. It's just that one Yokai drone on Milan that messed up their plans and strategy.
That's it. Even though they didn't get the hit down last time they were attacking this site, for me it was definitely their closest and the one that was the most down to the wire for the side of Outsiders because of the control M&M had. They were able to stretch themselves over the top floor. You can see them getting the read on that drone early this time. They're making sure they have some awareness because the Echo did cost them. Sure, Milan came in with some incredible flicks and swings around, tucked in a corner that was pretty much impossible to survive with and survived, but here, well, there's Neo getting that early take. FMX off the board, but they've worked with less bodies before and been able to work it into a win. 50 seconds, and they start hammering themselves and forcing Outsiders into a more uncomfortable situation.
That's the pure point of this hammer, just to make these defenders uncomfortable, just to provide verticality to the one attacker that will be staying up on the top floor when they execute, is starting to assemble. However, Yokai drone still up. Yes, they're being pinged, but they're not taken out yet, and that should definitely be one of their priorities here, as smokes and incendiary bolts are starting to come down.
That's it. That is going to pop off, going to cook them and force them into a slightly more uncomfortable situation away from the closeness of the door, but they move back. Time passed. There's a shotgun. Pasha catches one. The smoke didn't quite pop off at the right time there, and, well, did they hear the drop on the second? Swings one way. Can they get the angle? Pasha has it easier. It's a shotgun from close range, uses with the swing, but 2 seconds. They can't find the kit in the door. They're just going to try and hold the stick, but the Echo drone watches it. 5-0.
The players, as soon as they wanted to drop the hatch for M&M, the pre-fire came in from, not actually that doorway, we started shotgun in from VIP, able to shoot out some of the feet. That caused a bit of panic, like, we haven't cleared that out, we need to go for a drop. There is no time, a shotgun in the corner, able to rack up some kills there, and that puts Outsiders up on this 5-0 point. And we talked about how we could have 2 teams confirmed at the start of the first 2 matches. Of course, both of them needed to pick up just 6 rounds. Both of them are playing against the bottom-rated teams. It should all be a clear-cut recipe. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Outsiders, after being 7-0 twice in the stage, is deciding, you know what? It is time we start to strike back. As we see Pasha here, you see that feet being shot out there. Actually fires that shotgun at the right time. And waits until he's pre-fired here before he pulls that trigger and finds a second one. It's unfortunate. I just don't. It just seems so disconnected from M&M. Like, they're not the same team we saw last week. I think that's the comparison we have to make. Because last team they looked absolutely incredible. This week they look like they're being picked apart by Outsiders. Even though they seem to be in control for the majority of the round, it just falls apart in those last 30 seconds.
I think it's the strange dichotomy of Outsiders. We've seen them team kill each other on executes with flick headshots.
Yeah, beautiful shots.
And then we see them in a situation like this where they're responding to each other's movements, and M&M, you know, they're a bit shaky. And sure, there's a lot of weight to this game. They know that they just had to get to the end to cross the line and get themselves confirmed. That will carry on next week. They're still just that 1 point difference. But having themselves sort of handily taken here on a game that they feel like they should be able to match the pace of what they've done before, I think that's the main thing, is M&M isn't hitting a pace that they've played at. Outsiders is definitely playing above one that they've been at for a lot of the season, but here, M&M, can they get 1 before they find themselves making the harder comeback? At least they've done a 5-1 before.
Yeah, so next step is the 6-0. But if you look at the entries, actually, 5-1 in favor of M&M. Every single round but one, they've been able to find an entry just not converted, because every single time a trade comes in sooner rather than later, and then it all starts to fall apart. This last 30 seconds now, the launches of the Tachanka are being tossed out there. A bit of a Molotov, a bit of fire coming into the cigar area, stopping them from moving in. Pasha goes aggressive, finds Nello, that's the diffuser. Yes, the trade comes out, but it's again one of those strikes that you shouldn't allow as M&M at this point.
That's it. Caught on the rotate, round on Cocktail. There was the swing up, and the sort of pressure they could try and apply a bit back there on to it with Cigar locked in. They got them on the way back out the door, but that's the reason you have that player onto the piano window on the far side. The pressure comes down to the back line of FMX, who's just going to tuck himself and move and try and keep his head on his shoulders. They've still got a bit of a backline. They've still got a bit of control, and there's a minute now. The swings are coming through. Milon swinging with that instead of a standard gun is going to make things a bit trickier. And there it is, removed. The shotgun has to go aggressive and at least gets one out of the mix, but they're down, leaving just FMX. If there's a round M&M should have, it is this one. Almost confirmed by the grenade. FMX is being covered absolutely everywhere. Yes, M&M, they find one. They have one lifeline on their defenses, and it's time to see if they can make it work. Outsiders, hell of a half. Now it's time to try and convert that into your attack.
They'll have plenty of opportunity to do so, Emmy. One round and they'll find themselves a point against M&M, 2. And they'll find themselves at the full 3. Against a team that looked very favored at the start of the social vote. 91% of you at home have decided that M&M should be the ones winning this game, based on your own prediction methods. Only 9 went for outsiders. Now, of course, if you look at the standings, it is quite a logical conclusion. M&M is all the way up top, 2nd/3rd place, looking to be qualifying for the major if just a single point is attained. And outsiders, well, they have been 7-0 twice. We'll have to say that again, 7-0 twice. It's not something any team would like to have happen to them during a EUL stage. And they needed to come back from it. They needed to bounce back from it. And they definitely are doing that right now. 5 rounds is a massive improvement from what we've seen last week.
Fully locked, the rotation between that core of the floor around the vault and the bathroom itself. They're not going to give themselves the usual out that a lot of teams obviously like to play, and the one that we're most familiar with, they have the swing round options, but it becomes a bit isolating if you're playing tucked into that with no cover onto the white window itself. Some gates, some time to burn around Cigar. They're waiting for the approach to come. There's a bit of pressure that might come over onto East, but it's otherwise still M&M expecting a bit of a hold and seeing if they can try and get that early bite.
Now, this site was only played 6 times before today in the European League. It was only lost once by the defense, thus giving that 83% win chance. And that has been slightly increased, of course, by outsiders. And M&M now having the opportunity to try and bank up that win percentage, try and find themselves in a good spot to start their comeback. It's something they like to do. And what better way to qualify for the major than to go for yet another 5-1 comeback?
I mean, that's it. They never make things easy for themselves. That's the M&M story. Drones steadily trying to get some intel here. The players tucked underneath. Neo does have some discs to buy himself some time, but isn't going to sit there too long because he knows even with the explosion of the grenade, chances are somebody's going to try and watch you flee and get the catch that way. There is obviously Solotov deep on the roam, the Valk all the way underneath, waiting for people to start getting internal, but look at this. Outsiders, a minute 30 gone, they're still all generally outside the building, watching rotations, trying to get the catch on players and hoping to force a mistake. It's a risky strategy, and they're going to realize that as they start to try and drop in. They have to pay a little bit more attention towards the control inside. Tucked around, getting some of Cigar, there's a Runegates to find their way through, but now they at least have something. Smash just takes the damage, uses the finger boost, and Tyrant's got an eye towards it now.
He's definitely going to be watching towards it, actually spots out the player, but unable to connect. But, you know, your finger, you heal yourself up, you only lose like 10 damage points in the end of it as a result, and you find some very, very important like utility there. Neo does find a kill, though, but he's being pressured instantly back here, but it's an entry kill, and that is something they need to work off here. We talked about it before. They have a pretty poor conversion rate in this round, so let's make sure to do it.
Solotov with the rotation underneath. They've got the kick cold now. 30 seconds and the catch on the flank drone. Rask is close though. Does Solotov? No. Probably not. He's tucked around the side of the machinery. Swings around and Solotov's able to actually win it out. Maybe he did and he's waiting for the next fight to come on the door. He has that one as well. Solotov a triple. Now as the kit dropped once again. Milan is all that is left. No grenades left in pocket in 10 seconds. M&M find their second.
And this is when we can start counting again. 2 rounds out of 6 they have in a pocket. Now they have 5 more rounds to play to get the other 4.
Maths.
Calculations.
Numbers. Words.
They do mean things, as
Brain.
I've just said. But yeah, that's that first round on the defense. Now up 1 floor below. Reading and Dining coming up next. Next highest win percentage in this map for the European League. M&M need to try and hold on to that. They can afford 1 slip up, you mentioned it before, and still make it to Berlin. 1 round they can afford to lose. But after that, they need to make sure they get towards overtime. After that, it won't matter anymore if they win or lose, as long as they get that 1 point, as long as they do get 6 rounds. Now, these rounds, they don't carry along towards the next week. We have to mention that. For round differential, they do. For points, they don't. And thus, they need to get them now. Top floor extension coming through. Mute jammers being set up to make the droning work a little bit more difficult. Let them work as hard as they did before. Let them waste their HP and utility to get through these certain areas. Because there is a serial laser gate on the board, 3 of them. Again, positions that need to be burned if they want to go for an execute finally. Are they going quick though?
It has the energy of something a bit quick. They maybe want to draw some eyes more than a lot of pace here. I think they're just sort of trying to bait something. But to be honest, that was their play before. They were sat waiting for about 1:30 before they actually tried to find their way inside the building itself. Here, I think they're stacked up with a little bit more immediacy for the chance at a catch. Neo might be that. He is round on the back line. There is... obviously, the Iruni's going to pull themselves back as well. M&M isn't playing. They're not flirting with this game. They're going to make sure that if outsiders get a kill, they're going to have to work for it through a little bit of the utility first of all. They know that there's a deficit they've got to try and work their way back to, and as they fall themselves back to the other side of the map, they're going to know how to play it.
Smash drops through. First one in the building takes care of some of that utility. Mute jammers, cameras mainly, just to find themselves in a good spot. Now, I think this Gemini might be burning. Yeah, no, might have actually been shot out before it could actually burn the serial laser gate. Not quite sure, as they don't get a good visual on it. Now has been able to burn it, so at least got the piece of utility they wanted. That is a good kill.
Vertical. Yeah, up from the hole inside train. Solotov was looking for a fight, and he sure found it. He's starting to do that Solotov thing where he just defines how a game starts to go. Tyrant locked and blocked off the back of the white corridor. Gets the catch over onto Smash. Pasha comes around with the pressure on the back, but a little too late to get that trade and that revenge. So they have to move their way up to the top and look for the fight of the player, of somebody who's already left. They took the laundry hatch. They got the drop out of there. They realized they had their 2 frags on the top floor, and at this point can try and pull themselves a little bit back. There's always time to rotate, lads.
Double entry, you fall back to site. You do not have to stay out here. You make sure you waste as much time as possible and let them clear it out steadily.
Maestro Cam's still up there watching them?
Yeah, I think that Maestro Cam is still up. They might want to go for a bit of a punch because Nello's going to get some free information here. Could actually get some zaps out on somebody's player. That's a hammer coming in.
Yeah. There it is.
Milan was running towards it, not letting it stay up any longer than it was.
Ooh, Solotov almost caught out there. Swung his way into the heavy machinery room as the pressure starts to come through onto the double reading wall. They're looking for anybody, but again, M&M's not handing them anything. They know they have a man advantage. They're trying to put some pressure close by. 10 seconds. The hop in, the swing round. There's almost a trade out. It is. It's a take. There's a shotgun. Gets the drop onto the laundry hatch. A fight back round from FMX. He's got to find 3. He's got to find 2. But there is only 1-0. Ooh, did get one on the way out the door, but M&M, 3 rounds.
3 more to go then, Emmy. They're starting to bring it back here from that 5-1 scoreline, or rather a 5-0 scoreline. It is now 5-3. And they're still on that defense. now headed towards the bottom floor, towards kitchen and service. Cooking. Now, I forgot the last
Sorry,
part.
just it was very dramatic.
Kitchen, service,
Kitchen,
I was like, and
service,
cooking. I forgot about that part. I have to make sure I include it.
Cooking?
Cooking, yeah.
Cooking.
Which one is cooking and which one is service?
Well, cooking is obviously where the cooking stuff is, underneath our screen. What do you mean?
For a second, I thought that, you know, at
You
the
are
dishes
never
there was going to be...
anyone who works
not
in
a good
the
cook,
anyone
right?
anyone who works in the service industry has worked in the service industry. Just swore at their monitor about
Listen,
being wrong about
service
that.
entrance leads into cooking. You see where the confusion is coming from?
No, because it's the end. It's where do you think the
Well, it's
service?
not cooking
where do you
entrance,
think
Emmy.
the service comes from towards the bakery?
Through the cooking area.
From service entrance
To service entrance. Into the bakery.
You're fired.
Either way.
Okay. They have themselves a lockdown here on kitchen. They also have an echo drone and users back on. Well, I say back on, playing the role of the Warden. Obviously, it was played by Solotov in the previous round. It's an awareness towards the chance at a smoke plant. It's the awareness towards the chance at a tuck plant. It's everything to play a little bit arms off. There's the catch on the first Selma. Bit of a blow when that might be, yes, that is your only hard destruct that you've brought. No one's got the pocket gadget, so you got to make sure the next connect. There's a C4 that definitely does. Goodbye Twitch, goodbye a lot of potential other challenge towards any of those mute jammers, any of the rest of the destruction of the walls.
It's definitely keeping the player inside a wedding at bay for just a little bit here, but that drone got just the amount of information that was necessary. That grenade's about to start flying in. Do they have a magnet ready to go? Actually, no. The nade put back in pockets. Coming out now, though, but the wedding entrance, a double kill from Smash, and that could be crucial and round differentiating here.
That's it. Obviously, they just need to try and find the one to push them into that OT fight to make things very uncomfortable. Milon finds another tacked on. It's a 2 versus 4. Nello and Neo are able to swing out. Will just survive. The scraps of the grenade, a spray out over the opposite side. They know where Nello is. He can't get himself onto anything or out of a way. There's a... that one should get the kill. Yeah. It does. No escaping that. 6-3. Eminem, they need 3 rounds without a problem to get to OT to go to Berlin.
Exactly in the middle of the room, by the way, that grenade. There was definitely no escaping that rather than running out the doorway. But yes, 3 more rounds, no slip-ups. You've just had yours. And that means you headed back towards the top floor. Now, we've seen them win the top floor. We've seen them win reading. That means they need to find a third site to win at some point. But for now, because round differential might come back at the end of the day and be the determining factor, whether or not you go to Berlin or not, you go for what's safe. You go for where you know you can win. You go for comfort. And that's where they're trying to go up for the top floor here. No verticality from above they need to worry about, except for, of course, a hatch drop, maybe the skylight play, but you don't have to worry about Sledge opening up that ceiling, starting to, you know, rain down bullets upon you, because that has been covered off by the concrete ceiling.
Now, the last time Outsiders attacked this site, it was a minute 30, as I said before, outside the building. They tried to hope to get a catch here, and since then we've seen a little bit more pace, and especially there in that recent round, it started to go away from them until a jump in with a double kill across the bow of Bakery. So, are we going to see a little bit more pace from Outsiders? Are we going to get a little bit more oomph on that initial approach, potentially try and drive themselves up from the bottom?
It's always a bit like that kind of play, right? That jump in. That works once, it might work twice, but you're not going to get away with it 3 times in a row. And especially if you talk about pace, if you start going for something that is getting close to a rush, that will work once. Probably not twice. They'll be ready for it. And Eminem, of course, playing at this moment and a 6-3, they know they cannot afford a slip-up. Should be prepared for anything. They should be prepared for a rush to come through and definitely for a crossfire, a long angle from Rask like that.
That was it. That was the drone game. The Toes a Tyrant almost takes him out a little bit early. He's going to be playing with a sliver of health, and when you're hitting with a hard-hitting DMR against a lot of spray, you kind of need everything in your pockets to get that connection in time. Smash finds his way into Cigar, takes out the mute jammers with, to be honest, very little problem, but again, about 40 seconds faster than he did last time round. Outsiders have attributed a little bit more pace and a little bit more of approach. Nello has the cams, the eyes and the pings towards the players going for the rotate.
Look at how quickly they're taking care of this utility, though. There is just no one there for M&M trying to stop them from doing it. So much utility plays this way. What is there to stop them? Absolutely nothing. It's just a couple of mute gemmers. At some point, they know no one's going to be out there, and Outsiders will just take that for free without any contest coming out from the side of M&M.
Tucked round, they feel confident with the damage that they've done, so they're going to eye up the drop of the hatch itself by the looks of it. A big rotate, maybe. No, they're sort of trading a bit back and forth, actually. One of them went up and then dropped down red once again. The flashes come round, the pressure onto the corner, coordination and communication as they drive themselves closer. They want to just grenade this little tucked corner, make sure the camera's gone and nobody's there. That is now clear, so they can start droning their way down. Hope they can put some pressure onto the swing. 50 seconds. And now we start to see FMX stack up. There's a C4. Solotov finds Rask. That grenade, does it find? No, just falls a little bit short. They pop up and try and swing round. There it is, Nello. He's able to make that Alder scream over either side. The Candela's popped down, but with nobody else to stack them up. FMX has to rotate his way back round from the Skylight hatch just to suffer the end of a flawless. 2 more rounds, M&M. 2 more rounds.
Continue the counting indeed. As the top floor was won, but that's what I said before. They won the top floor, they won reading. The third site might be the problem. Round 12 might be the decisive factor here if we continue with that same pace. If they now find reading and fireplace, they need to go back towards either bakery or towards the mining room, which they haven't played yet. It's untested. We have no clue what to expect. It's probably going to be somewhat similar towards reading, but just moved over to different sites. But that's what M&M need to realize as well. Let's just work off these 2 rounds that we can win. Then we give all our focus onto round number 12. That could be qualifying them for the major. And after that, it doesn't matter anymore if they win or lose, because they will be qualified. All they need is a point. All they need is 6 rounds. So for those of you wondering, like, they need to win, they need to win. Surely they want to win, but they don't need to win. That's the most important part here. But I don't know if that's helping you as a team or not.
No.
It's like, oh, we only need 6 rounds.
It's tough because you get into the mental dilemma. The pressure of we have to succeed is sometimes some of the most overburdening pressure. It's not, you know, another game in a season. It's not the build-up of the fight to continue. It's the one to finish. And that final 100 meters in a 5-kilometer race is sometimes the toughest.
I mean, like, you always hear these teams say, oh no, we take it round by round, or we take it game by game. We don't look forward too much. Nello said it himself, we take this game by game. But if you're literally 2 rounds away, will it not become round to round? Or looking forward, starting to count down yourselves? Which could be getting you out of that comfort, or out of that focus, rather.
It's going to be a hell of a Nello end screen camera if they pull this off.
Well, even if they just get 6 points, that's basically when we can roll the cameras there.
I mean, that's it. They're fighting for more, but there's still a difference here. Outsiders, they're going to see if they can try and get their start once again from the top, catch any loose players. Remember, it was 2 early bodies that suffered. Rask has got himself stacked up underneath on the Christmas door. Might be trying to see if they can put a bit more of a surprise strike down around pillars earlier. Here's a pressure. Might come around now. He's actually going to rotate round.
Candella's coming in.
Pasher, I read, sorry, not Rask.
Not quite sure if they actually took out that Surya laser gate. It could actually, that one of those flashbangs just bumps in, gets rid of it. Smash still in a position here he cannot push through, so the Gemini replicator will be sacrificed to get rid of the Surya laser gate. Actually got it. As there is one on the window, there's 3 people out there.
Oh, Pasha, he is now playing that close angle. The man I mistook earlier is definitely in this potential power position. If he can get an early strike here, he knows somebody is so close, and it's such a tricky, scrappy fight to have. Tyrant waits for the ping round. The cover comes through, and they're out of there. Neo is left on the top. 1:10, and he's going to see if he can potentially get one out on his way down before they entirely encompass him. Waste some utility, swing round, has some cover and support, can't quite find his way out the door. There's a bit of an impact, there's a bit of an angle, there's a hope. Somebody's swinging around the corner, but again, it's just wasted time. There's the catch on the Gemini. Somehow he gets out of there. And it's a bit of a missed moment there, I think, for Outsiders. For the 4 people that were going for the close down, he's able to survive. Duomai's able to make things a bit more awkward. Pressure comes around from the top, though. Milon, 40 seconds. And he's going to start seeing if he can try and stress it, as Pasha does enter from the Christmas door and sneaks his way towards Pillar. Nobody is loose inside the train room this time round. They have drones watching the rotation up from red, so they might catch that loose player. Can they? Try and stick on reading. Well, Solasov swings Zulu and says otherwise.
FMX wanted to move over, I think, to use the Heartbreach gadget as they removed the Mewjammer before, but it's going to be the entry def with 25 seconds left on the clock. Nello will find yet another one, Emmy. It seems like they might live to fight another round and potentially bring it indeed to Berlin.
Pasha's in the site, gets one. Now he's going to see if he can try and tuck the plant. 10 seconds. This can go wrong once. It's covered, though. It's locked in. That plant is going to be stuck post-plant. 3 versus 2. There's one inside laundry, 2 just tucked around the corner. They get the laundry fight. They're looking for the kit. They're hoping they have the cover. Users, he's trying to find the man. He doesn't find the connection in time. Now it is this, the 2 versus 1. They spray each other. Neo suffers the next. One just has to watch. One has to try and get the kit defused. Neo's gonna not get it. The impact gets the lockdown. 17 seconds. Users, is he gonna stick it? Will he try and get every second? Swings, no!
He could have stuck it. He could have stuck it. And that would have been it. That would have been them potentially going to Berlin, but no. Outsiders with an upset here. 9% of the people at home believed in them being able to win it. And they do it. They break Eminem's dreams for now. It will continue on to the next Playday. They might even still be confirmed today if BDS, Navi, and G2 drop points. That's how simple it is. But that, they got so close. If they stuck it, the team damage in the end, the impact kill to come through, it all fell apart in those last couple of seconds.
There's a few things I'm very excited for. 1, congratulations to the team that's able to pull a win. 2, if you are unfamiliar, Fresh made a deal where if Pwnz were able to win, he would dye his hair blue.
Next game.
And now we've had a Russian success. And 3, today is the day that Fabian's back to analyze this stuff and break it down on the desk. Oh, this will be interesting, but we'll throw it over to a quick break before we're back with our desk.
There it is. Outsiders victorious, gathering all 3 points. Let's have a chat with the victors. Здравствуйте, Pasha. What's up? Congratulations on the victory. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling really great because we're finally won and didn't lose 7-0. And I'm happy. I'm happy.
So how's it like now having all of you together? All of the team is together in one space playing right now, right?
Well, actually, today is the day where I feel like that what we needed is like really hard. So it's actually feels great because like the energy today was absolutely on level. We were screaming, like everyone was screaming after every single round, and this was like major level focus, I'd say so.
Okay, Fabian, you had a question?
Yeah, so Pasha, I sent you a message actually on social media when you guys had lost 7-1 to Navi on Clubhouse in Playday 3.
Yep.
And you said that you guys had underestimated your opponents to me. And what I've been seeing this stage entirely is like some of the games you guys have genuinely been crushed because you guys have lost big numbers to opponents. What's been going on? Because you guys had such a good stage 1. What do you feel has been the difference between stage 1 and 2 for you? Because it's a broad question, it's a long question, but what's been the difference?
Well, if my English can speak this up, okay, I'll say so. We started the stage first, like it was a good stage, decent stage. We had the plans. We knew that we need to extend our map pool. We knew that we were a good team, but we need to play more. And in that case, we just focused on our goals, like increasing map pool and doing more strats, like with Azami, like because the meta is crazy right now. And actually, at some point, I think we lost too many individuals, honestly, because we focused not on the your individual skill, which this meta requires pretty hard, I guess so, because like everybody is shooting, everybody is like creeping with knock, and meta is not like it was with the utility clearance. So actually, I think at some point we lost too many individuals. We usually when we lose game, we start with 0-2 or 0-3, where you don't feel confident enough to come back, and all that stuff actually stacked up on us, and that's actually probably the main reason because losing too many games like 7-0 and 7-1 actually. And also Fabian, I said underestimated Navi, and at some point I figured out that BDS wasn't playing really the actual meta. Like Navi played with Azami, they did absolutely great at that. They tricked us with Bandit on Clubhouse, which is like nobody usually does that in nowadays because it's pretty easy to counter. But Navi did it pretty great with Azami, and that was actually they played really great, I'd say so.
Thank you very much, Pasha, for the answer.
All right, there you go. And looking at the last Playday 7-0 against G2, but you come today with this renewed confidence. Like you were just saying a minute ago, the entire team today was kind of screaming all around, making sure everybody's morale is still up and high and ready for this game. So what changed over the past few days?
Well, honestly, we figured out that we lost everything and we have to just prove that we're not the worst in this scenario. So we just played out of our mind today. We did we won every clutch in the defense, which is like really important in the cafe. You can actually reverse sweep the score, honestly, because the rounds was absolutely close. And I don't know. It's just like team figured out that we should win something finally. I don't know.
And since you mentioned it with your question to Fabian, should we keep expecting now outsiders banning Azami for every game? Since you're talking about this metagame and this big change.
I don't know actually, but without Azami, game is pretty much easier. I'd say so. The worst operator, honestly.
The worst as in most difficult to deal with, or?
Difficult to deal with,
okay.
Actually.
Fair enough. Well, next Playday, which is the last one, you go up against Wolves. Another challenge, of course. You already went through one M&M. What do you think we can expect then?
You can expect everything. We can lose 7-0. We can win M&M. Nothing is predictable in this case. I'd say so. Just come watch our game. I think that'll be a good show. That's it.
All right, Pasha, thank you very much. Congratulations on the victory today and all your answers about everything happening with the squad. Take care, and we'll see you next Playday for all the fans. Again, Outsider versus Wolves. That is game number 2 for our last Playday of EUL Stage 2. So make sure you're back and watching. Take care, Pasha. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
That interview gives away a lot of things. First of all,
yes.
It's one thing, esports professional getting interviewed, they give away a lot with the body language. When you asked, will we see a Sami band every time, you see the biggest smile on Pasha ever.
Come on,
like,
dude.
Maybe. I don't know. It's like,
We'll see.
This is not my first week on the job, I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
so you can gather what you want.
It was pretty clear, but not only that with the body language, the interview gave away quite a lot of things. Outsiders, they did step up on the individual part. I do think that Eminem should have won those rounds that they didn't in the beginning.
I
The
agree.
first 3 rounds should have all been on Eminem's side, which would have qualified them for Berlin. Now they're not. But it's outsiders did step up and they did win those gunfights and they did hit those nasty shots. They shouldn't be hit. You can never rely on them, but you have the possibility of them happening. It's a great tool in the toolbox.
3 things for me about outsiders. The first one is Rask, because he's probably, I said he should be called Risk instead of Rask when I've reviewed their bods, because he takes a lot of risks for his team. Today he was rewarded. 12-6. He makes it look really good when it works out. Sometimes he becomes a little bit of a liability, but today it was very good. The clutchability factor, the composure in those late rounds from outsiders was what really impressed me. And then I said I wanted them to step up on their strategy, increase their pacing on the attack. The 2 rounds they did it was the 2 rounds they won, and that was enough to get them over the line. I think for Eminem, I've got to call it how I see it. They've thrown this away. Because you don't go and play 11 rounds and get 10 entry kills and lose 7-4. That's just, I think that's the pressure getting to Eminem.
It's a little bit. I mean, they haven't been.
Dude, that last round with the almost team kill that would have won it all pretty much and pushed it. That's nerves.
And all those rounds that we said that they should have won, yeah, I think it comes back to a lot of nerves. It does, because this is the game that they could have decided 100% we're going. I still think they will go on the last Playday, but you never know. Maybe the pressure takes over that game.
Maybe.
I want to talk about that for just a moment before we close it all out here. Pwnz versus Eminem is the last matchup, and we're going to put outsiders on the side for just a moment here because they've won the game and their fight is for relegations in stage 3 potentially. But Eminem still has a game against another Russian opponent, Pwnz, on the other side, and Pwnz are definitely dead last here in the stage. All they still need is 1 point, right?
Yes, all they still need is 1 point, but I tell you what's going on now is there's a few teams underneath Eminem that are licking their lips because it's not just Heroic that they can target now, they can target Eminem as well as trying to get above. And I think from Eminem's point of view, they've really got to figure something out because we're talking about a potential top 4 team that in the last 2 games has only won 2 attacks in 12. You know, they're not statistics that you would expect from a top team in this league.
It's not what you would expect, but I think they got that inside of them. They will find that out.
I think they've got enough quality.
And also, who they're playing against kind of does matter a lot. They had a rough stage Pwnz. They have looked good in some times, but it's kind of been a mission that really putting them on his back.
Who knows how that game will come out? Of course, Eminem will be playing against Pwnz. That'll be game number 1 next Monday on the last Playday. That might decide Eminem's fate. Do they go to Berlin or not? Down to the edge. I think we're off to a great start here when it comes to stories and excitement in EU. Well, 4 more matches to go. When we come back, it'll be Rogue versus Pwnz, who themselves, Rogue that is, can lock it all in for Berlin. See you in a moment. Welcome back, friends, to EU League. It's game number 2, and it's Rogue versus Pwnz. Pwnz at the bottom, and Rogue are close to making it to the top, and all they need to make it to Berlin and cash in that ticket is 1 more point, just like what happened with M&M, but will all be repeated, that same scoreline, or will Rogue make it through to Berlin? Well, it's up to us 3 boomers to kind of think about how that would go. Welcome back to the desk. I'm also with us is Fresh and Fabian, and good friends of the show, and that is on the desk. And let's talk about these squads. First up, Rogue.
We love Rogue. We hope Rogue wins, so I don't have to dye my hair blue.
What was that again?
Yeah, okay, right, we'll stick it. I'm owning it. I said that if Pwnz win this fixture, I will dye my hair blue.
I'm lucky. I've never said anything of any sort of any team.
That's a lie, and I'm going to expose you on that.
Or anything.
What did he say? Yeah, what did he say?
I've not said anything.
Oh, come on.
I can't remember what he said. He said something about dyeing his hair pink. It was, if G2 get to the major, you was going to dye your hair pink.
I don't remember this.
There you go. I remember it very clearly.
I've got blue hair, you've got pink. How about that?
Okay. It's not going to happen. I don't remember saying that.
I'll talk about Rogue.
Transflag between both of you. There you go.
Rogue are really dynamic, aggressive team, and team is the optimal word there. They play together as a team, put a lot of investment in. You know, you'll see people pop off. You see Sploit pop off. You see Cryon pop off. You see Kanto pop off. But the investment into 4 players, into achieving those kills, is what makes Rogue really good. They play for the objective. They play for each other. And it's a really refreshing brand of Siege to watch.
And to build on to that, it's not always that they play 4 guys going for the same place.
Yeah.
It could be the 4 guys that are coming from all different directions, but they're doing it as a team. They're coming at the same timings, and they're kind of building on top of what another player in their team have already done. If one guy is pushing left, the other guy is pushing right, and the third one is going to be in the center, and you know all 3 of them will be there, it won't just be, well, a G2 sort of style where one guy comes after another. It's just entertaining to watch. I think that them together with Wolves have really been reinventing what Europe needs to be playing and what we need to move towards.
And you see that with some of their defensive setups as well. Really basic defensive setups that you would see in ranked. Everyone pick a good gun. That's why we see Leon play so much Alibi in Oryx. As long as he can do his rotates, doesn't matter what he plays.
Now, we talked about it with Leon last week about the Alibi and how they like to set it up, and it really comes down to just the gun and the basic utility that allows you to move about so much with the team, and of course the shotgun secondary. But now on to Pwnz. Fabian, just a bit ago, around 10 minutes ago, you were saying Pwnz not really the best here squad in the region. It's potentially one that Rogue can farm easy points against, that they need to get to Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Pwnz is going to come and steal their lemons from their basket, if you put it that way.
Oh no, not from the lemon tree.
Not from the lemon tree. They're not going to steal those
biggest
lemons.
Investment.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. Mission has been carrying them on his back, and if we look at the EPS and just all the statistics kind of show that Mission have really been taking them to the level that they're at now.
He's on Spoit levels of performance.
So it's kind of funny, right? We have this player who's the highest
top the rated player.
But it's just nobody else is remotely close. And sometimes they do really look like a good team. They have these moments. But unfortunately, moments aren't enough to win all the games. They need to step up basically on every single point.
There's so few and far between those moments that Fabian talks about, and I do think, I'll say it again, and I'll say it every single time I talk about Pwnz, their map pool is really what hinders them. They've got a 4 map pool, and even on the maps they do they've not got the best record.
Well, perfect timing then to talk about the map for this series. Again, best of 1 series is what we go through here in the EU League. And we're going to go to Clubhouse, a classic here. Pwnz, starting on the attack as Rogue have picked up the defense. Back in the day where where Pwnz were Team Empire and the old team, you would never want to take them to Clubhouse.
Yeah.
But this is a completely different squad, of course. So what do you think?
It is. So Pwnz, I mentioned that 4 map pool, is Villa, Oregon, Club, Cafe. So we're going to one of the maps Pwnz likes. The reason that Rogue have gone there is to try and defend their map pool for a bit. They're expecting they will pick up points in one of the next 2 games and go to the major. That's why they banned Chalet, because they've only played it once against, they've only played it once. The same with Oregon. They've only played it once against Secret. They're trying to pocket their maps away, and they're happy to go to Clubhouse, given that Rogue have played it the past 2 play days against really strong opposition and won 1 of them. So they're giving Pwnz a bit of a sniff, but I would still expect Rogue to come out on top.
It's like every single player in Rogue is individually better in terms of fragging potential than what we have in Pwnz. The only person that I can, again, we come back to a mission, he's the only one this stage that's really been able to put on the big boots and show how it should be played. unfortunately for them, Rogue have 5 players that can do exactly the same thing. So it's just like, toss enough players at the mission, kill him, and then, well, the rest of the round will go your way.
The one last thing for me is I call this a Pwnz map. It's in their format pool, I would say. But the last 3 times that they've played Clubhouse, they've lost all of them times playing Clubhouse, and they've only got 1 attack out of 5 in 2 of those. They're starting attack today, so they really need to. I think if Rogue starts stringing 2 or 3 rounds together, it's just going to be a landslide.
They probably will do just that, and it's Rogue is deciding the map. No matter how much we say, like, oh yeah, it's a Pwnz map. Rogue decided they wanted club today. They got club today because the ban phase is just so simple when you have a team that don't
has
play
such a small pool.
It's like if we go back to strats, because we have a little bit of a delay.
We have a moment.
Yeah, we're looking at strats and how Pwnz are playing, and the game that just shines through for me is the game that they played against on Border. Where it kind of looked like they had strats back from 2-3 years ago when I was playing Border. Like back that time, it was like not extending into CCTV enough. They hadn't really been tinkering with East stairs enough. They haven't expanded out of office. There was just so much old stuff that we saw. We need to see more re-innovation from them. Even if they expand their map pool, they can't do the old stuff. They need to do new things.
Well, in the meantime, Fabian, it's perfect timing because now our lobby is set and ready to go. So thank you so much, Fresh and Fabian. It's time for Pwnz versus Rogue. Can Pwnz bet against one of the top teams right now in Europe, or all that Rogue need is that 1 point? Can they get it? Our casters take you through it. Stezinace, enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. I am Ispara, of course, and joined this time in a little bit of a twist of fate. We've got Big Dez.
Well, I heard how good it was last time, Tim, for you. I thought, I've got to give this a go myself. I've got to say, it's a bit weird, isn't it? It's really weird.
It's really weird hearing you like that. I mean, I treat you as having, the voice of a higher being anyway. But, when that sound effect is actually applied, that's a little bit unnerving. A little bit unnerving. We're going to get into this, Des. It's going to be Clubhouse. It's Rogue versus Pwnz. 1 point and 1 point only. We'll see Rogue guaranteed for Berlin.
I didn't even realise I had the voice on, Tim. If I knew I would have got a bit more grandiose with that entry as well, but here we are. Well, that's ruined, but hopefully this game is not. We've already had one massive spicy upset today. Outsiders in with a chance now of even getting themselves into the major, and no one would have thought that possible 2 or 3 play days ago. Pwnz not quite in such a fortunate position, but Rogue sorely need that 1 point here to at least lock themselves in. Is this the day that the Pwnz Jenga Tower comes crashing down on top of the boys in blue?
Rogue are going to take our first ban out of the way, and it's going to be VINCERE, directed at Intermission, I would imagine. But also, you've got to think, Rogue, I think, played this smart here, Des. A lot of teams have had struggles getting attacking rounds. We've spoken about it. Fresh has spoken about it. The Analyst has spoken about it repeatedly. Struggling to attack. If you're a good defensive team, you're going to do well in EUL at the minute. Who's the most powerful on attack? VINCERE. Take her away, break that attack down even further. Hibana is going to be our second ban as well.
Yeah, I think the thinker to expand on that as well. Spoit been very, very vocal about how, air quotes, stupid that operator is. So they have zero issue taking it away, and Spoit playing some variable operators in place of it instead. We've seen some teams running things like the Iana, who was the kind of go-to golden child until Thinker became as powerful as she is. So I think Rogue is very, very comfortable to take that one off the board entirely. Looking to at least hinder Exodus, who's seen had some wicked plays on that operator in previous play days as well. Just hopefully takes the edge off the side of Pwnz and gives Rogue a little bit of a smoother defensive half.
Rogue are going to kick us off on the defence then, and it will be...
Kicking us out, are they, Tim?
Kicking us out, kicking everybody else out of Berlin. That's what they're looking to do here, kick out people from that number 2 spot, which is where they currently sit and where they're going to have their eyes on finishing. It's going to be Church and Arsenal to kick things off. It's going to be starting down in the basement. We've got Kanto on the Valkyrie. I always like the Valkyrie. We see a lot of bans, but those cams are just so powerful. No surprise. I was just going to say, when you've got that information feeding in for something like Nitro's in kitchen and Kanto runs into kitchen, whether a cam gets deployed there or not, we will see. But I would expect to see some success with explosives this round.
I really want to know just how pained Leon is that someone else on the team is playing Oryx. That's his boy. He loves playing Oryx, but Cry's the one getting out of the map and looking to cause some carnage. Spoy obviously on the alibi, Cancel on the Vault. Really, you're looking towards potentially 3 players being out here around the map. And I look back at previous games on this map, Tim, and I just remember teams that play super aggressive on defense have really thrived, because this is one of those maps where if you give the attackers full leverage to say, hey, bring to bear all 5 of your operators on us, they're absolutely wonderful. Tim, we know how that train sounds. Into sight it comes. Canzo's looking to get the side stab, finds one, finds 2 shuts so much of it down, but coming down the backside, Exodus is just ready. They're inside of sight here. WTG looking to find a couple more on the press through, but it leaves WTG entirely alone. Crying and Spoit bearing down on him. It was a good attempt out of Pwnz, but it feels like Rogue have dealt with it.
Yeah, they were just well aware there. They were ready for the potential of a rush. Kanto reacting beautifully. It doesn't really matter too much to them that WTG's got that diffuser down because they've got a situation for a 2-man push here. They just need to split themselves up and push this together, ensure they get the trade, but they're not. They're in a position where they might just be giving WTG 1v1s there. As it is, Cryan manages to win the first of those 1v1s. He's going to get on to disabling that diffuser, and, well, if that sets us up for how this game is going to go, it's going to be a wild one.
I like it. I like the fact they've even had the attempts in the first place, right? That's the biggest one for me. Yeah, to have the confidence to say, right, rush time, all down blue, blitz shield on the charge through. I admire it. But Rogue, as we all have said so many times over, have got that unbelievable capability in all 5 players to just frag out at the right time. Not so much that all came down to fragging, but you know, whether you're in a 2 versus 2, you need to be having 2 more bodies on the side of Pwnz if you're going to find anything being equal in that round. Round 2, we go into bar and stage then, Tim. The air quotes offside that we do seem to be seeing more on lately.
Yeah, we certainly do. We've seen it a couple of times in our last few play days, and I think you could maybe touch over to what Fresh was saying a little bit. He thinks that Rogue have probably played into Clubhouse here just to cover up the map pool a little bit. They don't want to be, you know, showing too much of those outlying maps that they like playing, but that they want to save for best of 3s in the majors. Could be the same thing here. You know, you're on Clubhouse, you're giving a lot away. People, they know what to expect roughly, but if you play bar and stage a couple of rounds, maybe it's a couple of rounds you don't have to show the sights. It's marginal, but it's marginal gains that can win titles.
Keep on messing around with their comps as well. I'm looking back at what they played previously. I mean, on the basement sides, historically, you've seen Leon and things like the Azami. Obviously, that's banned away. They had to change things up. Spoit would play Mozzie, but yeah, the bans have very heavily influenced how Rogue have played this historically. And I think they are somewhat here today with that Azami being taken away. Clearly, Pwnz identifying, hey, they play this in pretty much every defensive round on this side, given the choice. Let's get it off the board, see what else they bring. For Leon so far, that's been the smoke, and it's been the Aruni.
Deepek going to be not on a roam, but out in bathroom at the minute, potentially playing towards that strip side. He's not going to get too aggressive, being that he's on the Maestro. Needs to be careful. Going to make plenty of sound if he tries to move over there. So instead, he's going to dip himself back into the middle of site. For the time being, Rogue are just keeping calm here. They're looking to see exactly what's coming out of Pwnz. Where is this attack going to come from? We've seen teams that have used strip-sided attacks recently, but we've also seen the more common push of trying to get in through East, cache CCTV, get yourself control of construction, breach through the stage wall and get the diffuser down there. Spoit just needs to be careful. He's going to find himself face to face with a Zafir if he's not, and as the wall is breached and blown open, he is indeed going to dip himself away.
You can see what he was looking for, though, hoping the Zofia was out in the open on that platform, still got the impacts in hand, not quite ready to go for a gunfight. It would have been a freebie, but smart play from Exodus to keep himself off towards the right-hand side of that breach. Behind the wall, safe and secure, not getting gunned down. So good start for both sides, good aggression out of Rogue. The Pwnz also playing it by the book.
Spoit probably won't know just how close he was to getting himself an opener then. Just taking a few shots around the server stack and not going to find anybody. Kantor still challenging from top red. This is an important position for Rogue right now because it prevents Pwnz from moving on. They can get themselves inside a cache if they can force Spoit away, and that will ensure that Kanto has to move, but he's not going to have an opportunity to move there. Somebody makes the way up. It's Exodus from red stairs. He's going to find that opener.
He has indeed. They broke it open but in, but they've lost so much time as well. To lose one man, have consumed 2 minutes. You're not going to feel too beat up about that if you are Rogue. Now, Nico's on the south side window here and looking to do a bit of work from there as well as Leon hits the deck. A 5 versus 3, and Pwnz looks like finally they might be in a bit of control here. But remember what I said last round as well, Tim. For Rogue, you've got to bring an extra +2 men to be able to deal with them. Question is this 5v3 absolutely enough?
We're going to find out in the next 40 seconds as WTG pushes in, manages to get Cryan. That leaves us now in a 2v5. Low health for Leon as he manages to find a kill onto Intermission. Spoit still trying to hold on to that top floor and create a... Ooh, that does create a problem as diffuser goes down, but Spoit cannot keep himself alive long enough to be able to take advantage of it. It's either cutting him down in a quick trade. 1v3, 25 seconds left to go. The only hope that Rogue have got here for Leon really is that Pwnz have to rush things. They have to push in and they expose themselves unexpectedly. He knows that there's one potentially playing around Billiard's window, but he's actually going to move away, and that is going to mean that the push comes from elsewhere. Lasergate is in support, and 10 seconds left to go. Leon might not be in a bad spot here. He's got one pushing in from main stairs. 5 seconds left to go. He just overextends, and Exodus nice and patiently waits and finds that final kill.
Yeah, very patient there. I got nervous for the last few seconds as we got into that final 5, and I was like, boys, no one's getting the diffuser down. They don't know 100% where he is, what's going on, but just about find that shot as Leon steps towards main stairs, understandably as well, and they bring us back up to 1-1. I think really the attacks here are going to be key. Knowing how well Rogue attack, you're going to want at least 3 on the board if your opponent's going into that second half.
What I'm concerned about for Rogue at this point, I'm not, we're early days here. I still, I predicted Rogue, and I still think, there's a very good likelihood that Rogue picked this one up. But, Rogue, as Fresh said, maybe have gambled on Clubhouse here, thinking, let's go to a map that Pwnz can play because we only need 1 point. 1 point in the next 2 play days is going to do it. But ultimately, you've got to get that 1 point. You've got to get it. It's no good saving maps for a tournament that you're not going to be at. And yes, there is, not much of a chance that Rogue don't make it overall. BDSG2 obviously needing to do a lot of work, but you just don't want to get pulled into that area. You don't want to be facing that match next week thinking, this is now a must win. This is we must pick points up here. So for me, Rogue, they need to just get a little bit of distance between themselves and Pwnz as quickly as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. And for me, it's one of those, you saw those stats at the bottom of the screen as well. I mean, look at the last game as well. Eminem, same spot as Rogue, basically guaranteed to be at the major, and Outsiders pull a dub out the bag. So you've got to be so careful of what Pwnz can get away with here. As it stands, though, we're going to see a round kicking off very similar to last time around. A little more investment in towards the east side of the map coming out of Rogue. Also got some control here inside of Catwalk, so it's going to be a rinse and repeat for Pwnz. Get control of that east side, look to force the defenders away. Hopefully no one trying to be too cheeky in the form of Spoit, which he is not. But it does mean you've got more obstacles to get through. Last time it took him about 1 minute and 50 seconds to get a single kill and get control of the east side. So if you double down on that strategy and waste even more time, you're laughing if you're Rogue.
Cryan and Kanto are holding on to Garage at the minute, top and bottom. Spoit just looking to take a peek, and that is very aggressive looking out of that breach down onto the garage door. Not going to find anybody. Cryan, I think, has, I won't call it abandoned, but he's been left to his position by Kanto. So he's going to be trying to hold on, likely for as long as he can in this round, basically. Spoit sees his man, he gets his opportunity. What an opener! And manages to escape with his life as well. Taking down Exodus. Nico does manage to get in and take down Cryan from Catwalk, though. So that is a big blow traded in each direction.
That just gives me major flashbacks of when Aces used to play for Rogue, and he just completing a slide, drive through that with that breach, swing out there, get someone for free out towards spawn. Spoit's playing it a little bit more coy, a little tighter angle there, but still gets the entry and gets away with a slither of HP. So a bit of a reverse of fortune. Sure, Cryan has gone down, but at least on Rogue side, they've burned again 1 minute and 50 in this round and got themselves a kill this time. Much improved.
So they're getting aggressive on that Catwalk now, using the space that they have claimed for their own. But time is a factor again here, Des. We saw it go down to 5 seconds on the clock last round, round 2. This time, round 3. We're now at the minute mark, and they still haven't really got themselves properly established. WTG is outside of the building, looking to open construction wall. That's going to allow them to progress into there, but they're going to have 4 kills to find on site here, Pwnz, and there's still a mute jammer that needs to be dealt with. This is not looking fantastic right now. They've got a Thatcher on board. There's no excuses for struggling with these gadgets.
Absolutely not. Absolutely no excuse at all as well. And you look at it and think, well, why Thatcher here? They're not playing Kai, they're not playing Bandit. It's just the speed that it lets you move through the map, whether it's jammers, mozzie, pests, you name it. Just knowing that a lot of that utility is shut down, even temporarily, can be a massive deal for the attackers to really get some pace going. Speaking of pace, though, Tim, 20 seconds on the clock. 2 players here holding around Logi as Scyther tries to work his way forward. This could prove to be really rough. They know where the one man is. Swing comes out, but Scyther finds both. That shouldn't be happening. Now with 10 seconds on the clock, they've got to make their way forwards, going in for a vault. Emission finds another. Leon up the main stairs, but can he find his man? Doesn't have a C4 in back pocket here, so he's got to go for a wide step out. Can't see the man in time. Scyther with a wicked round there to make sure Pwnz find number 3.
Pwnz now 2-1. How about that?
Dun, 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 dun.
20 seconds left to go. Interestingly, I've commented on this before. Fresh is watching from inside of the studio. So what we're going to do through this game is we're going to do a little sweat watch for Fresh, and I'm going to grade to what degree he is sweating, because obviously Fresh has committed to dyeing his hair blue should Pwnz win this encounter. They're 2-1. I'm going to give him a sweat factor of 3 at the minute. That's out of 10. He's not looking too concerned, but it's certainly on his mind. But he's not too worried just yet.
Fresh has got a real good poker face. He won't show he's worried right up until the last minute, and then he'll be sweating literal buckets. I think if Pwnz get many more attacks,
he might, because he knows that's where the trouble comes in.
Ubi will be concerned there's a leak in the roof and how much sweat will come dripping down his face, mate. Just watch out, it's all along the warn to you now. Whew. I mean, blue Fresh sounds pretty cool to me. I don't know about you.
I'll tell you what, if this carries on, we might just find out. Rogue playing some, unusual defenses at the minute. It's why you're getting aggro onto the breach. It's maybe a little bit too confrontational from them. They don't need to be throwing themselves into these rounds. You're on the defense of Clubhouse. Look for a 4-2. Take it easy. All you need is 1 point. Literally all you need is to get yourself to overtime, and you've done it. So I think, I'm not saying they're throwing rounds away, but just give Pwnz a little bit less space. 20 seconds left to go, you're 4v4. You can't be losing those rounds.
Absolutely not. But again, we're seeing much the same gameplay coming out from Rogue. 3 players looking to get out around the map, cause a little bit of chaos, and try and slow Pwnz down. And the thing is, Tim, they have slowed them down successfully. I'd actually wager the early round has gone pretty well. These last 2 rounds, like Siders 3K marching in through Logi, that is payback for last week when Crine had those 2 big clutches against Heroic. They should have been down 5-1. Instead, the score was 3-3 last week. So, Heroic, they died for Pwnz to find those rounds so far. I'm not saying it's all down to those big clutch plays, but it's definitely not doing them any disservice.
Certainly not. Cryan is up on the top floor with the Oryx, so we've got a nice spread defence here from Rogue, and it's going to have to be dealt with by Pwnz. I don't think they're going to be prepared for this as Cryan moves across, but he gets 1 in a direct trade. 4v2 though, however, as Kantor gets in on the action as well as Spoit with the opener, and that leaves us now Rogue in a much better position here for Church and Arsenal. 4v2, still presence outside of the map, but they must remember, and this is basically what I've been saying so far, Des, this job is not done yet. In this round, in this game, in this stage, they have to get it over the line. 2v3 and Pwnz fighting back.
This is what makes me nervous again. Rogue have had a great early round, and then I'm like, think about the last couple of times you said something like that. I know it's 3 versus 2. They have got the numbers advantage here. They've got a C4 and a shield to play behind. They've got 3 smokes. They've got so much on side here, Rogue, to hold off. The only thing really Pwnz have got going for them is the nades in back pocket and the clock. We've still got 75 seconds to play with. So sure, Rogue have got that early numbers advantage. You've got to be so careful, though, about this push that's going to come in from Pwnz.
They do. You know what? It takes 1 nade to go in, get a kill, and all of a sudden you're 2v2. And you've lost somebody for free because obviously, the nade is no real risk to be deploying like that. So if Pwnz play this smart, they could well find themselves in a favourable situation coming into the final seconds. There's 50 seconds left to go, and they are going to start working towards site. I mean, the big thing that Rogue have got on their side is there's not going to be any hard breach that's going to be done by this Pwnz side. So they know now that they're going to be working with doorways. They know that's basically what they need to watch. They're going to be funneled at these attackers, and they just need to wait for those fights to come. First Toxic Babe canister goes out. Second one, I think, is deployed. No, it's in hand. Leon just keeps triggering that animation, but that's going to be second one deployed, second one triggered, and that leaves us now 20 seconds left to go, and Pwnz, they're going to have to start pushing here. I feel like they've left this too little too late. They needed to have moved in and got a kill already at this point. 13 seconds left to go. Leon can hold down that blue angle for even longer. Sider might have an opportunity here if he can move quickly. That's going to take Leon's attention, but with 4 seconds left to go, this is not happening. They both get cut down. Deepek, Kantor close it out. 2-2.
Leaving it there a little bit down to the wire, I think. If your push is really starting around the 5-second mark when you had 75 seconds to play with at the very start, there's a problem. So Pwnz there, I think, a little bit slow, a little bit unsure on exactly what the game plan was, but Rogue do well to hold their positions, plant their feet, and get those kills as the 2 players come running through. Gym and bedroom we go into. I think for Rogue, again, like I said earlier, on a 3-3 half, Pwnz will feel good. My concern is Rogue on attack can be absolute demons on this map, like genuinely terrifying to play against. You've only got to look at the game against Heroic where they didn't drop a single one of their attacking rounds. They were mixing in things like the Nook. They had Monty on side. They even brought IQ in a couple of rounds to deal with the Valkyrie as well. So they've got a few tricks up their sleeve here that can catch Pwnz off guard if they're not super well coordinated and ready for it.
Heading on to round number 5 then, it's going to be Gym and Bedroom, not going to bar and stage this time around, Rogue. They did try that as their secondary site last time, but I think this just nods towards the more sort of normal rotation, if you will. It's going to be Gym and Bedroom, and then it will likely be CCTV and Cash should they win this one. But as you point out, there is work for them to do over what happened last time. To be honest, they weren't a million miles away. They could do mostly the same thing. They just not got to give away that 4v4 in 25 seconds.
That's it, yeah, that's 100% it. And I feel like, looking back at the last round, back in round 3, Scyther was the difference maker. If he doesn't walk in there and find that 3k going in through Logi, that round probably does still go the way of Rogue. So let's keep a close eye on it this time around and see if they kind of adapt to that. There's not really much adaptation you can do. You had 2 players inside of Logi ready for that push to come through, and you still lost out. That's just the beauty of Siege sometimes, that no matter if you feel you've got the perfect strategical setup or even the perfect gun skill, stuff can still go against you in the sort of vice versa tactic.
Going to be getting the East Breach opened up, so much quicker this time from Pwnz. They're going to be applying pressure in towards Cash and top red stairs. It's actually an area that they've dealt with very well so far against this Rogue team. We've seen Kanto die at the top red a couple of times. You know, they've been able to work their way in there. I think they've been a little bit more cautious this time about the peak that was potentially coming in from Spoit that we saw last time, so that's not going to be happening. Nitro goes out, not going to do any damage there, so that's Kanto's utility used. Selma Charge is deployed onto the wall, and that's going to see Rogue falling back.
And away they go as well. They actually let Kanto out too. Often you'll see someone station themselves on the construction window. If you feel it's safe, that is, of course, you've got to be mindful of jump outs coming in on those south windows from the bedroom and the gym itself. Pwnz playing it super secure right now as well. A commission now working his way up through garage. You had the Sophia of Exodus down towards lounge stairs. 2 or 3 players looking to push their way up towards top red. So I think Rogue will once again be quite happy that they're burnt through 90 seconds here without really expending anything.
Nico's going to get himself onto the windows. That's obviously the primary purpose of taking over that east side, so that you can play from these angles. And I feel like Rogue here, I commented on it a couple of rounds ago, that they were maybe being a little unnecessarily confrontational or aggressive and, you know, maybe giving opportunities to Pwnz. This time they've played it a little bit differently. As soon as that cash wall was open, Kanto dipped away, Spoit went with him. They have dipped back. They have given a bit of respect to Pwnz and said, we're not going to take those fights right in their faces. We're going to try and keep our man count here and play behind it. And that's what we've got right now. Cryan has not been picked up underneath on the Wamai either, I don't think. But obviously without, you know, major explosives such as a Nitro, he does have the impact nades, but without those sort of instant kill Nitros, he's limited in what he can do from underneath. He's going to be trying to play on the hatch for the time being to deny a plant with gunfire more than likely, if that's where they choose to come in, and that's what he's watching for. Could be a cheap kill on the cards for him here if Nico peeks too aggressively.
Very similar to what we saw from Leon previously when they played this site as well, was playing on the downstairs and looking to play the vertical, but in comes the drop. Scyther, yet again, the Demon of Logi finds 2 on the push through. Down go Leon and Kanto. Exodus picks up the next one as well, marching their way forwards, and now Spoit knows the pressure is bearing down on him. Gonna go for a swing, finds 1, finds 2. Will he find 3? No, WTG gets his man. A 3v1. Cryan working his way up. Pokeball comes out, 1, 2, but doesn't down the man. Now he's in a rough position as that plant has yet again gone down from Pwnz.
You just feel with that plant going down again that Pwnz have been given an opportunity to win this game with the map pick. Cryan trying to fight his way back into sight, but this is a Pwnz team that look sharper, that look better at executing than we've seen over the last couple of play days. Nico able to get that final kill, and that's going to be Pwnz now taking the lead once again. It's 3-2.
Someone has got to ban Scyther from going into Logi, man. He's dangerous when he steps through there. 2 rounds now, he's in it, 3 and 5. Brilliant stuff. Just really opening up control of not just Logi itself, but also the side, because it's so hard to play inside there. Once he's got started and got the aggression going in, you're vaulting over the wall, you're going for a plant in the corner, you've got the cover of the guy that's still inside a secret, for example. Just so much works for you when you get that spot. So through a little bit of brute force and iron will, they've managed to get their way over the line yet again. Pwnz at 3 and 2. Could make it 4 and 2, Tim. I said 3 and 3 would be a great half for Pwnz, but I'd still be concerned that Rogue would steamroll them in the second. They make this 4 and 2, we're having a different conversation.
Fresh is hoping that Rogue managed to get this round and go 3-3 on the half. The sweat factor's gone up to 4, I feel, at this point. You know, the worries are probably really starting to kick in about now. The doubts of what might happen if Pwnz get themselves that 4-2 half. We'll see after this one. There's going to be a big boost on that sweat factor should Pwnz win this round, I feel, Des. Coming into the final one then, Rogue are going to be defending CCTV and Cash. As I said, that was likely to be the rotation. They've decided not to go gym and bedroom once again. where they're getting aggressive, where they're playing it a little bit more defensively, it hasn't really mattered. Pwnz have had the answer both times, as you say. That push into logistics particularly dangerous from them. They just seem to have a really good handle on exactly where everybody is, where they're going to be playing. They're pre-firing, hitting shots. You know, Leon was prone, still managed to find the kill against him without a loss, and that really did serve them well. So they managed to open up that breach down at the bottom of Garage, and we're going to have a mission pushing forward on the Monty to kick us off. This could be difficult to hold on to Catwalk.
It's funny because I'm pretty sure this is what Rogue did on their last Playday against Heroic, was employ the Monty in one of the rounds to come. In fact, it was the very first round. It was round 7. They employed the Monty in that round and no round other. It's almost like Intermission here is doling back to them exactly what Rogue employed last week against Heroic. So a little bit of a taste of your own medicine, you might say. I don't think they're fully aware of what's going on here or even expected the Monty to come out. There's no Goyo on side, for example. There's only one C4. They've got the smokes to play behind, sure, but that's about it. And there's the first one.
Intermission going to take a little bit of damage there, just chip damage as from the impact nade or the Toxic Babe canister in behind him. He's giving him the little shake, the little no thank you. No. He's just telling him how it is. We're going to see the first kill come in. Exodus manages to get Kanto. Cryin with a quick trade there, but 4v4, Cryin playing underneath, and they'll be aware of this now. So it's something that Pwnz can deal with, but need to make sure that they do.
Right up close here as nades come over the top of Deepex still.
Cryin playing underneath, and they'll be aware of this now. So it's something that Pwnz can deal with, but need to make sure that they do.
Right up close here as nades come over the top of Deepex still finds the kill anyway. Just waiting here for the shield to get lifted, because as soon as he does, he knows exactly what's coming. No 1v1 coming in just yet. Another impact behind. Barely tickles the mission at this point, who is just keeping him very, very busy here looking for these 1v1s. But I love the Monty dance, and he gets the knife for the down. And Mission gets the finish off, and although they lost a man, they do finally get control of Catwalk.
Imagine if Fresh has to dye his hair blue because of a Monty push on Catwalk. Absolutely, honestly, it is just tantalising. Is that possibility? Intermission gets himself into sight, really getting aggressive now. He can block the door, he can make this plant very difficult. He's just, very easy to put down, or at least easier. He's just looking to see exactly who is where, which operators are left. He's going to lock that down. They know that Spike's top red, they're going to flash him out. There's an opportunity for Nico to get in and put the diffuser down, and that's exactly what he does. There's going to be no push coming from here. They need to have this cover from the Catwalk. They do. They've got it covered from the breach. Spike gets cut down, plant successful. Nico manages to get that one. Leon, he's looking to shut down with the shotgun. Manages to down Nico on the breach, but there's still WTG to support, and there's still the Monty proving to be a massive nuisance.
No! Gets his second of the round as well. And Mission was so obnoxious. Holy hell. Just bullying the living death out of them. But fair play to Pwnz, a super well orchestrated attack. And it just goes back to what's been said about them all season long. They are a map-based team. You get them on a map they're comfortable on. They look night and day to what you see on others, Tim. Think back to Chalet. There's several times we've seen that this stage. Sometimes their attacks, they lack that little bit of bite. But in that round then, they knew what they wanted to do. Their timing was well orchestrated. They just had everything together. It looked fantastic the entire half. Now Rogue have really got to shine in this second half, because the last thing they want, Tim, is to get pulled down into the scrap with M&M and all the teams below them for one of those spots at the Major next week.
Talking about shine, Des, I can confirm there is a shine on the forehead of Fresh now, as a few beads of sweat are starting to appear. He's actually on a bottle of water to replace fluids lost as well. Things are getting a little bit serious here in the studio, and the panic is starting to set in as we set in to round 7. It's 4-2 to Pwnz, and they are doing what at one point in this stage, honestly, Des, would have been quite unthinkable, and that is giving Rogue a real run for their money here. This is Pwnz down in bottom place. They've been given one of their maps from their limited map pool, and they are showing us what they can do. It's impressive stuff so far.
That was kind of the gambling away from Rogue, was going to a map that Fresh has said a couple of times this stage, I'm just not really convinced that it's with their playstyle. And I don't want to say they're showing it here, because I don't think it's necessarily fair to criticise the playstyle. A lot of that came down to Pwnz and the pace at which they attacked, the ideas they had, for example. Scyther being an absolute shagger, pushing his way through logistics. Just little things like that were all lining up continuously for them. Let's see how the second half plays out. You've got that Kaid on side here, something we didn't see Rogue employ in the first half. Scyther, rather than looking to push out aggressively on their own with his team, more looking towards the Nile base slowdown.
Leon's going to be getting that East Breach open. Nice and quick, 30 seconds in. That's going to be job done. No reason not to, as they've got the Thatcher on side. Mute Jammer will remain in place for the time being. Will prevent any drones going in there and feeding information back in, potentially. But that will be easy enough to clear as it's now exposed to the outside as well. We're going to have a breach coming in from the opposite side as well. Jacuzzi wall opened up now, and I like this from Rogue. It's a split push, and it's an aggressive one. Spite is moving in quickly. We're still inside the first minute here. That barricade being in place is not going to help Spite there, because he's going to have to announce his position, and that's something that I'm not sure Pwnz were aware of up until that point.
Well, the Vision's now moving pretty quick up main stairs here as well. The question is if they've got him on a flank drone, because I know Deepak sat on a drone. I don't know if it's an active one. Oh,
they do
no.
Indeed.
It's literally right in the corner as well. The Nay was about to come over the top, but then called away by the drone itself. And Mission backs himself back down towards basement here as well, as to try and bait out a little bit more time, see if they actively want to commit drones to chase him around the map.
Deepak's going to be using, would guess, a secondary drone here. It could have been the flank drone that he's just moved away to try and chase that Jaeger to see what's going on. Leon is going to open things up with one onto Exodus, but it's immediately traded out by Nico, even as 4v4. The Mute finding himself a kill there. 1 minute 10 left to go, and the site has been pretty much left alone here, Des. There's a lot of comfort for Pwnz here inside a site. They've still got the man out on Catwalk. It's either on the Kaid, and Rogue need to get moving here. There's only a minute left.
Yeah. I think it's Tim. We spoke about time quite a lot in the first half as well, right? Think about how fast they were as well. 30 seconds, Spoit is staring down construction door, just waiting for it, always willing for it to open up as well. Nade's coming in over the top here as well. Nico, a little bit of shit damage used, who's sat in the back corner here. Imagine just ready and waiting. MP5K rather than shotgun in hand, so still pretty lethal, but not quite a shotgun at close range as we're so used to seeing. Kanto bearing down towards top red. Rogue really starting to set up for that 3-2-1 execute. If you watch back there, comms VOD, you'll hear them counting down several times across the round. They've got to get this spot on, though.
They certainly do. Spite is just waiting on that window, looking to get aggressive, pick up anybody rotating side to side or into top red. This is it now. The lines are drawn, and they're going to have to push in. Rogue, 3v4, as they manage to find the first kill. Spite nearly gets the second onto a mission. He backs away. 3v2, though, side that goes big once again. There's 2v1. It is now 5 versus 2 on the scoreboard for Pwnz, and it is looking bleak for Rogue right now. The gamble of the map might just not pay off for them.
They are just slapping them silly at this point, Tim. It's not even again down to the strats that they had in the first half there. They held firm. They took the gunfights once Rogue came pushing in and just completely shut them out of the game. No surprise at all. Rogue are saying, right, boys, we've had one attacking round. We've seen enough. Let's slow things down, get those comms back on here, because it is looking pretty dire. This isn't quite the hard-hitting Rogue that we were used to seeing in previous days. Pwnz might just have their number today.
They certainly might. I can confirm as well that Fresh has decided to take a tactical timeout. He's left the studio for the time being. We're up to a sweat factor of, I'd say, about a 6 out of 10 at the minute. He's starting to look pretty worried. We'll see.
Just make sure he doesn't pass out, right, mate? That's what you've got to watch out for.
Don't worry, I will look out. I will absolutely look out for his safety. Our entertainment almost doesn't come first, but we will make sure that Fresh is well. But certainly having a little bit of concern on his forehead at the time being. Rogue then will take us into the next round. On the attack, it's going to be round 8, and it's going to be Gym and Bedroom that they are going towards. Top floor once again. I mean, the thing is for Pwnz, really, all they could hold on to there was site. Rogue went in, they took the map control, they took construction, they opened the wall up, they pushed in, they got the position, Spike went in through the window even, but they just couldn't get the site, and that was the key there for Pwnz. If they can do the same again, fantastic, but it's not going to be easy on this side.
I'm looking at the standings now, Tim, and it's so ropey and it's so hard to call, because really round diff is the number one tiebreaker that we have, then head-to-head, then match win percentage, so on and so forth. Rogue are currently on plus 17, and they are miles ahead of anyone else, really. Like, outsiders are minus 15, they can't possibly catch Rogue. But I'm looking at, like, G2, who are on plus 2, Heroic, who are on plus 4. They win convincingly today, and suddenly Rogue's plus 17 lead they started the day with starts to look a little bit fragile. Pwnz go on to win 7-2 here. That goes down to plus 12, and before you know it, Rogue are within striking distance, not just on points, but also in round diff by all those other teams. I can only imagine the scenes if, say, G2 and Outsiders were to fight their way into the top 4 here and knock out a couple of these teams that have looked so secure before today.
Well, I mean, really, what we're what we're potentially looking at as well is G2 and BDS don't play each other. They've already played each other. So arguably, and I know it's a big ask for G2 at this point in the stage with the performances that they've had, but arguably they could both get themselves onto 15 points if they win their 2 last remaining games. Like you say, it then comes into round if, because Rogue, if they lose both of theirs, will finish on 15. If M&M lose next week, they will finish on 15. We could easily find ourselves with like a 4-way tie here, getting settled initially by round difference, potentially moving on through the factors if anybody's got the same figures. But it's not that wild a world to think G2 and BDS get themselves a couple of back-to-back wins this week and next week. That is absolutely possible. So this is why I say about Rogue, it's only 1 point. But it's 1 point that you absolutely have to get, because let me tell you, stranger things have happened at sea.
At sea and in the server.
Certainly have. I've said it before. I tell you what, Des, we sat there all night at the Mexico Major saying, we're not going to cast the second game. We're not going to have to cast the deciding game between Team 1 and Cyclops.
True.
They need this one specific scoreline. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. Bang. We were up till 3 a.m. casting that second game.
Worth it all the way through. That nade maybe not so worse from Kanto. Scyther having an absolute steamer today so far. 10 and 5, normally a mission to player be speaking about in those kind of situations, but though he's going well, isn't quite as sharp as he has been. But who needs it when your team is fragging out? Your teammate are fragging out. It's Deepet Laughter Live. It's flawless. Pwnz spanking Rogue.
This is not looking good for Rogue right now. They just seem to have they've fallen into shambles. They've fallen apart. I can confirm with Fresh, we've got head in hands. Sweat factor's up to about a good 8 nowadays. We really are reaching a peak here. He's trying to laugh it off. He's trying to keep the spirits up. But I'd like to say I know Fresh pretty well, and I can see that he's concerned.
Well, 5 minutes ago, he was on the socials too. I've got the blessing of being at home where I've got multiple screens I can use for all kinds of shenanigans. And one of those is watching Fresh's Twitter like a hawk. And he tweeted, I'm going to look class with blue hair. F you all. Let's go Pwnz.
That's like the meme. Do you know the meme where the guy, it seems like he's won and he's biting a medal and he showers himself in champagne and then he's right down on the bottom of the pedestal? That's basically, that tweet is the equivalent of that meme.
All you don't know, you don't see in the background on every single time you see that meme is someone walking in with putting gloves on. They've got a nice little bowl made up with blue hair dye inside of it as well. They're just ready to go.
May well rue the day that he made that claim. We will see. I want to give a shout to Pwnz as well. The focus on Fresh's hair aside, Pwnz are putting in a good performance here. I think that Rogue are making mistakes. They're giving them opportunities. As I said, they've maybe taken a few fights that were overly aggressive. They're just coming in trying to get the job done. But like I've said, I'm a little bit concerned about giving Pwnz this map, giving them the opportunity to go here. And sort of almost, and I could be wrong in this mentality, but the mentality of we only need 1 point out of 2 games. For me, just get that done immediately, as soon as you can, whatever it takes. If it's your best map, take it and do it, because you're not going anywhere without it.
It's really stacking things up inside of here as well. I think realising maybe positioning of this is quite important if you don't want to also blow up, say, the Electro Claw in the same beat. We've seen so many teams do this, Tim.
We've complained about it so often.
We have indeed, where teams just place the magnets far too close to other utility and it basically may as well not exist at all. If nothing else, you're doing them a helping hand by being in that kind of position. Now, Leon is in. He's got dirt control here. The smoke's going to start coming out, but he pushes in deep. The problem is here, Tim, you might get yourself a little bit sandwiched. Another one goes in deep, but all 3
This
missed.
is great.
This is unbelievable. Crine also gets the kill. WTG had a real fart moment there. Not looking so hot. They wait for the smoke to time out. They've still got 2 minutes to go, Tim.
That's a big mistake there, coming in from WTG on the smoke, burning all 3 canisters and not doing a lick of damage to the Monty. Leon coming along here and saying, Intermission, I see you big Monty players, and I'm going to double down and show you I can do it better. He's looking to keep being aggressive, moving himself on through Dirt Tunnel, and that is a job well done. Inside half of the round, he's got Dirt Tunnel control. He's moved them on. Pwnz aren't able to play in those positions that they wanted to now. They've been pushed back out onto secondary angles. Kanto's looking to be the eye in the sky, pressuring from above here. He's got the yellow ping. This nade's got to be successful. Kiss, kiss, bang, bang. A beauty from Kanto.
Leon's just waiting for someone to open that door and invite him in at this point because he's so close to being able to do so. But even stood outside, looking in through the glass, he can feed all this information back and forth to the team. C4 comes out. Kanto does get dropped, but not yet finished off.
Going to be an opportunity to collect him here. Spite is going to do exactly that. Somehow Kanto, I think, had been blown up so hard, he'd actually blown up onto the countertop there. So he's going to be, I think he was actually probably stood up there beforehand. But Nade comes in again. It's not going to have the same success onto Exodus as it did onto Scyther. Exodus is going to continue watching that hatch. He could play a spoiler here, Des. 40 seconds left to go. The Monty goes in, doesn't see him, and that's an absolute freebie. And it puts Diffuser down inside a side, but Leon continues his slow march on, gets the kill with the pistol. Kanto onto Exodus after being picked up from beyond the grave. It's all up to Nico in a 1v3. Doesn't see his man inside a church. It's going to be Deepek unseen that does the damage, and he's going to find that final kill. Rogue managed to get themselves another. That's 3-6.
So much of that round was won in dirt as well. The really aggressive push forward from Leon, pushing past the point of smokes, WTG burning out all three, then losing his life anyway. That's like disastrous. You give your team no time to be able to adapt. You've lost your smoke as well. Things have to shift and adapt to that defense to not leave any holes. It was just looking messy from that point forward. So well played by Leon and by Crine, who was supporting him on the push down dirt as well. Clearly caught Pwnz a little bit off guard there.
In we come then to round number 10. Pwnz going to be heading back to CCTV and Cash. It's the site they were able to lock down at the beginning of all of this, back in round number 7, their first defence. But what I would say is that Rogue were actually pretty good at attacking this site. They got themselves all the control they needed across the construction. They were able to push directly into sites. Ultimately, it came down to lost gunfights that cost them the round more than anything, and another big play from Scyther. How many times have we said that today? Currently sitting on 10-6 and leading the team fantastically well. They're going to need more of the same, I would imagine, because Rogue are going to continue that aggression. There's no Monty being brought along this time, so that one's been put on the back burner for now. It will give Scyther the opportunity to hold on to that catwalk again if it's ultimately him playing up there. And Rogue, they need to have an answer to that because it did cost them last time.
Alrighty, well, Exodus already holding pretty aggressive here out towards Gym Door. I don't know if he's hoping that someone's going to come just strolling in past him or what, but there was a drone. Yep, he finds it as well, shoots it out before he makes his way back out towards Red Stairs. So he's going to be careful out towards storage as well. Often get players looking to push in on the single doorway, knowing especially that Pwnz have been playing things like this Kai quite a bit. Without the Maverick on side, you're going to have to lean here instead of getting rid of that with things like nades on the push through. Or potentially, of course, leaning in towards the Thatcher, tricking a bit harder with the Electro Claw. Although it is still plausible and possible to do.
It's one of those rounds that you just feel like an explosive moment from either side could end this one quite quickly. For the time being, Leon is going to open up the east barricade, and the reason I said that was we had Exodus floating around that garage door. He thinks better of it and dips himself away, but sometimes it's those moments that just catapult you into the win as well. Exodus still on the downstairs of the garage. We're going to have the same flank drone put in place by Spite that we saw work well in the previous time that this was defended. We had a Mission trying to creep up those main stairs, but Deepek did spot him out and prevented what would have been probably a catastrophic end to the round. Spite manages to get himself established inside of construction. A little bit slower than last time by about 25 seconds, but still good pace from Rogue here. Plenty of time to work with.
Probably a bit of a read on, we know that's going to be barricaded. We know we can't just walk straight into sites, so why rush it, right? Take things a little bit slower here. Let's get 2 or 3 of us all squaring up together, make that push as a team happen, and so far, so good. No one has gone down. So now they've got this west side of the control of the map. They've got the breach open out on the east. So their game plan at the moment is to ignore catwalk. And I imagine you won't try and get all 3 sides. They just want to make sure that no one can play on the breach, for example, and should be able to push things forward from here. Impact over the top completely misses out. They finally get rid of the next one. So you've got 2 wonderful Hibana-shaped holes opened up on the wall that no one can step through. So now you're looking towards those Selmas once again and saying, okay, can the last one connect? Assuming, of course, Deepek didn't use the third one elsewhere, but you can't turn towards the Thermite, for example, to get that open. You need those Selmas.
No, absolutely not. There's no other option. I'm avidly waiting for Deepek to come off his drone. He did just come off for a second there and can confirm that he does have another Selma in pocket. It is going to need to be used, but look, the wall is electrified. More utility having to be used to clear off that claw. Let's just have a quick look down that side. There's no impacts left, but there are nitros. There is potentially the option. They don't take it here. They allow that wall to be breached. Exodus just putting a goo mine in there. Smoke canister going to go out. Spite takes a lungful of that. 28 seconds. Rogue needs to get moving, and Spite does just that.
And Nico trying to move underneath here. Really good spot to be in if Rogue aren't aware of this. If there's no drone on the downstairs, they could be walking into a little bit of death, but no, just about make it out. 2 kills come through, though. A Mission, WTG shining bright. It's down to the last 3.
dear oh dear, the diffuser is going down. Rogue have got no answer to this. Pwnz are playing fantastically well, but then Spite, he goes in and does Spite things. 2v1, Deepek is planting, keeping that clock going, and it's all up to WTG as he comes back up the red stairs. Spite's aware though, he manages to do a lot of damage to WTG there, who does evade him and can continue fighting, but no, ultimately shut down by Spite. And the relief from Rogue is real at that point, because they thought they were going away completely empty-handed. I think after that round it did look like it was heading in Pwnz's direction, but they just couldn't quite hold on like they did back in round 7.
A Spite 4K. That's what the fans paid to come and, or didn't pay to come and seat him. The beauty and all that really is that keeps them going for a bit longer. Pwnz now realising, all right, these boys are starting to warm their way back up. Let's see what we can do about this. As it's trying to shape things up right now, though, I think for Pwnz, you could chalk that one round off and say, okay, look, it's happened. Spite's gone a little bit nuclear. He very nearly zaps himself to death on the breach wall, for example, where the Electroclaw was. That round could have gone very different if he had stayed there for even one more tick. So it really did come down to the wire.
Interestingly, and spotted by our wonderful observer, Easy, nothing gets past him, I can assure you of that. I commented at the time when they were going for the final Selma onto the construction wall that there was the potential for Pwnz to deploy nitros. It was, it's a high-cost utility item, but at the same time, the reward of taking the Selma charge off that wall would have been massive at that point. They did actually attempt it. One was thrown up through the hatch, but it was actually shot out by Spite there. So a huge round from Spite coming in there, not only enabling them to get the breach open, but also finding the final kills to keep the dream alive and enable Deepek to be able to get that diffuser down. Really big round. Cannot overstate the impact of that potentially, as we find ourselves now 4-6 on the scoreboard, and Rogue still fighting.
And up towards gym and bedroom we go. We spoke about this site. It seems to be where both teams have been made and broken on this map team. Just recalling this play again. Spite, again, it made me so nervous when he was down to a slither of HP, but still manages to pull the play off. We're going to see that extended hold coming out where countless times, I think twice, it's not really countless, is it? It's 2. Pwnz found themselves burning down about 1 minute and 45, 2 minutes on the clock, and still managed to make it work thanks to Scyther pulling off a hero play on his charge through Logi. For Rogue, who's going to don the cape? Who's going to be Superman?
I've got to say, it's not often that I see Fresh jump out of his seat and throw a few fist pumps around, but that was the case after that round. He really did think that that was the race.
Just passionate, Tim. Just passionate.
Just passionate about not having blue hair, I think, is the key. Right, we head in then to round number 11. Pwnz 6-4 and another match point opportunity. Rogue have won the last 2 rounds now. It was 6-2. You got to bear that in mind. There is going to be a potential mental toll on Pwnz as well now. We saw their tactical timeout coming in. Not too much of a surprise. C4 goes out, shot out by Spite again. He's clocking up the total on those nitros at the minute.
Yeah, no real biggie there. I think he expected aggression to come in from a swing, but still managed to flick onto the C4 before it could be pulled, so we'll keep his life at least for now. They know now that at least there's a couple of players hanging around this top side, one at top red here, not inside of cash, sorry. They've already backed their way down towards storage instead. Leon with the EMP on the wall as well, be able to get this exothermic off for free. Away goes the bandit charge. And now they have a direct point through into Logi if they want to play that side.
Yeah, this is pretty good from Rogue. It's nice and quick. You feel that they've really got themselves sort of switched on at this point. Kanto just luring in Exodus there as Deepek manages to get the Selma on the wall, and it was all he needed. The bandit stepped forward, couldn't even apply the battery before Kanto cut him down for a big opener. Rogue looking like they've really turned up in the last couple of rounds.
I don't know, maybe there was a miscommunication that they didn't have control of CC anymore, because that's what you need. Cover from CC window onto the south bow to stop a player being able to sit on gym window and challenge you when you're going for the trick. It's one of those, if you're playing with a bandit, you've really got to commit to it. They did try, they then backed away, but it feels like a small miscom coming out from Pwnz.
Spite pushes his way into construction as Leon finds one. He gets another. Scyther cuts down Kanto, but then the trade is there from Leon, and this is looking more like the peak Rogue that we've seen over the last few weeks over stage 2. They're working together. They're hitting at the same time. They're there for the trades. They're taking man after man, and this is looking better for them. They've got 3 rounds in a row. They are now 5-6. One more round will secure the Berlin Major for them. They won't care about the result beyond that, so long as they can get themselves to overtime.
That's exactly it. Exactly it. If Outsiders hadn't have won, they'd probably already be in a spot where they're basically guaranteed at this point based on round diff alone. But with Outsiders being sat on 10 points, they are still catchable until they get over that threshold. Outsiders can't catch them. They're on -15 to the +17 of Rogue. That 30-round difference, not coverable across these 2 days, even if it were 7-0s across every game still to go. So they know what they need to do. This one round, Tim, and they finally get themselves that lock-in spot at the major.
That's it. It certainly doesn't lock them into second place, but it does guarantee them Berlin, which is, you know, what every org is immediately looking for. After that, you can worry about the vanity of exactly where you finish in that top 4, but it's not going to be massively relevant in the grand scheme of things. CCTV Cash will be our final regulation round as Pwnz look to close this out. A 3-point victory for them here, and making Rogue wait for next week to confirm that position in the major could be huge for Pwnz. They've had a tough stage of it. They've struggled to get wins. We've seen multiple performances on Chalet with teams just focusing on taking them there, and they've been struggling to play it and get on top of it. But put them on Clubhouse here, put them on a map they are familiar with, and they are showing the quality that is there.
I just like how I've had both teams really just, you know, holding nothing back across both of their attacking halves. If Rogue do this, but on for that 4-2-4-2 split, I don't think he finds a man here. Surely not. Goes for the run out. Oh, deep X. The thing is, I swear I've seen that before. I've just had a mad sense of deja vu. That I swear I've seen someone try to run out on deep X before, and he's dealt with them that casually as well.
Exodus taken down there. Not really the start that Pwnz were looking for. 5 versus 4. No damage on the side of Rogue either. So that was just a complete net loss there. Nico going to take damage as well on the Wamai, leaving us now in a 5v4. Leon looking to get these breach open. It's been a little bit slower than it has been previously on this site, but still well within a reasonable time. First minute, and that is going to be the breach open. Spike manages to find Nico.
Dear.
And this, for the life of me, looks like it's going to overtime at this point. 5 versus 3. And Rogue have just absolutely kicked it up a gear or two these last few rounds.
Yeah, Pwnz have started to kind of poke and prod in this round, see what they can do, and run out here, check out of a window there. But Rogue, you're playing against the Masters of Monkey here, Tim. They know exactly what they're doing. That said, one does slip through the net here, gets springing up into the trees, and Mission finds the kill. I've already mentioned a couple of times this game's been one of the more quiet members on the team. Everyone getting themselves involved, but Scyther has been the hero of the moment. This could be a great round for Mission to go absolutely nuclear.
Deepek is doubly important now. He needs to keep himself alive because they don't have the hard breach for construction side. If that is the push they are wanting to make. Kanto continues going into construction to join him and to prevent that exact same run out once again. Diffuser has been collected here, but they are playing towards that wall. A Mission on the bandit. Spike cuts him down.
Again.
That leaves us now 4v2. 4v1 as Crying gets Scyther. We're going to overtime, Des. As Spike finds that final kill, and that leaves us now 6-6, and Rogue are confirmed for Berlin.
The thing is, for Rogue, they just wanted to get to this point. What happens now? They're playing for a little bit of pride. They've got the point they need.
Hair.
They've got and Fresh's hair as well. Yeah. Did he say regulation win or just win by any means?
He said if Pwnz win, still on the line.
All right.
Still on the line as far as I'm concerned.
Taking him to his word then, are we? Like literally to the letter of the law.
All the way to 15, Des.
I mean, his blessing here really is that Rogue are the ones on attack. They get that double bite at the cherry, as you'd say, Tim. Double bite at the cherry on the attacking side. We'll see what they can pull off. But looking at Pwnz, I'm looking at this comp, Tim, and you know I get excited when I see this kind of thing. You see a castle, you see a mutant Mozzie, you can afford to drop one away if you want. It's going to be a roam out and about around the map with the end goal of making the attackers lose as much time as possible. What I'm watching for now is if Rogue go for a really saucy attacker repick. If they drone this out and see what's going on, they pick something and just hit the site hard. There it is, the Monty, direct to site. I'm ready for this.
That's exactly what is likely to happen. As you say, Leon, he's going to get down that dirt tunnel again. Pwnz didn't have an answer to it last time, really. Got himself inside a site, got himself a kill. You know, it was really well played, really well worked. WTG on the smoke. I don't like to pick players out, but you got to do better in dirt tunnel.
I mean, yeah. WTG was the one last time round that, being blunt, messed it up. 3 smokes, not a single tick of damage on towards Leon. That was entirely on him, and that's something he's got to get more correct this time around. Though no reinforcement coming through, I think, onto... Okay, they've just left it. Left it completely soft so they can push through without having to use any hard breach here. They were ready with Leon. maybe just arguing, well, we don't need that, but they've still got 4 reinforcements in back pocket, Tim. I'm curious to know what else they haven't reinforced around bottom floor, potentially up on first and second.
Leon just going to be spotting out the goo mine as well, so an adaptation there with the mission being on the Legion just to again try and prevent that progress from the Monty.
That triple wall left soft as well. WTG is literally the last bastion, but look at the smoke again. They've got past him here, Tim. Going for the 1v1, dodging away from the bullets. Almost gets tagged out by, I can only imagine it's Crying, following him on the down here as well. Leon gets shot in the foot though. WTG making amends for last time.
Much, much better from WTG there. The support from Emission coming in clutch. That goo mine just able to force Leon back into a bad spot. He had to do something about it. He couldn't leave it stuck in his leg. And WTG taking full advantage of that, breaking his movement of having to push back, having to move away from the aggressive style he was bringing. A lot of damage done, and that's a kill. Emission onto Kanto. And this is Pwnz looking good. 5v3 now.
For all I said about that hitting the site direct here, Tim, they've tried their best, but they've just had an answer. Spoik gets one back. He's been nuclear the last 5 rounds or so. Looking back at the last one, especially 2 or 3 kills. He got outside of a window, just letting Pwnz run at him. Nico finding one back on the other side as he gets a little bit too aggressive there. Pwnz in a wonderful spot to win the defensive round that they so sorely need. One attack in the next round, they get the win.
It certainly could be a possibility for them, but the job is not done yet. Deepek moving down Dirt Tunnel, Crying supporting from Blue Corridor. It looks like Rogue are pretty confident, Pwnz are pretty confident in those final positions. Crying, however, does get Scyther, and that is a great start for them. Deepek going to use a Selma to take down the shield that's in his way. Toxic Vape canister goes out, and that's just going to burn a little bit more time. Can't push in through that smoke, or will at least take a lot of damage if he does. Emission with a goo mine in hand. Might just hold on to that one for a second or two until he's confident of where this push is coming from. 30 seconds left to go. They don't have the option of opening a hatch. They can only half open and get a peek if they wish to, but it looks like instead Deepek's going to head down the main stairs, and there goes the goo mine from Emission. That could be a big play, but if Deepek finds it, it's going to be wasted.
Well, he's hit it anyway. He's still going to keep on walking down here, hoping to catch someone entirely off guards. Just look into the right here as well and remove that goo mine. It's not super ideal as it just keeps on chugging away at that HP. It doesn't feel like a lot, but it will add up over these next 5 seconds or so. Here comes the step through. 2 easy kills for Pwnz. They get the defensive round they needed, Tim. This next round goes their way in attack. It ain't going to mean tons to Rogue, but it's still points that help Pwnz in that relegation battle.
That's it. It's still very, very important in the grand scheme of things here. Pwnz, like you say, are looking towards the end of the year here. They're not just looking to everything right in front of us. Right, so Rogue, confirmed for Berlin, but still looking for a big win. Overall, like I said, the vanity does come into it a little bit. They want that second place. They want to be up there challenging, maybe even the top spot, looking towards Wolves if they can get within striking distance. And that means, in fact, no, I don't think they can now. They were on 15. No, this is going to put them on 17. Wolves are on 18. So it is still doable for them in the final week to leapfrog and take the top spot if they should so wish, depending what happens in the later games today, of course, with Wolves. 7-6 then. We're heading down to Church and Arsenal, and this could be our final round as Rogue are on the defence. They have to get this one locked down. If we look to what happened last time, Church and Arsenal, round 1, round 4, both were Rogue wins.
You say could be the last round, Tim, but last I checked, you and I were pretty good at getting to round 15 of most games.
We don't do 14 rounds.
Nah, we're not about that 14 round love. It may as well go all the way at this point. We've got right up towards the very end of things. Either way, Rogue now looking to bring out their own very aggressive roam out and about around the map. No Mute Mozzie pairing on side, just the Mute instead, but they do have the Oryx. The big difference is, look at this. Pwnz back on the same rush once again. The same way this game started could be exactly the same way that it ends. Kanto's ready. C4 over the top. They're leaping at it. One comes through, but they get the trade out straight away. Held back by the smoke. This is where things will slow down. And this is beautiful because it will give the rest of Rogue time to get back to the site, Tim.
Yep, well played by Rogue there. Almost in a 4v3 as Scyther takes a lot of damage as well, leaving us now very close to possibly decisive kills coming in this round, and it's still very early. That's why I mentioned that we're only 40 seconds in, and this has been very, very aggressive. We've still got Emission running round on the blitz, looking to cause a nuisance, a bit of a nightmare, chasing those roamers. Spoit is now moving back down the main stairs with Crying in tow, and that's a minute wasted and a kill found, so not a bad start for Rogue.
Yeah, hardly well done, but I don't think you're complaining too much as well. It's the Thermite that's gone down. knowing how this round was setting up, how there's quite a lot of soft walls around the map at this point. It's not the end of the world. Maybe a hatch or two can go your way, and that's what you're looking towards instead here. But Intermission has still got the ability to be the tip of the spear. The only concern is that Rogue now know there is a blitz on side. And what do you do when a blitz comes running at you? You basically 2v1 him. You have a cross angle set up. You wait for him to push in. You can't take you both on at the same time. It is, I'm not going to say easy to get a response, but it's far from being the most difficult thing in the world.
There we go. Confident now that the top floor is clear. We can see Pwnz have started to move down. Nico was actually ahead of the blitz of Intermission as well, all the way down to the bottom of main stairs now. 1 minute 15 left to go, so they've still got time on their side. That's not a major problem, but the lack of hard breach could be. They're going to have to flood themselves into site here and look to take fights, look to take kills, and Cider being low health is certainly not going to help with that. We can see an attempt at a nitro there, not going to do the job. Deepek just missing his mark. 1 minute left to go, and Rogue just need to hold on.
This smoke might be enough, though, for Pwnz to get themselves pushing through. If this blitz comes steamrolling in towards Moto, Spoit's as good as dead. There's no one here to trade him, for example. But I don't think they 100% know that Spoit's inside that spot right now. They were looking more to smoke off the actual feet-level holes that you can see. There's one lay down. They know about him as well. Another smoke coming through here. Do they charge their way through? Do they know about Spoit? Here comes the charge. He aims for the feet as well. A mission coming in here. This will get real messy, and Spoit does the right thing and charges out of dodge.
Yep, just wastes the time. That's all he needed to do there, was just prevent that rush, reach inside. Manages exactly that. Then goes in and finds the kill. Crying doubles down. Crying goes for a double himself, and that is Cider out of it. 3v1. Exodus, 15 seconds left to go, and this is going to be a huge play from the Zafir if he can get himself in and finish this, but no, Crying with a triple, and that's going to be Rogue taking us all the way to 15.
I was about to say, Tim, say the line. Say the line.
I don't need telling twice, Des.
Do it again.
I don't need asking once. Do it again. We're going all the way to 15, Des.
That's what I was looking for, Tim. Absolutely we are. Again, at this point for Rogue, they've made the major. That's very now clear to everyone. Again, for Pwnz, this is big towards the bottom side of the table, and that's what I'm excited about seeing here, is how that scrap really starts to warm up next season with how well Secret have been playing over the last few games. Gym and Bedroom is going to be the final bastion here, being held down by Pwnz, and they will attempt to hold Rogue off to walk away with the 2 points. If they fail, it's Rogue walking away with 2 on the board instead.
Oh, it all gets decided now, and this has been...
what's the sweat factor, Tim?
The sweat factor at the minute is pretty high. We've had ebbs and flows throughout. Every time Rogue get around, get ahead, you know, Fresh seems to calm down a little bit. But he's certainly, as I would like to say, on the edge of his seat right now.
And so he should be. On the edge of his hair also being dyed blue. In terms of how setup's coming through, we've seen this again a million times over. I love the kind of like main focus point of this map for me has continuously been this site as well as Gym and Bedroom, especially around this east side hold. The times when they have got it wrong, Pwnz, in terms of mistiming. They've tried to trick onto Jacuzzi Wall when they didn't have CC control, and they then lost to the player that was playing on Gym Window. Cantor, that was in the last round. The time when they burnt their way through logistics with only 30 seconds on the clock and killed 3 people. Just all these little stories that have weaved throughout this 15-round banger so far, it all comes to a head on that site. Could not think of a better place for it to end on.
Well, that is exactly where it will end. We've got the attention being paid over to the east side by Pwnz, but a little direct approach to west at the minute as Leon is going to open up Jacuzzi Wall very quickly for Rogue. It's something that they've done fantastically well, is get themselves set up, get the access that they need and attack quite quickly so far, Rogue. Spoit has moved in 16-9 on the day, having an absolute worldie at the minute and really pushing himself through this game and carrying Rogue along with him, and they could do with a big round from him right now.
I mean, anyone can very, very merrily step up here. Yeah, I look down the boards and blew him sky high. That's the kind of kill you want. I was going to say, outside of Leon, who's the hard support, by the way, been having a great game playing in that role, getting things open where required. Clearly less so here, but he's the only one that's been quiet. Everyone else has really got themselves involved up and down the leaderboard. WTG with one back onto Spoit, who just a few seconds prior made that Exodus on the upstairs. It's tit for tat between these two teams.
That's from hero to zero for Spoit inside of this round. Great opener with the nade, but then completely caught out underneath. Just able to sneak through the drones, essentially, there, Pwnz, and get their opportunity. Leon has an angle into sight. I've got a feeling for Rogue here. They've got themselves well established. The drone goes. They know there's somebody main upstairs now. Kanto's aware of that. Yeah, I feel like Rogue have got themselves positioned well here. There's plenty of time to go, and they're waiting for that moment, that 3-2-1 call. And when they do push, all they got to do is win those gunfights. They could do with a little bit more influence from Kanto underneath.
Those vertical nades really were going to be the big part of the round. We've seen it used so much by Rogue, but obviously Kanto has got none less. Either gets one. The trades are coming back and forth everywhere. It's come down to a 2v2. Why wouldn't it, with 45 seconds on the clock?
You know this is going all the way to 1v1 with the way that this game has gone.
I hope
but
so.
For the time being, it's 2v2. It's 37 seconds left to go. WTG is inside of construction, just trying to hold on. Crying, he just peeks away, maybe at the wrong moment. There could have been an opportunity there. Kanto, he goes in. The challenge comes in from construction door. WTG going to fight his way back. He's joined by Nico. Now then, Rogue might be aware that both players are still in the construction side. Crying goes for the challenge, but they're going to have to go in and think about getting a diffuser down potentially. There's 15 seconds left to go. Kanto has the diffuser in hand. He could potentially move through into Jim and get it down. They don't know. They don't know that they're both in there, at least not confidently. I think they do now. Kanto thinks about getting the case down. They're looking for men. They're going to lose this on time at this rate if Kanto doesn't go for it. He starts. Crying needs to have the cover, but no! WTG with the final kills, and in a 15-round thriller, Pwnz take the win on Clubhouse.
They did it for the blue hairdo, Tim. They did it for the blue hairdo. Cannot wait to see Fresh in a couple of weeks looking nice and blue. But for Pwnz, they are anything but blue. 2 big points there against one of the best teams that we've got in the league. That's the kind of outcome you wanted to see, even with Spoit having an absolute cracker of a day.
Oh, dear, oh dear. A great win there, a great win coming in for Pwnz. Got to give them credit where it's due. That final round, they played it very well, just left Rogue completely guessing, no idea where they were coming in from, and it worked a treat. I mean, I'm not a cruel person. I'm not one to necessarily hold Frey. I'm sure we can come to some sort of arrangement, but I know you can be a little bit different, Des, so...
Tim, he's dyeing his hair blue.
I mean, you did shave your eyebrow off, to be honest, so...
Both eyebrows in the end.
True.
I mean, they've kind of struggled to grow back a little bit. They look all right here in this light, to be fair, but they did struggle at the time, to be fair. I'll take it at how they are now. But, Tim, screamer of a game. Really happy Pwnz have managed to fight their way back there, get those 2 points. Look, it's still a long hill to climb when it comes round to relegation in Stage 3, but the confidence the boys will take from that, because it wasn't the Intermission show today. Every single one of them showed up in the server.
Well, that is it for that matchup, the second one of the night. We've got 3 more yet to come and plenty more decisions to be made, particularly watching those 2 games with G2BS and see how they go in their chase as well. So don't you go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break, and then we'll be over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Welcome back, everybody, to the show. Before we get it all started, congratulations to Rogue for making it to Berlin. All they needed was 1 point, and they got across the line. On top of that, Pwnz, they get a big win today, get 2 points in overtime. Great match that they had. A scrappy one at some points versus Rogue, but still an exciting one. And congratulations to everybody else, because their very own Fresh is dyeing his hair blue because of it. And I just want to come in a bit forward here. I want to say a big shout out to Melon_R6. Can we get the zoom in? Melon, thank you very much for reminding me. There you go, your shout out directly on the EUL stream. That's all you need to do. So if Pwnz win today versus Rogue, Fresh will dye his hair blue. And the song goes, I'm blue, bop-a-dee, bop-a-die. I love the song.
I'm feeling a little bit blue.
Eiffel 65, my dude.
Aye.
Congratulations. Fabian, how are you feeling?
Which color?
I'm super happy. Like, I think we've just seen the best team in the league beat Rogue. Like, I can't praise Pwnz enough. Like, having Fresh colors hair blue is just everything to me. And I'm very happy. But if we're going to be more serious, they didn't play bad at all. I think that they played actually quite decently. And in the beginning of the game, they really seemed to be in control of everything really happening. I don't even think that the game should have gone to overtime. I do believe that Pwnz should have won that in regular time, because they did play quite well. Like, it's surprising, I guess, to a certain degree, but
it's not, though. If you've got format pool, you get put on that map.
Yes,
you're going to play it,
but at the same time, they're
right?
opponents. So it's I think they should be happy with their performance.
Yeah. We also said that we saw Pwnz on border and it looked like 2 years ago. When you can play club from 2 years ago today and it still works, right?
Yeah.
And that's why one of the reasons why Pwnz was strong today was the processes they went through. And they just kept capitalizing on, especially on that when they were on the attack that first half, on Rogue just over-peaking. Cypher got like 5 kills in logistics just because they were just over-peaking after over-peaking.
Pwnz looked like a completely different team to what they have been over the past few weeks, Fabian.
But then it's pressures off them as well, right? I mean, they're already not going to the major. I mean, outside, well, they had what? Regulation time win, they got 0.2% chance to go, and so far, teams above them haven't grabbed any points, so they still have their chance, technically. But yeah, Pwnz should be happy. They had no pressure on them. They played well. There's not much more to say to it than that, I don't think. They just played more like a team than we usually see them do, because we talked about it. We have seen them play well. Just today they did it more runs than 5, 6.
Interview ready? We'll be back to you in just a moment, Fresh, to hear your thoughts on all of this. And let's have a chat with Pwnz. Hello, hello. Здравствуйте, Mission, and congratulations on your victory. How are you feeling after all of this?
Паш, поздравляю тебя с победой. Как чувствуешь себя после этого?
Да, спасибо большое. Ну, чувство хорошее. Так сказать, 2 поинта залутали, плюс в копилочку.
I'm feeling great. 2 points is better than nothing. It's a great feeling.
And how do you prepare against Rogue? Because let's be honest, Pwnz, you guys have been having some issues. You still pushed Team Secret to the edge in overtime in the last Playday, but going against Rogue, one of the top teams in the league, it's a different challenge. So how do you prepare over the past few days?
Как-то специально к Рогам готовились, потому что вот секретов довели до овертайма, но потом все равно не хватило. Как-то к такой сильной команде, как Роги, которая сейчас в топе таблицы, специально готовились?
Ну, особенно подготовки не было у нас. Это же такие же обычная команда, как и все остальные. Никаких оверсильных оппонентов нету. Ну, сыграли в свою игру просто, залили немножко. Ну, так, как-то так.
We haven't been preparing like specifically for the Rogue because I don't think there are any super strong things in the team. Everyone can beat everyone, and we've just played our game. We threw a little bit, but we managed to win this in the end.
But what do you feel have changed? Because, like I said, I mean, there's been some tough weeks for you here in Stage 2, and I feel that today the entire team was just online. Everybody was playing properly, playing well, and playing together. So what do you feel has changed today just in between you for this game?
Что в команде изменилось? Потому что вот были совсем плохие недели для вас, а сегодня все играли вместе, все играли хорошо, все играли вот как одна команда. Что поменялось?
Ну, поменялось общение, потому что бывали у нас черные дни, потому что мало общались, как-то коммуникация не на том уровне была. Ну так поговорили с командой, что-то тренер нам сказал, что-то менеджер подбодрил нас. И вот благодаря этому сейчас начали хорошие результаты быть.
We lack the communication, so today it was much better in the communication. Our coach said something to us, our manager said something to us, and that was the reason of today's result.
Well, you had a tough game, but you still carried it over and got the 2 points, which, as you said, is quite good. But then you get to play M&M next Monday, and you get to play gatekeepers to them, just like you did today against Rogue. Do you think that they're able to take down M&M, or because all they need is 1 point, just like Rogue did today?
В следующий понедельник, ну, мы уже забрали 2 очка, но в следующий понедельник играем против МНМов. Сегодня мы были, так сказать, стражами для рогов, им надо было забрать 1 очко, чтобы пройти на мажор, вот они его получили. В следующий понедельник МНМам нужно будет то же самое, 1 очко для того, чтобы выйти на мажор. Как думаешь, сможем их победить или нет?
Ну, думаю, этот матч будет очень серьезный. Надеюсь, МНМ покажет свою хорошую игру, как они умеют играть, как они играли на ЧЛ, когда мы играли против них. И будет очень хороший забив.
I think the next match is going to be super serious and interesting because I hope that M&M are going to show their best game as we played on Challenger League finals when I played against them in Hellraiser's team. And I think it's going to be like super interesting.
All right. Anything you want to say to the fans, Mission?
Что-то для фанов хочешь сказать?
Ну да, можно пару слов. Спасибо, ребят, что вы нас поддерживаете. Много хейта на нас складывается. Но нас это только забавляет и мотивирует на хорошую игру. Спасибо, ребят, что поддерживаете и хейтите.
Yeah, I can say a few words. Thanks for supporting us, even though we have mostly hate on our shoulders. But thank you for both hating and loving us and supporting us because it makes it worth it.
Well, thank you very much, Amizian and the Realist Russian Tiara, for the translation. And congratulations on your win. For all the fans, again, they'll be playing Pwnz, that is, versus M&M, game number 1 of our next Playday, the last Playday of this stage. Make sure you're tuning in to see what Amizian and the squad have to show. Till then, спасибо большое, and we'll see you next time. До свидания.
Спасибо, Милош. Спасибо.
And there it is. Pwnz, I'm saying we didn't really prepare much for Rogue specifically. We came in, we did our thing, we had the motivation for it today, and we got it done.
They're not really in a position to really focus too much on other teams. They just need to focus on their own and build up the consistency issues that they've been having. And again, we keep coming back to it. I think that they played good today. They played as a team, which we used to see maybe 3 or 4 rounds every single game from them, but today we saw it way through more than, I think we saw more than 8 rounds where they played as a team. I'd say up around 10, 11 probably that we saw a good thing from them. So I hope it's a good sign for the future.
It's really basic analysis to say this, as Spite actually is the MVP. But for Pwnz, the fact that it wasn't just a mission that was turning up, it was at least 4 of them went positive on the scoreboard on the day. It really shows a much more complete performance. And on the point about preparation for Rogue, it was completely in Rogue's hands whether they went to a map they were good at or not, right? So Rogue kind of banned in a way that was a little bit more defensively, and I think we saw that result out of Rogue. And yeah, but nothing taken away from Pwnz. They put in, you know, they had a lot of heart, a lot of fight. And I thought they played pretty well, pretty together, and that's one thing that we haven't seen from them.
In the end, the Rogue got what they wanted, right? They got the 1 point, they got the major
Everyone
spot.
kind of won out of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone should be somewhat... Well, Rogue won't be happy about it, if we're going to be completely honest. Their ego is going to have a little bit of a hate, because you don't want to lose against a team that's on the bottom. It doesn't matter which team you are. If you're there for round win rate or 1 point, you don't want to lose against them.
Well, Rogue still make it through. Pwnz get points out of it, which this will matter a lot for relegations in Stage 3, and we hopefully will get to see Fresh actually live up to his words and dye his hair blue. Honestly, all in all, we can end the day right now, and I would be a happy cookie. But it's not done, because we still have 3 more matches to go through. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it's the big French derby, the massive one. It's BDS versus Wolves. It's our match of the day.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
Welcome back, friends. It's our match of the day. It's all French for this derby. Wolves versus BDS. It's the classic one. PSG versus Olympique Lyonnais. Yes?
It's not all French.
There's a Belgian.
Yeah.
Who's technically not French. Just don't tell Belgian people that they're French. Actually, that is an insult, so...
Yeah, see what you did?
And he's the best player in that lobby as well. That's really insulting.
Ooh. Rice better than Shaiko. Oh, you heard it here first. There you go. Well, I lived 6 years in Belgium, so I'm one of the Benelux boys at this point. I'm a French resident, but I'm a mercenary. That's all you need to know.
You're Mr. Worldwide, basically.
No, I'm Mr. Wherever the wind takes me and I get to live my life. Anyways, let's have a chat about this massive matchup because BDS... if you don't know, are not qualified to Berlin. Not by a long shot. And a victory today would get them close, but not close enough. They would still need that final Playday. Wolves are qualified. They're the first team to make it over the line. Fabian, your thoughts on BDS?
I'll actually give it immediately to Jack with the question, and all he has to answer is yes or no. Do you think BDS will make it to the major? Don't take
How long do I have?
Just say no.
No.
All right, so I don't believe it either. They have been struggling lately, and they have 3 losses in a row. You took so much time of my time away from you there. But yeah, they have been struggling, and they've not been playing good team siege. It feels like they've kind of become a very individual-reliant team on Shaiko actually performing and stepping in and taking that space. So it's... even if the stats might show that, yeah, their players are, well, at least somewhat decently keeping up with Renshiro above 100 EPS as well, and then Shaiko leading away. It's overall, they're not playing good Siege. They're playing very individually. They're making a lot of individual mistakes. They're going one by one. It seems that there's something lacking here. We spoke to them about, I think it was match day 3 in their interview, that they were going to go back to what they used to play before. And I don't know if that was the right decision or if it... failed. There is just something that's not clicking.
Well, it doesn't appear that they have done that, right? Like when they're doing weird takes on Bank, when they go up against Rogue, when they're playing different maps. It seems like they've gone away from what they know, even instead of going back to what they know, and it's created some massive inconsistency.
And one thing we do know, since you're on the subject, is that Wolves are going to Berlin. Again, the first team to be qualified. They're all the way at the top of the board here in EU League at 18 points. Only Rogue are just below them. And the big game now for Wolves is for seeding. Will they be at number 1? Will it be number 2? Will it be number 3 even? It all depends on what happens over these next 2 days. So what are your expectations, Fresh?
Well, Wolves for me are... It's not just because they're already qualified, they're currently number 1, but the way that they play is by far and away the best in this league, in my opinion, in terms of how they play together and they make plays with each other. There was one round on Oregon last week when I was watching them play, and Rise went and made a play with P4, got a kill, got a trade, got a 1v1, took the ground back for his team when he was on the defense, rotated all the way over, and then dragged Bibu and Mowgli to go and make another play on the other side of the map. And I'm thinking... they play together, everybody who can, they play together, they go and take the ground back, and it's such a team performance, it's unreal to see.
Just looking at their defense statistics that came up on your screen just a second ago, 74% win rate in defense is just massive, especially, I mean, Europe maybe not so much, but we've seen the meta being attacker favored. Having 74% win rate in your defenses, they're just playing well as a team, and they lost against Secret. I think that's more on them kind of underestimating Secret, and Secret they did play well. Secret did play well. Let's not take it away from them. But I think it was Wolves kind of heading into the game with, yeah, we've already won. We can underestimate these guys. And they did.
As far as Halby's concerned, this was scripted. So just a scripted loss to make it all fit the narrative. But our map, how will it be narratively driven? Will it be a role-playing game?
It's Clubhouse.
Yep.
It is. There you go. BDS going on the attacking side for this one as Wolves have opted for defense. You knew exactly what was going on. Why?
Because I told him in the pre-show, Milosh, that's why.
Damn,
no. I have done all my statistical analytics on
taking this
here.
Away from
you stole it from Jack.
Mr. Stats, tell me.
So basically what happened here is the Wolves banned their 4 worst maps, and then BDS could kind of pick, and I picked Clubhouse. That's what happened.
That is exactly what happened, to be fair to Fabian.
So what do you expect in this? Can BDS actually make it?
The one thing with BDS on Clubhouse is they don't have to think, they just process. And that's where BDS, thinking-wise, have not been very good recently. And that's why I thought Clubhouse would be picked by BDS, and I thought BDS could be dangerous.
It basically removes one of the elements, right? They don't need to think. Now the only thing they need to focus on is the timings.
Yes.
And I didn't steal anything from Jack. I knew it all on my own. I promise you guys
that. This is why our tablet is shared. Parental
I knew
custody.
it all. I knew it all. it's going to be an enjoyable game, no matter what. I just want BDS to coordinate well enough to show up and give Wolves a real match.
Well, as a now officially French resident, I legally have to hype this up as much as possible, or else I lose my permit. So, Fabian Fresh, thank you very much. It's the big one. These two squads are the best in France. Who could take it through? Can BDS keep their run for Berlin, or will the Wolves keep on moving in the board here in EUL? It's Wolves versus BDS, all French for Match of the Day. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And important to mention as well, they met here before. Charlotte Major, 7-8 victory for BDS. And that is what we're dealing with. However, very different BDS against a very different Wolves at the very same time as well. Not so much in rosters, but in performance and form.
It's also still worth mentioning that there is one Belgian. Milos, eliminating the identity of Poor Eyes. But he's Belgian.
As a fellow Beneluxian, I do not...
He waves the flag so well.
Yes.
Milos has given us the first like,
I know
what do you
you
mean?
said it.
You
He's
threw
Belgian.
it with all French people. You said it's an all-French game
I said it's
again.
all French again.
Poor Eyes.
They do all speak French.
That doesn't
true.
a Frenchman make.
It doesn't. Sorry, I quickly had to do some verbal signing to Stefan, who's...
Yeah, because you forgot your water.
I forgot my water, and he's actually the one that's going to fetch it for me. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think I might be the only person who predicted BDS. Did you? All right, Jack and I have predicted BDS.
Okay, yeah.
On this showdown. Jack does risky picks. I do occasional risky picks. This could be one, but there's a few different factors that come into this. One of them is the fact that over the past, I believe, 3 showdowns, BDS have won all of them, including the 2 that happened at the Major.
Yes.
2, they're teams that know each other very, very well. And 3, Wolves have already qualified. I am not in any way saying they're going to take this easy, but it does create a very different atmosphere where for BDS, this is do or die. And for Wolves, it's sure your heads are on for the game, but they know the opponents that they might be up against at the grander stage, and they've got to start thinking about that.
3 out of 4 bans, exactly the same as what we had before. The only difference is that during the Charlotte Major, they banned Hibana, Wolves that is. This time around, they went for a Maverick ban. So still a Heartbreacher. The other 3 are going to be the exact same. And if you then look at it, and if you think about it, the Maverick actually makes a lot of sense. It allows you to go for a bit more of that breaching denial. And basically Clubhouse, right, it's always a Thatcher, it's always another Heartbreacher that gets banned. It's not really anything different about it this time.
Starting with a bit of an extension and a bit of a stretch around onto Bar and Stage / Bar. It is a site that obviously some teams can play it. You can bring it as your sort of first swing and see if you can take the early round as surprise. Since attack a repick, as has been quoted, one of the biggest changes that we've had, or potential changes that we've had to our meta, you know, you don't really have that surprise site. Sometimes you'd see teams play this as a sort of, oh no, they've put a line up and they've put all this and they don't really need it. Here, you're never going to have that. But what you might have is a mentality idea. If you're warmed up, ready and raring to take this as your first and your opponents aren't expecting it, that's an advantage. That's that little extra psychological edge that might be able to help drive it. The fight starts here on the top. BDS on attack. How are they going to stop the Wolves?
Now, it should be a relative simple solution. It's called a grenade, right? You toss that in from below, you toss it in from the window, anything like that. You get rid of that bandit player, you can start breaching at the very same time. And I believe that Shaiko's trying to roll one through the drone hole now. Actually going to get one from below as well with the impact over Inshiro. And with that, they displace these members. The opening is there, but 2 pieces of utility used together with an exothermic to open up onto CCTV. And what does Wolves do? You can have that. That's totally fine. We'll fall back. We go to construction. We go to Logi because we're playing Bar. This hatch in construction is more important than CCTV or cash together.
Well, that's it. You can see that the territory now above it in construction is that lock-in, is that control. It's territory that you sort of need to take control of if you're going for the stage plant, which is the default, which is that angle. You tuck yourself in, have the security of that brick wall in the middle. The other side with Billiards is a little bit too, well, dangerous. They have the bubbles, they have all the support and structure of all that utility built around the stage itself. Wanted to bandit trick. Is it too late?
No.
No.
That's 2.
P4 absolutely tucked them out. You're right, it was 2. Oh, was it?
Yeah, it already extended out to the next, and that's why the second charge came from, or seemed to come from. Striker will find an entry, though, onto Rise. That's the castle gone. Not too important. It's just the gun out of the way. What's more important, though, is that P4 is still around, could still play this effectively, but they're going for the breach below, which means they leave the hatch for now.
Now it's an all-French showdown. Milos, take a screenshot. This is what it looks like, and, well, it might not stay, at least with 8 or 9 bodies in just a second. P4 under a lot of pressure here from the pop-in on the window. You can see Shaco's trying to get that width. They're going for the low breach to break open the bottom rung, but they don't quite get that angle. The trick does get caught out instantly, and P4 is going to pull himself away. Clever use of the utility. We've seen some catches of hard breach on hatches before. There it is on that wall. Shaco suffers as he tries to swing into the door, and Chiro's going for the catch, but look at the time. 30 seconds. They've only just been able to find construction. The players still have a lock-in inside Gym bedroom. There's a fight that goes away. Mowgli and Bibu want a piece. They're going to retake all the territory that they've spent 2.5 minutes trying to get a clutch onto. Bruto's just going to see if he can stick it underneath the hatch itself. Surely not. There it is. P4 gets a very easy pickup, and, well, without only Rafal left, they know where he is. Wolves.
I'm a bit annoyed by Playday planting in that position. I'm not sure if that was called by the shot caller or if that was his own decision, but after you just lose 2 people up on the top floor and you don't have anybody contesting there anymore, and you know how important construction and its hatch is, you do not plant underneath the hatch as soon as you lose that control. You go deeper. You go into the bar. Like, you know there's 2 people above. You don't want them to fire down upon you. That's exactly what happened there. Rookie mistake, I'd almost call it. But they're not rookies on BDS, so
it was a weird...
it's odd.
I think it was a weird bout of energy from BDS there, because even the sort of setup, the build on the attack and the approach on the top, it was a bit lackluster. It was sloppy at points, and that's something that you don't usually attribute with BDS, but this split, it has been a bit of a curse for them.
I mean, to be fair, right, they achieved their goals. They got them out of CCTV cache. They got them out of construction. All they just needed to do is make sure they didn't retake that hatch. But then they went a bit too aggressive. They lose their players. I didn't even think
it was aggressive, because in construction, they were swung on by logistics.
I mean, yeah, but you don't have to go inside construction. You can just stay outside. It's like you can hold a very long angle onto that, like, hatch there. So it's like you don't need to be inside necessarily. Could also, like, plant it in a bit of a different spot, so they needed to swing the hatch a bit more. It doesn't really matter in the end, but it's like, it's just weird. I mean, they showed some good stuff, right? They used the Selma to open up below to create that small, tiny gap, which allowed them to get rid of the bandit charge. That allows them to open up the wall fully. Then they managed to flush them out, and then they just managed to throw it all away. It's a bit odd still, but I hope that we see improvements as we continue to go on, as they surpass the mute jammer there. Make sure they don't have to deal with that by placing the exothermic just a little bit higher.
Shaco hops in and eyes up the idea of blue. The grenade to lead himself here. He's trying to find just a cutoff as Alem sets up, and he catch with the rotate air jabs. They're forcing the players down and hoping to try and find the fight, probably a little bit quicker than they did on the previous round. As I said before, it was slow pickings, slow chickens, and here cutting themselves across. I mean, this is sometimes the problem with Arsenal. You try and walk it in. They're looking straight towards the back of blue, and there's Shaco finding one, gets cut off just from the backswing onto Church side. Renshiro is trying to offer some support and assistance over the other side of the heavy machinery, but it's Shinka and Mowgli with Rafal about to swing around onto Shinka. Playday isn't entirely smoked out. There's a catch. The grenade gets Shinka. Mowgli's done. Church is now clear, but Bibu is down up top. The rotation has to come through now from Rise. Drops down onto Oil, and he's going for the back line of the player. Do they know where he is? Well, there's one. There's the second.
Didn't check his corner there. Picked up instantly as soon as that first shot came through and hit fire headshot even. Nothing difficult at all there. A bit too many people off site for Wolves. 2 only there. Managed to be overrun there by BDS, who took some early control of blue. Managed to make sure they could push in from the dirt tunnel. And after that, was just trying to continue that push on forward a little bit as the members of Wolves started to come back. It allows them to be on 1-1 now. And to be honest, they need it. They're not out of the running yet. You see it right here. If they have a regulation win, they will find themselves with 31% chance of making it. Now, I think they will be fighting with G2 and with Heroic for the exact same spot in that case. It's very unlikely that M&M will be overtaken by these teams. But the important thing is Wolves have nothing to lose.
I love that it just says 100% for all of them. Instead of saying,
it doesn't matter.
Qualified. I get it. The graphics are so good, and it's a formula that runs it, and it looks very good on the whole graphic. But in that very particular instance,
yeah,
if it said qualified, I'd be like, yeah, cool. Instead, it's like, it's 100% if they lose. It's like, yeah, they're qualified.
I mean, I think, like, I don't know if Sprabuni still runs it the same way, but back when I inquired him the first time about it, it was like 50,000 simulations about any possible outcome.
Yeah, you and Sprabuni have been like...
He coded it, I asked for it.
So he did the work?
Yeah, he did the work of my questions, basically.
And obviously Wrath helps.
And Wrath helps nowadays.
Yeah.
He confirms the odd cases there. Like, can they be confirmed in any particular instance? And that's what Wrath takes care of, as far as I know.
30 seconds here, and BDS are going for the take across the top to maybe try and find some of the roamers. But Shaiko is in the same place he was in before. Heavy presence onto blue. Playday, a bit too late for the BBoo party, but he's got that prepped and ready to go now, so he's already out of there. Nobody's going to get a cheeky swing onto him into that position. Rafal, once again, wants to try and dig his way through Dirt Tunnel. He might have a little bit more support. Last time he did it solo, and well, he was successful, but it's often and always that little bit of a risk because there is now more bodies. Look at this, Wolves. They've pulled themselves back outside of Rise. Rise gets caught out. That grenade, it'll be his end.
Yeah, I mean, it's a confirmer to kill. Didn't need to use that grenade, but it was maybe to stop anybody from trying to retake that on the defender side of things. More grenades are being pushed in. Won't be finding anything. That's a weird kill that came through.
A lot of damage onto Playday.
A lot of damage indeed onto Playday. There will get himself healed back up. Shinka loses his life as well. It's up to P4 now to stop them from truly moving in here, but a grenade is going to slightly misposition him here. As the second one comes in as well, but it's not going to be able to catch him fully.
Well, that's a lot of grenades, and finally the end of the bullets, the swing round. They're going to try and get the stick down on the far side. There is obviously only Rafal up and watching. Shaiko, he's not out of charges. He's back up, but one gets instantly knocked back down. Mowgli, he's just got to find two more. He knows roughly where one is, playing around the big box inside blue. The other has found themselves towards the side of Dirt, holding potentially on the door, but they'll not see it. There is the lock-in. BDS, 2 rounds.
2 rounds. With that, they take that lead. And again, Wolves have nothing to lose. And at the same time, everything to lose on the side of BDS. They do not want to miss out on a major. And I know there's a lot of people saying back at home, it might be good for them if they fail to qualify, because that means something is wrong, something needs to be fixed. And of course, they realize that at this moment in time as well. As Wolves is actually the one that calls a tactical timeout. Of course, they are a round behind. They want to make sure that they give the best they have, and thus they call it now before it's completely too late.
That's it. It's, you know, it's obviously you can see that the players are listening. The coaches behind the staff, the team there, they're going to be talking their sort of ear off, and, you know, with the perspectives that they have on all of the players, giving them a little bit more intel, giving them a little bit more of an idea of where they think things are going wrong from the side of Wolves, because at this point they're losing a bit of a connection. And it could also be a call of just, let's slow the game down, let's pause it, let's take a moment. BDS has done 2 rounds in a row now, and the second was better than the first. We cannot let them build momentum because, I mean, let's be real, they've struggled on their attacks throughout points of this before. We want to try and do a little bit better on our defenses. We cannot let them get that confidence.
Can I give you some fun statistics?
Throw them at me.
So, you know, the 100 kill mark in a stage is always something we like to talk about.
The Shaiko line.
The NAL has finished. 3 players have been able to pick up 100 kills.
Yeah.
BR6 is finished. 3 players have been able to pick up 100 kills. Now, Shaiko is known, of course, for doing it 6 consecutive stages in a row.
He's done it a lot.
If he gets 17 kills over the next 2 games, and let me check how many. Yes, already has 4, so he needs 13 more kills, and he reaches it again. But we're actually on point to get quite a bunch of players that reach that 100 mark, because if I filter by it, Sports 93, Emission 89, Yuzus 91, and Solidov 93. We might have 5 players reaching 100 kills this stage.
It's an exciting statistic. It's the line. How long did it take you guys at home? How many games did it take you, if you play ranked, to play unranked or whatever, to get past the 100 kill line? What's your Shaiko line? What's your stat? How many maps? Find out. Tweet Esports.
R6 Esports. Not just esports.
Or just esports. Pressure. Coming its way here over the top. A different tact and a different site selection. They obviously don't have bar open, but they do have the other two top floors, and they're going to try and opt for the gym hold instead of going back down to Church and Arsenal, where it's gone wrong twice. Here, it starts once again in a similar traditional sort of lead. And pressure across from CC. You force the players at the top of red and at that lockdown to be in an awkward position. You open up angles in construction, so if they rotate, there's the danger of being shot in the face. Or this, the grenades underneath. Almost gets the catch, but gives the game away that the pressure is mounting. Are you going to stick around? Not much longer. Both players get out of there before it becomes a bit too hot.
Before taking small amounts of damage there as he tried to rotate out, but he didn't want to be stuck on the red stairs there as, you know, those grenades started to pop off, but BDS starting to put pressure down as well. He was not wanting to be isolated, not being able to rotate back. Schalke's currently droning out Cash, droning out the red stairs. They know it's going to be clear. They can start pushing towards the construction, and they can start working on making their way into the bedroom. Now, Lems finds himself near the kitchen. Mowgli is out there. He has been spotted. That should be a free kill, but he misses the opportunity completely. Mowgli's going to be able to shut him down with the SMG-11 pre-place, the C4, which he wanted to do before as well. And that is a very important entry for Wolves.
That's it, Mowgli. I mean, he's often been a bit of that shining light and a strike from his pickup in addition to this Wolves roster. Shaiko, can he find a response for the younger French gunner and see if he can try and lean in as the pressure starts to capitalize around the site itself? They have the read that at least one of them's underneath, and you can see Renshiro has gone to try and find him. The Zafira is droning their way ahead and trying to put some pressure down towards where Mowgli was last seen. Maybe find that C4 and get rid of it, but the entrance starts to come around the corner. Rise, he's going to lean in, takes the head off of Shaiko, looking for a second. Briday's a bit stuck in a corner, but fights his way out. But look at the timer, 15 seconds. Renshiro puts pressure on, gets one, gets two, drives himself back into the game itself. The swing finds the third, hops over, a 3 versus 1. They don't know where the last player is. He swings, gets two, gets the kick cold. They've got to pick it up and try and get the plant. Gonna hold it. P4 might not have the intense ping, has to go for the long rotate. They're gonna just get it off. And they know! P4!
What a clutch that was! A 1v3 hidden inside the gym. Finds the planter, finds the second one as well, the cover that got injured right afterwards. Rotates all the way around because they realized there's nothing else we can do. We need to go for the plant. We do not have time to chase. And 2-2. Wolves managed to equalize the score after, we have to say it, a very impressive Renshiro around there, just pushing in, getting that triple kill. Basically clearing the way solo for BDS. Finds this one up. Onto the cabinets there. Pushes on. Finds the headshot in a quick adjustment there. And then the third one, which was a shotgun. Potentially even the toughest one of them all. That could have ended badly.
Took a shotgun to the face, but didn't stop him. It took P4 to do P4 things. Dropped the kit, got the second pickup, rotated around, found the last man in time. P4.
That's what we know him from in Challenger League as well, of course. Like the lurker, the clutch potential that he has. And I don't know, like, it hasn't quite been the same as back when he was in the Easy Dream. But I think that's because he's on a more structured lineup now, one that isn't as freely. And he still shines. He still has his moments as Renshiro takes a lot of damage. Not quite sure what that was from.
Oh, so does P4, but he's able to finish the animation.
Wasted utility there, more importantly. That's an impact gone. And they will have to breach that with those Selmas, but P4 still around, so he can use the bender wires. Oh, that's going to be... It's going to be exothermic? You can just go for it. He's not near, but they don't know that, of course.
They don't know. They've got to check it out. They've got to test it. There's the single reinforcement, and obviously it's a, you know, an important wall, but we think about how this happened for BDS last time, how much time and utility was wasted on this important wall before. The stun popped, wondering about the bandit trick. Nobody was home. Again, it's the second bit of that Zafir utility that sort of ends up thrown a little bit to the wind there on a vain hope and a dream. Here, they're going to see if they can try and, I guess, put some pressure down early. There was a couple of problems with the holds, as you commented before, around construction and how aggressive they got towards the plant itself. Or they try and stress out some of the hold inside first.
It's the big one there. I mean, you cannot just plant underneath that hatch if you do not hold control. This is one of those EMPs again that is just going to permit... Oh no, it was shot this time around. So Bulletproof ability did not fully activate. Again, an EMP going off just to make sure he won't be able to get the actual wall end. Are they going to continue to go on with that? No, not this time.
You can hear the walls start to break and breach above. They've got that castle open close by. The camera tried to EMP the drone out. The Flores drone is going to be the more important one to make a connection on the backside. Do they have enough? Well, they have the cover from some bullets, and that EMP is locked, loaded, and ready to go once again. The Wolves did this before. They sort of stacked themselves up in that gym bedroom space and held onto it with dear life. A little bit of a retake happened around the 45-30 second mark, led on by a couple of kills, and this time Shaiko is going to opt for a slightly different approach. As is Rafal, you wanted them to be a bit more cautious, and they are. But it's making sure that they can drive themselves into the firefight that happens underneath.
How nice it would have been if you had an extra impact now, so you could actually get rid of the castle barricade. It needs to be punched, takes some time, but it will work in the end. Some fire is coming through there. Shaiko will find one as Rise gets a kill as well. That means that this hatch is still being heavily contested as Playday has opened up below.
There's someone rotating onto the construction window, just misses Rise, who just misses them, but look at the time, 30 seconds. They have some control here, but you can see that BDS, they're still trying to find their way through to get the plant down. The kitchen is being smoked off, that swing angle, just going to try and plant themselves underneath the hatch. They're looking for the fight. There's the cover locked in. There's the swing from Billiard's side as well. It's all coming up blue. Rafal finds one, can't get the locked connection with the next. The pistol pops towards an angle, but Rise plays peekaboo with a gun.
With hipfire. Just saying, he's completely styling on him there. He wasn't even going for the ADS. But again, this time they try and go for the plant. They had the hatch control not taken out from above, but the smoke's not properly tossed in. RX able to go down the kitchen hallway, taking out the cover, then someone else from pool able to find Playday. Wasn't dug in properly. So when they deal with one of the problems they had before, they forgot that they needed to have a bit more clarity on the side or needed to dig in even deeper than they did before to ensure that peak did not happen. That stopped the diffuser eventually from going down. Wolves in the lead. Now, the last 3 times these two teams played, it was BDS that won it. And I think the last 3 times they played were all the exact same rosters. Because of the Charlotte Major and, of course, that stage. There was no transfer window in between those 3 games, only after. Now, as we continue round 6, the opportunity for Wolves to find 4-2. Make it harder for BDS to live up to their dream of again qualifying for the major, this time in Berlin. BDS, they have it in their own hands to some extent. Like, yes, other results, they need to help, but it is possible. They just need that window.
I think the thing about this game, how it feels so far, and obviously Siege, it's a game of 2 halves.
Yes.
Wolves feel relaxed. Even with the couple of rounds that have gone away from them, we have 100% seen them more stressed, which obviously is the benefit of being qualified. It's the boon of being already asserted in one of the teams that, you know, you're always going to keep fighting, but doesn't have to fight to survive. They've got the tickets, got the plane, got themselves some...
Give a bit more freedom, some flexibility. You can do whatever you want to some extent, like try new things, all that kind of stuff. Whereas BDS, they have that pressure to perform, so they're a bit more prone to mistakes, you can almost say. As Wolves, they have that freedom, they have that relaxedness, as you call it.
Well, the drones are going to start to roll out and try and get the clear here over the top. First check the room with a dead end. Not got a dead end, a rotation. So Lems is going to try and put some pressure onto the back of that. Bibu's tucked, playing the most dangerous game. And will he get droned out? It's a place to check, and it's checked. Now he's got a mission. Is he going to be able to escape in time? He's looking for the fight on the way out the door, but the man with the kit doesn't want to take it. So Bibu can slip on by... Wastes a bit of time, wastes a bit of utility, minute 30, and he's back down to the ground. Mowgli takes a chunk of damage elsewhere. Was that a fight? No, it wasn't even up through the hatch. Down to blue, Shaiko.
Yeah, Shaiko, who takes a small amount of damage as well currently. He's going to toss in one of these grenades. I don't think we'll find anything but a piece of utility. Still, of course, has some adrenaline surges left, deals a little bit of damage to the other side of that wall again. But he's not really able to find any entry. And BDS, with a minute left on the clock, need to work on their entrance to the site. I think they've just done that onto dirt, but now they need to work on the hatches.
They're looking for a 3-3 split here, and they have 50 seconds to try and make it happen. Everybody is still on the board. They haven't been able to find that early pick and play against a Wolves player. The stress and the pressure starts to find its way around here. This is obviously the site where they're able to win their previous 2 rounds. They feel like they're in a good stead and heading, but Wolves haven't, as I said before, handed them anything. And now it's 30 seconds, and as the breach and break starts to happen towards the side of the site, and the shake just actually does see the foot of P4 there, but aims in a slightly different location.
It might not fully register it. It could also be having to do with resolution skill. Speed gets spotted out. They know exactly where he is. There is the foot. That's B4 taken out. That's an entry, but Rafal instantly gets traded out.
The drop takes 1, takes 2. Shaiko somehow is able to find one that knew him and one that didn't, but Shinka on the far side swings round, looks for the fight, doesn't let go. EDS just have the 1 extra man and have themselves an even half.
And that's when the Elder starts to get dangerous, when you start to line up, when you need to start pushing, and there's only an angle or 2 that needs to be covered. Just not leading to the win this time for Wolves, but they got very close. Time started to run out. It's Shaiko that dropped in, managed to pick up some important kills before he fell to the Elder. A 3-3. And Church Arsenal up first as a choice of BDS. Now, they need a regulation win. That's it. The full 3 points. 2, 1. Don't think those will be enough. Kind of lost track of the qualification percentage sheet. Wink, wink. It's a silent hint to prediction. But they need the 3 points to stay competitive, to make sure that they have the best chance of making it through. As soon as they start to get any less, it's either fully gone or very slim of a chance to make it. Of course, they do not face Heroic like G2 do, who have the opportunity to play Secret tonight. Also, Heroic still plays as well against Navi. So if you need to choose any team that is currently outside of the top 4, I think G2 is the most favored of making it back into that top 4. Now, BDS, they have that chance. We just said it. They need that win. That's what's on stake. That's why the pressure is so high. And now on their defense, is this where they can make that difference?
They don't really have a choice.
They kind of have to, yeah.
They kind of have to. Shaiko, he's still itching himself forward towards that kill record. We're having those hit and miss moments of BDS. Their 2 rounds, well, 3 all on the same site. They're going to see if, I guess, trends can continue as they try and get a little bit of a lockdown down in that basement as their opener here. If they can push themselves 1 step into the lead, it's worth remembering Wolves have used their timeout around the 3rd round in the previous swing. So this could be a moment where they can start to apply some pressure. But Wolves are good on their approach. I don't think that really needs saying, but it's worth reminding if you've missed the reason why they are our first qualified team of the 2 that we have. They can be vicious.
Now, Fuse is not an operator we see very often on the EUL. It's being followed up by a hard breach charge, and of course it can shoot through, but look at all the utility that has been taken out.
I mean,
2 magnets, a Banshee, Shaiko pushed back. Of course, he can start to pull back right afterwards, but like, all the defenses he had are gone. He just has his gun now.
We talked about this is the role that the hard breach charge can have once upon a time. Is a map like Clubhouse, where you traditionally had to take 2 hard breaches, that role can be taken up by somebody like a Fuse in this instance, where you can now just have the Hibana work alongside. The 2, you know, kind of important swing hatches on either side are open. You've still got kitchen and potentially pipes if that's the plan that you want to go with onto the back of church. But here, it frees up the option and the use of that Fuse charge. Probably not going to work multiple times, but at the same time it worked once, and that's that important play. Bibu does find Alem with the back of that LMG, looking for the next. They just had a bit of a drift with danger, a couple of pre-fires to sort of give a statement, then they pull back. They have the man advantage. Can they try and find a second? As I said, Mowgli is putting that pressure down towards that pipe side.
Of course, has the exact same LMG, but we'll get back to that in a couple of seconds, because 45 seconds, Wolves, they need to find an entry, and basically a lot is currently being blocked. They need to push in from Oil. Mowgli's trying to sneak through the hallway right here. Hope he finds a surprise kill, and he does as well, but it's the second one, which he cannot find, and BDS does stay even.
Bibu's able to win out Shaiko, and Shiro does it once again with Playday tucked round. Just gets a swing round. It's a quad kill for Renshiro. The kit's at his feet. P4 needs to try and have a little bit of that early round magic. There's the first. Can't find the second. And BDS just pull themselves one round ahead and take another church round.
God, I started to get a bit of close there with the LMGs to come through. And just to come back to the Pwnz, an underpicked operator, I dare to say. Of course, wastes a lot of utility with those cluster charges. People would often say, but I never get kills with cluster charges. And of course, it's a nice bonus if you can get kills with them. But I think that the gadget more so excels at taking care of utility on a defensive side. As you just saw there in blue, you toss it through the hatch, you take care of a Banshee, you take care of all the magnets out there, potentially even ADSs. Toss it inside a church, bulletproof cameras, evil eyes, Banshees. Again, all gone if you manage to hit it right. And it goes for reinforced walls now, reinforced hatches, which makes it even more so usable. And with that LMG, of course, you would say, why is Pwnz not being picked more often? And I think that has to do with Pwnz being so slow. If he would be quicker, that might have been the more common pick.
It's also, as I said, it's risky. You hear the sound, it's a sound that is not shared by anything else really in this game. It makes a lot of audio before it pops off. They're being able to get 3. It was 3 pockets of utility because 2 got one wide and then 1 hit the Melusi charge, the Banshee, before they could actually get it. It becomes that sort of risky moment where you know that they're going to be more aware of that next time.
Of course, but luckily they cannot shoot you through reinforcement as you're placing it. They can take it out if you detonate it, but I don't think you'll be killed through it. So it's risky. It could be very hit or miss. To use the utility could quickly be denied. But either way, it was a good attempt. Unfortunately, led to nothing here for the Wolves. BDS able to clutch it out in the end there. Not with an ace, but they got quite close to it.
Here's some pressure. That's going to come underneath. 2 bandit charges, 1 bit of utility. And perfectly played. And I guess if there's a comparison between how BDS were going for that approach, which included usually a lot more time, a lot more drones, and a couple more bits of utility, there was a very clean persistence from Wolves. They put the pressure round onto stock. They started the lockdown from underneath and made it all happen within a handful of seconds. Logistics is the next bout of pressure. The focus towards Renshiro. They just hop the drone over the top to try and get the read on the player. And they're isolating construction, as I talked about before.
Shiro was very eager to actually challenge that hatch as soon as it opened up, hoping to find Sledge, of course, still being in the animation of pulling back that hammer and grabbing out the rifle. Now, as it's still 5-on-5 and 90 seconds are left on the clock, Wolves do need to find an opening. Yes, they created 2. They opened up construction. They've opened up onto CCTV, but they haven't found any of the kills. And that means that BDS still has some sort of freedom to move around, especially since currently no one is up on the balcony. As soon as they realize that, with Mowgli now repelling on it, and they have heard that, they can still go through that window, which P4 currently wants to grenade.
Well, here it is. They're looking for the middle man. They're not moving as of yet because they don't feel they've been put under enough pressure. Tried to swing into the Finker there on the window. Shaiko looking for a fight, but it's Renshiro finding the first, and Mowgli looking for the second, but only gets 1 out of the pair. He looked for the fight in and amongst P4 inside construction. BB wants to make an entrance, but it's locked round. Shaiko has an idea of swinging. He's between 2 places. Sees the back end of one, and BB is at least able to get revenge, but 40 seconds. The hop in from the window. Now there's a different player. Shinka somehow takes the head off of the man and buys themselves a second to breathe. Bibu, hefty rotate. They realize what they have, and they're going to see if they can make it count now around on the back stairs. Renshiro's watching towards Jim to see if they sneak a plant in. Rafal's in a position to swing round. Got to get past the Azamis. That's going to get revealed by the camera that only just gets taken out. Is concerned, obviously, about getting the lockdown here. And Shiro is a wizard with this, and with the player going to hop around the back, they're just going to pre-fire their way down towards the gym. Renshiro goes for a rotate where he pulled off a massive triple kill before. He just needs the backhand of Shinka, and this is his round. Wrong side, right movement, Rafal. BDS go 2 rounds ahead.
Got a bit too aggressive there, maybe on the cover, pushing out towards deeper in the site. Not able to hear that flank coming from the Maestro. With that, of course, the diffuser not going down as well. And I understand, I mean, you're in the bathroom. It's a very, very vulnerable spot. He wanted to make sure that the construction door was covered. But as a result, they kind of split themselves up a bit too much, allowing BDS to find it, to find that round, to get themselves up to 3-5. Only 2 rounds away from a regulation win. 2 rounds away from continuing their story of potentially still reaching Berlin. Shinka, by the way, this first shot, onto the bathroom. First shot hitting as well, beautiful. But it's 3-5. BDS is slowly starting to take control of this game, even though Wolves look more relaxed. Now, we've already mentioned why that is before. They have a 100% chance of qualifying, which means they are qualified in any given situation. As BDS, they desperately need that win. And of course, every single time, or at least the last 3 times that these two rosters played against each other, it was always BDS that took the victory.
I think that's always a statistic here, is that something inside BDS always knows they're ready for a fight. Maybe it's that little bit of hope that they've needed in a season of otherwise not quite BDS Flames. And the times that we've talked about it is you're always comparing them to themselves. It's not that they've ever been entirely brushed aside, but the energy that you see watching them play on their player cams and their coordination, it has been a struggle. And, you know, on their defense, it's something where you can get a little bit more animalistic, a little bit more lonely in some of your swings and approaches without it being the biggest misstep and mistake. But pulling 3 attacks, you know, it's still something that can, if it is the distance maker, drive them over it. Right side, Bibu. Oh no.
Shark and the Benetrick will find 1 extra thermic, meaning only 1 left. And whereas Wolves had some redundancy before, doesn't seem to be the case this time. No heart breach gadgets, no secondary heart breach, which means that this is the only one standing. And that grenade will take care of those bandit charges, will start to open it up. Bandit nowhere to be found to actually stop this breach from opening up. But they're all stacked up to it. I was wondering if they were going quickly there. Oh, yeah, they definitely are.
Yeah, Mowgli finds one. P4's inside, looks to lock down the door itself. Shaco's trying to win a very important fight on the way back through, but it's Shinka inside the bathroom to find one. Rafala Lem's coming up the main stairs, going for the swing, but it's watched by Bibu out wide. Mowgli has the lockdown on Shaiko, who has to go far away. He cannot push in the door itself. They're going to maybe try the C4 underneath, see if they can get a catch on the plant itself, but with 1:20, it's come to a little bit of a standstill. Just saw the flicker of a player. The drone goes by. There's a head, there's a gun, there's a little bit of a retreat down that main stair set. The site is Wolves, or at least above it, but they've still got to do the tough thing of trying to break their way down. Rise is trying to bait the push, bait the swing, but, well, with no real information, you can see that they're not quite happy to go on to the next step. Clean take on the top. What do you do on the site in the middle?
Mowgli's holding down Shaiko here. It seems like he's aware that he has someone near his sides. We'll find him as well. This is Nitro taken out. They need to try and deal with the plant situation in a different kind of manner now, because Wolves is starting to at least fight back to try and put themselves up onto a 4th round as well. As the Lems will find Mowgli, will at least take him down. And the plant somehow still not going. I don't know why it's not. Oh, but because of course they are downstairs. Yes, of course. Sorry, I thought for a second that they were upstairs because they were just hanging out there, just chilling. But it is bar indeed. So they need to drop at some point. But Alem is finding yet another kill. Leaves him in a 1v. No one. Never mind. He's there. It's Wolves. Wolves winning the round there, putting themselves up at least an extra round, starting to fight back with a very quick take over the top. I left myself confused there because there were so many people upstairs. You had like 3 people in the master bedroom. Understand. You have 5 attackers out there. It's like, wow, very quick. They need to come back because 2 people pushed up the staircase as well to retake it.
Yeah,
they failed.
Well, that was, you know, that's why they sort of, as I said, they got the top and they got control of the site from above, but needed to get the site. So it's fine. It's a warm day.
It is a warm day.
Do you want some juice?
I have my water. I can hydrate.
Nice.
I don't know why Fabian is laughing like that though. It's like, I don't know if this is a smile or like disappointment.
I think he's coming over to put a hand on your shoulder.
He's not.
I will not repeat.
No. Up to the bottom floor we go. Or down to the bottom floor, rather. As we are in the basement. We are in church. An arsenal. BDS needing 2 more rounds. The sense is being brought out from Bibu. No heart breachers current. Oh, actually, 1 heart breacher. 1 heart breacher less on the board.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Hibana, so opening up the hatches is what they'll focus at.
But they do have the heart breach gadget in the pocket of the sense as well. I talked about this before, and as I said before as well on this approach, you know, when you're rolling with the fuse on that, at some point, they might just try and impact it and get rid of the kit. It's the trade-off utility. We know the fuse is pretty big, and removing pockets, you can shoot it, sure, but you don't have the confidence they'll swing onto you. That's just a surefire way of doing it, so why risk it? Bring something different. Bring something else.
Are you saying if the fuse is going off, you stand underneath it to impact the heart breach gadget?
No, I'm saying you get rid of the fuse. They don't get your Melusis and all your Wamais.
Yeah, you definitely get. Oh, that's a neat little spot.
Sneaky.
Sneaky little spot, and can still get it down. Has to toss it back up there now, though, if he wants to. Quick clear coming out from the strip club, though. The top floor also slowly being taken by Wolves. Of course, we see a very turtle-heavy setup here from BDS, and every second that is currently being wasted by Wolves trying to clear out the top floor. The middle floor is the second they have less to actually go for an execute. Now, P4 is already knocking on the doors here. He's near blue. Mowgli as well, looking to open up the hatches near the kitchen. Needs to be careful of not being C4'd. Playday falling back is going to be waiting for a sound cue to actually blow that up. If he does it now, that would have been a kill. Just a little bit too late, and that hatch will open.
As the pressure now starts to rain its way down from the top, you can see the Sens is making a bit of a journey down towards dirt, and maybe they're actually pulling back. I thought they might try something exceptionally sneaky, but now just partially sneaking. With a minute 20, well, it's got to turn into something partially successful, something with a little bit more devastation towards the angles and the ideals of getting a kit down instead. They're trying to lock down the side of blue. There is an Echo drone that was floating around on that side. BDS still have all of their players at this point. Came down to a bit of a scrappy back and forth before, but when you have that one-man advantage, it becomes massive when you have the element of time as well, even bigger. And at this point throughout this game, BDS are still technically flawless on this site specifically. P4 is going to go find a fight in dirt as the hatches start to come next.
Now, wanting to go dirt, of course, there is a shotgun waiting on the other side. Playday holding a very tight angle. A grenade could fix this issue, but it doesn't seem like he's aware of it. He's definitely careful, waiting to see if there's any movement coming through, and as the drones start to proceed into dirt now, he will find out about the player there, but not in time. It wasn't completely cleared. He gets the kill. The drones get taken out as well, and BDS will find themselves a very important entry.
Oh, if it had waited a couple more seconds, the drone might have had that intel. Whether they just got the end of it or not, you LMG and you swing and you pre-fire, and sure, you're up against a shotgun, but you might make a connection as well as the grenades. Here, the smoke underneath the hatch. Rise just got to take the drop. He's going to try and make a movement round into the backside and plant in an off spot. Alems has a long angle towards this, but doesn't need it. Shinka is the one that's able to swing alongside Mowgli. Suddenly, it looks like it's going to be another BDS swing round here, and it is. BDS sit on map point.
And that means one more round for the full 3, whereas Wolves, well, they have to do a little bit more if they want to make sure that they are the ones walking away from this French derby, as Milos calls it. Of course, +1 Belgian. In Rise.
Plus it's like Belgium. French derby, and there's like an asterisk.
Yeah.
Which links to Rise's Wikipedia.
He does speak French, so he could be the imposter.
If he didn't,
right?
He would probably struggle on the roster.
He would struggle on the roster, I think.
It's probably a good thing. I think that maybe played a factor.
There it is. As I mentioned before, if they do get a regulation win, that means that they have a pretty good chance of still potentially making it. And I know 31%, you know, that's not even 1/3 of the times that they'll be able to make it, but that's not really how it will work in that final play. They suddenly results start falling your way. Suddenly all you need to do is just get a win in that final one. But if they get anything less, it's going to look pretty dire. They already got 1 point, so the last option we saw there has been eliminated from that board. But it could still be 62%, depending on how many points they get. So BDS looking for the 3, but that was already clear from the start of the day. So with that said, can they do it now? Can they do it straight away here in gym and bedroom, or will they need another round to do so?
BDS closer and closer, currently sitting 7th on the board, with Outsiders getting a little bit of a leapfrog earlier on in the day with their 3 points, but could jump, battling tie to tie with Heroic around that 4th spot. And that makes things very dicey for that final Playday. Heroic still yet to play, obviously, but M&M dropping points. Still within reach, still within grasp. Still one more round. Look at this, the drop, the drone, the hatch, the Renshiro. Nobody's to get the instant response. Doesn't see the drone come down, though. That's why it went down alongside all of the sort of shrapnel that fell, and that means that that drone is just able to sit in that corner. And he's still looking up, he's still looking away.
As long as he doesn't move that drone, it's not going to make any noise. So just keep it there, pull the grenade, and toss it in at the exact right timing. There it comes, but cooked a bit too much. Probably has taken out the drone, though, so they won't exactly know where Renshiro is anymore.
It's clever, nice little spot of utility. Bibu, he's eyeing up the drive to What is the sight on the top this time round? There is a couple of things to maybe stop a quick lock and drop with the frost mat underneath the hop through on the hatch. Shaiko's holding an angle. There's a drone just outside it as well. It might be able to get a bit of a catch on his noise, if not his visuals. And you can see Mowgli's moving it closer and closer. Hey, Shaiko, how are you doing? Oh, very well. Smashes the drone, heads out of there, back towards the bedroom.
9 more kills for him to reach that 100. Probably won't happen this game, but you never know what is up next. Drones still coming through from Wolves. They're trying to find themselves an entry, but BDS is everywhere. They are challenging everything. C4s are being tossed through the window. Will not find anything, but definitely will scare Wolves a little bit that they are knowing that they're coming from that direction.
That's it. A minute left. They still have all of the swing round of CC as well. These armies played over the top. Rise hoping to get a catch. To nobody. That corner has been vacated. Renchira is still playing inside logistics under the hatch. They've got themselves spread out all the way around Jim. They want to just try and hit the hard wall and tuck behind it, but they need somebody to make a road and a route in. Mowgli is eyeing up the ideas. There's the Gemini. And there's Bibu on the far side as well. 30 seconds. And at some point, somebody's got to make a move. Show your hand and see if you've got the cards that win the game. Or keep us going. One more swing. To Lems to find it, but Rise to lock it out. There's suddenly a swing back and forth. And where's everybody gone? Out of the park. PDS. Find 3 points. Keep the dream alive at a 30% rate. It's not done yet, though, but they've done what they needed to today.
Just look at the cams, it's like, they're not like happy, right? It's a bit of relief, like they're still in it, but it's not like they're screaming of joy. They're not partying like we've seen other teams party. And that's of course because they know we are not in the place where we need to be in the standings, but we still have an opportunity of making it to the major. And that's more important. Maybe next week we'll see them cheers. Then maybe next week we'll see them scream out their joy if they qualify for Berlin, because they just kept that hope and dream alive.
And that's it. Hopes and dreams for now, but also maybe those being crushed by our enigmatic desk after a very quick break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. BDS remain in the running for Berlin. Let's have a chat for the victors. Bonsoir, bonsoir, Lems. How you doing? It's been a while.
Bonsoir, ça va?
Ça va bien? And, you know, congratulations on the victory. Before we talk about today, of course, it's quite obvious we got to talk about the past few play days. What's been going on with the team?
I don't know. I think we have like a trouble at playing together. Like, I mean, we are playing, good since 2 years. So we were waiting for this moment where we were a bit down, and it comes.
Is it just a phase? Is it just a phase?
What you mean?
You know, like everybody's had their emo phase, you know, it's just like a part of your life where you go through something for a while, or is it something you'll move on from?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think we'll move on from that. I'm pretty sure.
All right. Well, you're victorious. A big game against the Wolves, and we all know how much this game matters for the French scene and the French teams especially. So what's it feel like to be able to bring them down? This is the game where you come back into the running for Berlin, beating the #1 team right now in EU.
Yeah, but to be honest, the main goal for us right now is not to obviously going to the major is good, but the thing is like we don't think about that. Like our first thing to solve is ourselves, because we don't want to go there and play like we play right now. So like it's a no, like we don't want to. So the first step for us is to figure out what's wrong, and that's it.
Well, map and specifically, do you think that Clubhouse plays into your comfort zone today?
Yeah. I mean, we played Wolves a lot of time, and it's been like I don't know how many times, but we played clubs a lot against them. So yeah, it was on the plan, and we were pretty happy to play them up.
Okay, well, there's 2 more slots left for Berlin here in Europe, and now you're up at 12 points. You are within that top 4 where you could essentially fight for that position, but you get to play Team Secret in the next Playday. You said you're still figuring yourself out. That's the main thing, making sure that you guys are playing at your best. Do you feel that over the next week you'll be able to get into the proper shape you believe you need to be for that victory and for Berlin?
I think Secret is a really tough opponent, especially since the mid-season. They seem to have made like a lot of improvements, and looks like it pays off. And yeah, they play like very good as a team. It's like a trap match, you know, like you never know what will happen. So obviously we will respect that match fully, play at the maximum, and hope for a win. That's it.
And going into it, what do you feel is this kind of spark that you still need to work on to hit the spot you really want to be in, that you desire to be in?
Like the thing we need to improve, right? That's what you're...
Yep.
It will be maybe a bit like oh my god, everyone said that and stuff, but it's like about communication. I think this is our biggest issue right now. Like the communication, to be able to communicate to each other, like to propose stuff and to like make plays. Like this is, I think, our biggest struggle at this moment.
Why has that changed, do you feel, over the past 6 months?
I don't know. Like I can explain. You know, like if we figure out what happened, I don't think we'll be in this situation. So yeah, the goal is just to talk together, to solve the problems one by one, and that's it.
All right, Pwnz, anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Yeah, thanks to you for the interview, of course. Thanks for the casters as well. And thank you to all the fans. Merci beaucoup, les gars. I know that it's a rough moment for us. Je sais que c'est... I'm translating myself.
Congratulations, very well done, Pwnz. I'm very proud of you.
I know that we are in a rough part. Je sais qu'on est dans une situation difficile, mais on va tout donner pour se remettre en forme et voilà, et gagner comme on a l'habitude de l'avoir fait. We'll do everything to get back on track and win like we used to do.
Oh, Oxford English, c'est quoi ça? What's up? Monsieur Pwnz, very well done. Thank you very much, Pwnz. Congratulations on the victory today, and that keeps you in the running for Berlin. We'll see how things shape up for BDS. They play Team Secret next Playday on Monday, the last Playday of it all, and it might come down to that game to see if BDS make it to Berlin or not. Pwnz, thank you again for the interview, and congratulations on your win. Take care. We'll see you on Monday. Bonne nuit.
Thank you. See you. Bonne nuit.
There you go. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. That was it from Pwnz, Fresh, and Fabian, and we got to see a BDS victory.
We did, and they played extremely well. I think what Alem said about communication really hits home. I think the one thing that differentiates the teams between the top and the bottom of the league right now is the communication, because when you've got communication, you can have team play, you can have problem solving, you can have synergy, you can make plays together. We saw a flavour of that from BDS today, and I thought they put in an excellent performance. They looked very solid on, to be honest, on all but 2 bar and stage attacks and 1 gym attack where they lost a 3v1.
It's the biggest part for BDS this game is just that me and Jack spoke, but during the game about what is going right for BDS. And they don't have to think about what they're doing. The only thing they have to do is coordinate. And they did that. They didn't do these silly one mistakes that the individuals would perform usually when we've been watching BDS play. And it's just the interview we had with Elems, it gives away quite a lot of information, because what is it that they've been struggling with? Well, decision making, which he said, as a team, and also communication, which obviously broader is coordination.
And we're not putting BDS down when we say it's a map they don't have to think about. What I meant, and I think what Fabian means by that, is it's a map that they're not second-guessing themselves when those decisions are made. They just know that what the decisions are before they're made, and therefore they just do them and process them. When they've been on other maps, we've seen times where Shaiko's gone forwards and the rest of the team's gone back, you know, in terms of one's been aggressive and one's been passive. We didn't see that today from BDS.
Clubhouse is such a map where it's just, you come to a point and it's either option A or option B. You don't have too many decisions to make. It's just, if your in-game leader calls, we're going for kitchen dirt, well, you're going for kitchen dirt. There's just so many things you can do while going for that, and it's same on every single bomb site. That's why we say you don't have to think.
All right, well, that was it on Clubhouse. And like I said, BDS still in the running for the Berlin Major. It matters a lot now what happens for G2, because that's going to be the big fight in between. They have played one another earlier in the stage, and BDS came out on top 7-5, close matchup between them. Rounds will also be determining here the overall round differential between them, which actually coming into this game doesn't count for what is done. G2 was 1 round ahead of BDS. That might change. Of course, BDS has won 7-4. Comes down to what G2 can do later on. So this definitely is the most exciting day of the entire stage, and I'm loving every part of it. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's talk about G2 in more detail. They go up against the team that Elems described as unpredictable. You never know what you get, and that's Team Secret on the other side. See you in a moment.
BDS find 3 points.
Welcome back, friends, to EU League. G2 Esports versus Team Secret is our next game. G2 still in the running for Berlin, and it's just across the street from their office. Of course, we'll be in...
What are you doing? I was vibing to the music before we went live, the intro music. I was like, this is such a vibe, and I couldn't stop.
So many things wrong with you.
I'm just gonna... All of us, to be honest. We do work here, and we chose it. But, as I was saying, what is your favorite song, actually, out of all the ones that we have here at the EU League? Because we've got Toxic Avenger, who makes her wonderful music that we get to use. I really love the Robots Do It Better.
Yeah.
Mine is with the Thermite one, but I can't say the words.
No. No. Definitely not. Not in here. Not yet, at least. But, friends, let's talk about our matchup. Because, like I was saying, G2, all they got to do is just keep on winning, getting extra points, and then they can just walk across the street from their office in Berlin, go to Potsdamer Theater, and then they're good to go.
It's gone from G2 looking like the worst team in the league to, well, maybe there's a chance to... Actually, if we win today, it's probably in our own hands. And I'll be honest, I have no idea how they've got there. But they finally started putting some wins together. 3 wins in their last 4 against Navi, Pwnz, and Outsiders. And to be honest, there's been a little bit of change at G2 as well. We've seen from the com videos, and we've spoken to G2 a little bit, is that Prano's not taking more of a leadership communication role in the team. It's actually Citizen that's taking more of a, not an IGL role, but a vocal voice, the constant voice that's talking to the team, which it isn't necessarily known that Yfinka as army main would be on that type of role. But for G2, it seems to be working out. We know how good this team is. It's the team of superstars. It's all that, all the rest of it. The next super team, the next dynasty, all of that. They've got the potential, and they've put themselves in a situation where they could go on and go to Berlin, and that was unimaginable.
The best thing I see with Ben being the in-game leader for G2 right now is actually...
Ben is Citizen. You just call him Ben.
We know big
friends like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
People call them by themselves. I call Jack. And
he's a psychomaniac.
Yeah. No, but the best thing I see with it is that we have had an issue with Citizen, and I think it's something that everyone have been seeing, is that he's been baiting his team quite a lot. He's been always the last guy alive. And now that he's more of a leadership position, he needs to kind of lead from the front, right? That's what the leader does.
He takes ownership of it.
Exactly. Right? A leader takes, well, the responsibility of the team. You cannot be the last guy ever on anymore. So there are more things than just that I see that are going to be positives for G2.
Well then, Secret on the other side. And even Alems was describing them as a team that you can never predict how they're going to play in the game. They'll always come out with a surprise. And honestly, Team Secret, they've had some successes that nobody expected.
Nobody expected. I don't know about that. I think that they have a good team, and they do have a play style that gives them the opportunity to do a lot of new things that people don't expect. They have players that are very mechanically talented. It's just about getting those 5 players to gel together, and I think that they have started taking the steps in the right direction. They looked very lost in the beginning of the stage, and after that, they've kind of just stepped up on everything. I think that the win against Wolves, while I say Wolves kind of underestimated them, Secret played well. They had new things. They pulled up a strat book that nobody had seen them do before.
Secret have kind of done Secret things. You know, they took who did they beat first? Whether they shouldn't have beaten. They took Heroic. Sorry, they took Heroic to Bank, which was an off-map pick. Then they took Wolves to Chalet, and then Pwnz. But in those 3 games that they've won, they've controlled most of the rounds in those games. Even the Pwnz game, where it was a bit 50-50.
All right, let's see which map we're going to be playing on for this series. Again, G2, they need a victory and all 3 points if possible. You want to make sure that you have control. Come on, let's pull it up. We got 9 maps.
I'm checking my notes.
And which one will it be? We're going to go to Oregon, a classic one here. Clubhouse will be banned out by Team Secret. And starting on Oregon, they'll be on the attack. G2 have picked up defense. Jackers.
So I don't think the teams expected this. I think Secret have done what they did to Heroic, where Secret go to a very low preference map to try and catch a team off. Oregon is Secret's 9th preference map. If they've gone to it, it's because they've planned to go to it. They played it against Rogue. They didn't look particularly good when they played it then, so I hope they've made some improvements.
Yeah, as well as because G2 have been struggling in their attacks, and now they allow G2 to start defense on Oregon. It could go either way this game. It's very hard to call because both teams are on the way up.
There's actually pressure on both teams, right? Yeah. Secret is in a relegation, and G2 can have a sniff at the major.
I'm just looking out for Kendrew lurking, and because honestly, I love watching Kendrew. His lurk play is incredible, but also Titan, Secret's coach, might have pulled out a 9 million IQ play there with the map ban. So let's see how it all comes down for Secret. Fresh Fabian, thank you very much, gentlemen. Secret versus G2, on to our casters. Ace and Des, enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. We are just seconds away from getting into this one. Me and Des are going to take you through G2 versus Secret. Des, low preference map for Secret. Could Oregon hurt them?
Maybe. They chose to come here, though, is the one big thing I'm looking at, Tim. And looking at G2, they haven't touched this map since, I want to say the major, they played it at a couple of times, but I know stage 1, they played it 3 or 4 times back then. They haven't touched it in stage 2. So there are plenty of surprises potentially on the horizon from G2. My only concern is Secret, like you say, also not really a high pref map for them. Could be a real scrappy affair to see whether or not G2 managed to fight their way into that top 4, or if Secret pull themselves even further ahead of Pwnz in the battle for relegation.
I always look at Oregon and I kind of think, you know, it's never a bad map for a team that's been struggling. It's a simple map. You're looking at basics. It should be, you know, pretty easy to steady the ship on it. The problem with that is that we're looking at 2 teams that are in that position. Secret obviously getting some better results recently, same as G2, but both teams that have struggled this stage. So they could both be in need of that moment, really, and you know they may find it here. And what we might end up with, rather than 2 of the bottom teams playing each other, we might actually get a surprisingly good game. You know, we might get performances a little above and beyond what we've seen so far.
I just recall G2's game against Navi back in stage 1, Tim.
Don't
it was
recall
not
that
a
one.
pretty affair.
Don't recall that
It
one.
was not a pretty affair. So I'm really hoping, with all that's gone on in the last 3 months, the boys have got some improvements for us here today. Bans flying on through, Thatcher to get things off, and then Ying being taken away by Secret.
We'll get on to the defender bans now. Secret going to take our first one away as I speak. It's going to be Valkyrie, and then we'll likely see, I will give a guess at Mirror for our final defender coming in from G2. That being said, G2 have done some funky banning lately on the here and there.
Not today, I imagine. Okay.
I wouldn't go as far as funky, but it's not expected.
Where would you put it? It's like going to Nando's and not getting like hot or anything. It's like getting like lime and whatever it is.
I mean, you could put it in the range of cheeky. If we, you know, if we're gonna talk about that, you could put it.
Would
in
I ever find myself
ban.
saying the words "a cheeky" were my ban? Probably not, to be honest. No. Is he cheeky? No, I don't know. He seems like a pretty straight up kind of guy. I don't think he's.
He does have a very stern look about him.
He does, yeah. It's the kind of guy you want me on a night out there and look after you.
I'll be honest with you, Des. I think any of the operators would probably be able to boast that quality.
They keep your eat, mate. They keep your eat. Ralph first coming in then is going to be Meeting and Kitchen to kick things off. Let's see how things shape up. No Ossa yet being repicked in by Team Secret. Normally is the go-to for this site. We'll see if a change comes through on that way. If not, I imagine you'll see quite a bit of focus coming out towards the west side of the map instead. Take control of top, get control of the verticals inside a kitchen, and then look to go for a plant.
Okay, we're going to Meeting. Interestingly, the Meeting hatch has been reinforced by G2. We see it both ways, but we quite often will see the Meeting hatch left open, because obviously then if there's a plant attempt on rear stage, there's always the possibility of a Nitro from below. You've got Virtue with Nitro in hand. Just saying. We'll see whether that has an impact later in the round. The problem with leaving that open is it sort of signals that you're playing somebody underneath, and they can be quite easy to track down in the basement and deal with it. It's not difficult to shut that player down, but it does remove the option for G2.
It does. I like this as the kind of the spicy site pick, Tim. We'll go for spicy site pick, not operator bans or not a funky
I can go with
site
that,
pick,
yeah,
but it's still up there. You already have like a funky pick on this map though in terms of sites. They're all pretty viable. Either way, as I said, it's all about this top floor clear to kick things off. I like how they've gone to a slightly, air quotes, not normal site for the first one as well. Just to keep Secret on their toes, you're even guessing about the sort of things that they can pull off. But now at least, G2, very liberal control, very free to move around this top floor. You got Savage trying to put some pressure in through Trophy here, but the 3 members of G2 that are roaming up on the top floor, so far not really looking all that threatened.
Alamo just holding down one of those positions that we've seen from him time after time over the last few weeks. I'm thinking particularly to Master Bedroom on Cafe. You know, he's playing there and he's not going to be moved. Slebin, however, is going to move Doki. Manages to find that opening kill. That's a big start for Secret. Alamo will not be moved, but he will be killed. Manages to get the trade. It is with Savage. That leaves us in a 4v3. That's heavy losses for G2, to be honest, on that top floor. Only one man down, and Secret have got 2 out of 3 dead up on the top floor. That's big from them.
And there's another one as well as Prano. Not really sure about swinging onto White Van. You know there's someone going to be there. There is every single round, seemingly without fail. But swinging there in a spot where you're already down a man, it's a big risk play. You get that kill, you equalise things at 3-3, and they lose control of Armory side. Good on you. You die, you leave your team in the 4 versus 2, and sadly, it has not worked out in G2's favour.
Slebin just holding that tight angle onto Pit. Secret just slowing down a little bit here. There's a minute left to go. And that's not the end of the world. They've got time. They can, you know, wait to cover those angles, make sure that they've got the information they need. Citizen, as you say, could be hitting them on the flank very, very soon, though. Slebin needs to be aware of that. We saw Slebin have a real match last time out on the last play day, so he's going to be hoping for a little bit more of that action, I would have thought. For the time being, they are very conscious of that basement, as I said, Team Secret, but to a degree, the hatch isn't open, so the impact that G2 can have from down there is pretty limited. Kendrew sending a nade under that barricade and might just look to push on into site here. 30 seconds left to go. They're going to have to do something.
Oh, Citizen's got himself in such a good spot there as well to have the vertical. The thing is, Kenny might be looking to try and go for a plant here elsewhere, and that single shot is all the info that Virtue needs, but sure enough, a call came through. Great coordination from Secret. Citizen on the drop is now waiting for that plant to start going down, and here it goes. The longer angle coming in from dining side, I think that was, gets the shutdown, saves inside a kitchen, closes things out.
Great round from Team Secret, well worked. G2 I don't think will mind too much. We do consider meeting as a little bit of an offsite, a tertiary choice usually. G2 just trying to maybe throw it out there nice and early and see if a curveball worked to get them around, but it didn't. Secret standing up to the test pretty well. I like the work that they did on top floor. I said at the time they lost Savage, that was it. They took out Alamo, took out Doki, left Citizen in a tough position, and also made it very difficult for the site to be defended. We saw them then using that verticality to find the kills inside of sight from the attic hatch. It was really well played from Secret, nice and coordinated, nice and organised, and they head into round 2 where they will be attacking Laundry and Basement with a nice little 1-0 lead.
Absolutely. Let's see how they can take things in round 2 then. G2. This is one of those maps that I look at and just think, again, 4-2, 3-3 sort of split at the half. 4-2, that is being in towards the defenders. Not in a bad spot at all, I don't think. If Secret start running away with this and find 2 or 3 rounds here on the bounce, there best be an early timeout coming in from G2. I've really enjoyed seeing teams get through 3 rounds and being like, right, now we call the tactical timeout because we know we've got another quarter of the game to get into. I do really think we need to speak more about how the game does get split into these quarters where you play your 3 sites and you rotate back through them again. That second kind of attempt at each site is a chance to really improve and refresh on things, which is why I think the round 3 timeout is the one to go for if you find yourself falling behind more than 1 round in that first quarter.
Virtue's waiting desperately for that peek at rear stage door, but I'm not sure it's going to come. He's just holding on and holding on, but Slebin's going to go around the rear side, so shouldn't be too much at risk there. And Virtue at 30 seconds into the round has surely got to make the decision to give that one up and to move away, because otherwise he might find himself just getting stuck away from those rear stage stairs. But he has taken the couple of steps that he needed. Slebin just going to take a little while. You can climb up the ladder with the drone. It takes a little bit of specific work there, but Slebin does it. He can check out T3, knows that it's safe, so he'll go all the way into the top, and we'll see whether Virtue makes a challenge onto him or not.
All right, well, better safe than sorry. Getting a drone up there, just to make sure no one is lurking, would be absolutely correct. Just want to be careful here, any C4s potentially coming in from below. That said, no C4s in the back pockets. Actually, only Virtue had one. Normally you'd see a mute with one, for example, but here, the double bulletproof just a little bit too valuable to not bring along.
Savage continuing his work there to try and find entries. We're going to have a little bit of a spectator issue there as Slebin comes in. I'm sure it looked correct on his screen, not ours. Slebin going to be back on the draw.
He's trying to star in the new Doctor Strange movie.
Yeah, just go through the walls. Don't bother opening them up.
The walls bend for me.
Slebin is, I'm a little bit concerned, drawn in for himself a lot at this point in time. It was a criticism that I made of other teams in the early weeks of this stage, and it really slows teams down potentially. You're always reacting to information that's sort of 20 seconds old, and you're having to stop drawn, and it really can break your flow as an entry player. So I'd maybe prefer to see Secret have somebody working with Slebin. He's on the thinker. Give him every opportunity to get in and win those fights.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the Finker not being open here, we saw this back in map 2 where it was banned away by Rogue. You know, when it is on side, it can just be so ridiculously oppressive. I speak about it a lot. That juice comes through, the LMG's like whizzing away. You've got everyone juiced up with a bit more HP. ADS time is quicker. You just become far more lethal. When you come off the back of a fight with that extra bit of padding as well, you're getting then healed up straight by the Finker afterwards as well. It's just such an oppressive operator to play behind. Throwing the Gon 6, the nades as well. She really does do everything. So it's very understandable why she's drawing so many bans around the world at the moment.
30 seconds left to go. Savage has got himself down to the bottom of Laundry here. I'm not sure how aware G2 are, but G2 must be feeling fairly comfortable at the minute. They've got all 5 alive, just locked in sight. They've got highway presence. They've got Shaco presence. They've got everything that they need here to hold on to this site. And it's starting to get very difficult now for Secret. They try to push forward. Citizen finds Kendrew for the opener. Savage, Sleben, they managed to get one apiece. 3v3. It's turning into an absolute bloodbath though. 2v2 as Sleben once again steps up and does the work. But ultimately it's Virtue and Alamo who can find those final kills. And G2 hold on, proving that with 5 alive left on site and 30 seconds, it was just too much for the attackers.
Yeah, it's good trade play as well, actually. I think for both teams in the early part of that attack, but Kendrew kind of made the big play, right? We're trying to push around through the rotate, not aware. I think there was a man inside a cubby. It was Citizen. Or if he was aware, he clearly wanted to try and take the 1v1 to catch him by surprise. And then we had that sort of tit for tat, trade for trade, all the way through, right up to the very end with it, even with Alamar having his back covered by Virtue from the long angle, so he could focus on Freezer itself. So good team play from G2 goes to show that all that we saw last week isn't yet lost. Still every possibility they can do this.
You can see there our qualifying probabilities brought to you courtesy of Sprabuni as always at the bottom. Regulation win 39%. So G2, if you'd have said at the beginning of the stage there was an opportunity for them to have nearly, and I might be stretching nearly a little bit, but a 50-50 shot coming into the final week of qualifying for the major, it's not a million miles away. You know, if you said that after stage 1 and 2 and the performance, Playday 1 and 2 and the performances that we saw out of G2, I'll be honest, I'd have laughed at you. G2 have got not a real opportunity, but they've got an opportunity nonetheless.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? It's one of those coming into today that a number of teams have kind of had that outside chance, and the results so far have been, there's no other way of putting it, Tim, they've been absolutely batshit. Like, I just cannot comprehend how crazy the games have been throughout the day, but it really does make for a potential spicy last day. I was calling for G2 to win today, Heroic to win today, it to then come down to G2 versus Heroic for the spot on the final day. But it's like, while the two main characters are about to go head-to-head, you've just got sheer chaos happening in the background all around them as well. There's so many teams still in with a chance of making the major that it almost feels like G2 is one of the side stories now to everything else that's going on.
Sleben this time does have information ahead of him. It's going to be Kendrew and Keenan drawn in for him. Just clearing out that dining side. They know there's going to be somebody in and around kitchen, so they're trying to find out what's going on. Kendrew's drawn, likely getting... No, he's managed to avoid the mute jammer there. Very well played. Gets himself into kitchen. That's impressive stuff from Kendrew. Will be able to spot out for Sleben that the player has moved away. It's Virtue who's reinforced himself into security now. Really wanting to keep hold of that security side, because what they're trying to do there is have Virtue able to deny anybody trying to come in through double window. So step 1 for Team Secret is going to be to get rid of the mute, and Keenan is going to get himself up onto the double window ready, but can't really do too much other than hold the angles until they've got rid of the mute.
It's really interesting because think about the mutes normally that you'd see with a rotate through in towards kitchen, for example, and you play the north side door, you'd swing back onto security door. He's locked himself into, he's only got one focus. His only way out is through the single door in towards Zulu, or it's down through the hatch. That's all he's got to play with, but it does mean his focus is a little bit more, well, focused in towards those two areas, mainly out in towards Zulu and the bottom of white. Prada coming in for the swing, air jab, sees the drone and gets shot. That is just relatable Siege to a T, Tim.
It really is. You just know, you can see what's going to happen before it comes, and Prano is going to bite the dust. But I commented on Virtue. He's not been dealt with, and he gets himself a kill onto Kendrew, but Sleben can go in straight away and make that frag happen, get the trade, and keep Team Secret in this. 4v3, they're slightly on top of things. They've now got access through the double window, but Doki has dropped underneath and could be a problem on the Warden here. Savage finds Alamo. Doki has to go, and he has to go now. He's going to find the kill onto Sleben. 3v2 and G2 are holding on. Only barely though. A Citizen gets taken down. Doki as well as he tries to return back to site, and it's as easy as that for Team Secret.
Yeah, despite getting stabbed in the back there by Doki, still managed to have enough numbers on site. They can just overpower the members of G2, and even with a bit of a whiffed execute as well, thinking about it, when they went vaulting in through the window, well, they were getting shot off towards the side. They had no real response. Same on the downstairs. Virtue got a kill back. So Secret really have walked in there and lost 3 members basically guaranteed from the off, yet still managed to pull around back despite those disadvantages. I don't know if that's them showing really good grit and tenacity, or G2 showing they can't close the round out where they get these small little advantages that really start to build up as the round goes on.
I think, you know, we've seen problems for G2 throughout the stage. Like you say, I'm not taking the win away from Secret, but I think, you know, there is also an element of G2, like you say. The big thing about G2 for me when we talk about advantages is they just can't keep hold of them for long enough. They'll get themselves, like you say, a nice kill onto double window there, but then immediately lose Virtue and immediately find themselves on the back foot and having to think of another plan straight away, rather than having that time to soak it up, to say, right, actually, Team Secret are under some pressure now because they've lost the man coming in through double window. We've still got somebody in that position and there's nothing they can do about this. You know, that's really what you're looking for from that, and it's just unfortunate they never seem to be able to grasp onto those opportunities.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if Doki's ratting around the map continues here. Doesn't matter whether it's on attack or defense, he always seems to be the man off doing his, not so much doing his own thing sometimes, but if they want someone to go and pull off a flank or to hit someone on the side, Doki's your man to volunteer for the job, and often ends up finding himself running in towards drones and so on. Or sometimes you'll find Citizen on things like Iana being the one to go off and make those kinds of plays. So keep an eye out for both of them here, and really, I want to see Prano not getting picked off so comfortably. I know last round was a bit unfortunate, but even prior to that, died a little bit easy on the swing onto the white van back in round 1. Want to see him a little bit more composed here, and there's Doki onto Save's old teammate, bringing him down and then backing his way back down towards the site.
Beautiful little pre-fire from Doki there. Obviously knew that he was on the rappel and just took him straight off it as well. So 5 versus 4 as G2 have got the advantage, and this is exactly what we're talking about, Des. G2, you've got the advantage. You've taken the man off rear tower. You're going to make it difficult now for them to come in through attic. That's a good advantage. Can they keep hold of it? If they lose the next man, if they lose that kill and allow Team Secret back to 4v4, maybe even lose another one after it, 4v3, then you start thinking they've thrown away that advantage again, and that's something that G2 need to focus on here. For the time being, Team Secret, they're getting themselves established. They're in master bedroom, they've got the closet open, not bad work from them. Sleben underneath, he's a key part of this, as is Prano.
Prano's going for a similar sort of play. I think he has got to be so careful, but does Sleben even know? I think they have no idea he's here at the minute, but will just about swerve around them as well. Prano not even going to move his feet at this point, just holding the angle out towards Zulu for when someone comes pushing down. So Secret got to be very mindful of that. And Doki, again, just by a couple of pixels, missing an opportunity to get a freebie there on towards the armory stairs. I'm wondering if he gets a chance to strike here. Stepping on the push-up, Kendrew finds one. Now will Prano strike? Yes, he does. Up he comes and gets his man. No doubt looks towards the left here for the second, but wasn't expected in crouch in the corner. It's an easy trade out.
Prano there just giving his life up to that trade after getting the kill onto Sleben, and well played from Secret. A good reaction from them. Keenan manages to get Citizen, and we find ourselves now in a 3v1 for Team Secret.
This.
They're able to start thinking about getting the diffuser down. Virtue's trying to fight back from security, but he's just being absolutely pinned in there at the minute. I think it was by Keenan on the bottom of white stairs, and now diffuser has been planted successfully by Kendrew. It's 3v1 and Virtue has got it all to do. He's looking for the first. That's all he can do, is try to take these 1v1, but no, Kendrew shuts him down, and that is going to be Virtue closed out, and G2 losing another round. Secret 3-1 now.
I love the adaptation in that round as well from Secret, just identifying, look, Virtue's stuck. He has to come out the door or drop into basement. Either way, he's screwed. Just let him stay put. We'll hear if he shotguns out the hatch. We'll know if he's going to drop. There's not really much you can do there if we're not going to try and plant above his head. So let's go and plant, for example, inside of kids. Let's try and bring it out towards concrete. There's nothing he can do. And I love the little decision-making at the end from Secret as well. They could have sat and held that angle on that door forever and potentially risk getting traded, or even have Virtue get the kill and then press up white with a man down. What they instead was, okay, look, we've taken the fight, we've taken a bit of damage here, let's get back on site. There's 3 of us, there's 1 of him, we can play for trades all day long. Why risk trying to play for KD when you can lock around down very comfortably? That showed really good discipline from Team Secret.
It was really good from them. I've got to bring up a moment for G2 as well. Coming into that, you know, we commented, and I keep going on about this, but their ability to hold on to advantages that they get. Prano comes up armory stairs, gets a kill onto Sleben. He then chooses to aggress forward into trophy, looking for more. He loses his life, another kill goes down at the same point, and within 5 seconds, G2 go from hitting somebody on the flank and having a man advantage to being in a man disadvantage situation with nobody on the flank anymore. And that for me is a little bit of a problem. Obviously, it is always difficult for me to sit here and say about an ebb and flow of a round and was it the right time to be aggressive. But for me, if Prano doesn't push trophy at that time, Secret can't ignore it because they know he's on the flank. They know he's in Armory Corridor or potentially the bottom of main stairs. There's nobody else underneath to deal with him, so that completely takes a gun that has to keep looking after Trophy Door, or a drone has to be repositioned. It wastes 20 seconds. Something has to be done about that flank. But by going straight in through the door and losing that trade out immediately, nothing needs to be done about it. Problem is removed by the people hoping to create the problem.
Absolutely. You know there's going to be a second player there. There's no way a single man tries to push his way through Trophy that early in the round. If you're going to try and play through that solo, like we sometimes used to see Shaiko do on this map, you wait for the backstab. You wait until the last 30 seconds when your team is executing on big window or pushing down attic. That is when you make your play. So maybe a little bit of a mystery there. Maybe getting a bit of insistence wouldn't have been a bad thing for Prano, but instead was left a little bit out to dry there as the solo man. Just one of those things where you are losing out in the 1-for-1. Now let's see how things shape up though, because Secret, Stedman already being taken down. I was going to say, Secret here are really on a roll, but with taking a bit of the wind out of their sails and bringing down the Finker, no complaints if you're Citizen.
It's a good start. Slebben's been having a good game so far as well. You can see, along with Savage, leading the way in terms of frags for his team and continuing that performance that we saw him have in the last Playday. So definitely a good start for G2. Team Secret getting in here quickly though. Look at them, established inside of dining. They're looking to get a big breach opened into that kitchen wall, which is interesting because it's going to cut the site in half if they're able to achieve that. All it's going to take is a nade in there, in it comes, job done, and that is going to be the wall open from dining to kitchen. Good start. There's obviously the hatch above it that they need to now work on clearing, and it's Citizen once again playing up there, and he's going to deploy that Kiba barricade to keep that closed for the time being.
It's also just kind of running straight inside and trying to bypass the hatch. Still have to go through the door, or at least blow it out. And even then, getting close to it is a risk, because that means Citizen now has an angle just round the edges of that Kiba barricade to start getting some kills. Doki peppered down to about 15 HP. Far from out the round just yet, but enough of a warning sign that he now has to back away.
Keenan just going to be peeking the top of White Stairs there. Looking G2 to get a little bit aggressive. It's Alamo onto the Dome's breach. They're really wanting to keep this top floor in their control. Virtue's going to take a step to do that with a kill onto Keenan, but Savage manages to find Alamo. That's going to free up the passage from Master Bedroom. Saves is creeping up the stairs. Surely Virtue knows he must hear him. He's got the shotgun, but Alamo's going to see him first. No, sorry, not Alamo. Saves was going to see him first. Virtue does get downed, so we're effectively 3v2 at this point, but still a good kill from Virtue.
Absolutely. Surely with this numbers advantage in closest one out here as well. Citizen versus Savage, both down to just below half HP. Doki comes up for the collect. There's only the one man left alive here. It is Kendrew. And G2 will finally find their second round of the game and keep their dreams alive for Berlin.
Better from G2 there, not throwing away advantages that they got. Virtue on White Stairs, perfect example. Gets himself up there, gets the kill, does not go racing around the map, does not move himself immediately into another problem, and basically sets him up for one of the most perfect shotgun angles that you're going to find in the whole of Siege when you've got that SAS shotgun. It does not get tighter than at the top of White Stairs there. So even though he got taken down, he still secured that second kill. Smart play from G2 and much better than some of the others that we've seen.
I think what's interesting is the Secret. They're coming up against some variants of what we saw from G2 back in Stage 1 as well. Like some of these strats, I haven't seen them employ before. The full lockdown inside of security. In that round just then, we had the single wall in games being reinforced out towards top whites. They could really commit to playing inside of games itself. Just smaller men's rather than large ones, but enough that I think it's had Secret asking a couple of questions throughout. I'm really curious to see how it goes on the flip side, though, because G2 are then the ones that have to problem solve and figure out ways around what Team Secret will be throwing at them when Secret are on the defensive side. Before we get there, though, one last swing of the bat down here inside of the basement.
Security going to be completely locked off by Citizen there. A couple of mute jammers as well. Prano starting with a potential little bit of a rat play here. If Secret aren't very clever and careful with the drones, if they don't check every single corner, they could find themselves in with a little problem. Virtue has been trying for a peek at the beginning of rounds for a few rounds in a row now. He's not going to stick around as long trying for this one, as the pressure does come immediately to rear stage from Team Secret, looking to get themselves straight inside of the map. He does dip away back onto rear stage. Now Prano has a decision to make. He's out there in small tower. There's nobody coming that way at the moment. How long does he hold on for? Because whilst he's there, he's leaving his team short-handed.
Keep on blasting away at these Roteros. I say so many times over, Flores is a great operator, but you will spend probably the best part of 90 seconds using all four of those Roteros and trying to get them round defenses and through players, for example, to get rid of crucial bits of utility. So for now, Savage can either rotate off completely or have a second bash at trying to get that Rotero down through blue, which is always going to be a risk because you're coming up against Alamo's shotgun.
Secret now in control of rear stage, able to start pushing forward into meeting. They'll be looking to get the hatch open. Just very aware there. Saves, I'm not sure exactly what he's going to do if somebody is peeking from hatch, because he had the X-Kairos launcher out, so maybe he'd have thrown a few pellets their way, but does at least take a little glimpse towards. Now, Alamau, Citizen both stacking themselves up here on the rear stage, just waiting for the call from the cam there that Virtue's looking at the minute. As soon as Keenan extends too far down there, he could find himself being challenged, but as it is, Citizen Alamau thinking better of that one, dropping themselves back. Doki moving through Freezer, Prano in security for the time being. He's going to drop back, and that is now G2 all back on site and in the formation that they were when they won last time on this site.
Secret squaring up for what feels like a very late construction focus. They've still got 3 of those Roteros in back pocket. One was burnt out and they haven't bothered since. Nade comes round and just falls short of the shield as well. It stays intact. They've got Doki off towards one side there. They don't know he's here. Now they do. He's going to run away and not get himself shot in the back. Good timing.
It is Doki looking to get aggressive, going to come face to face with Keenan. We've got a little bit of an exchange, a little bit of a gun battle. Doki takes some damage there, Keenan does not, and they part there, go their separate ways, look to push again. The push comes in at the rear area. We're into bunker here. Saves is going to take down Doki, but a nice nitro from Virtue shuts down Kendrew. 4v4 now as the push through bunker continues from Secret.
Yeah, Virtue's doing work on that shield as well. It's so rough, but the nade coming in from below as well, so above, sorry, gets rid of Alamau. So 2 of those crucial players cleared out towards the north side. Doki from Pillar and Alamau, who's playing just inside of E-Box. But Virtue, a second kill comes through. The trade does land from Savage, but can they get this over the finish line, Tim? Down to the last 10 seconds or so in the 2v2. They're just going to hold firm. They've got to try and make a plan happen, but Citizen gets the kill. Keenan's left all alone. I don't see how he clutches out of 1 versus 2 here. Sees the man blind, but Citizen finds him first. G2 pull back to a 3-3.
Big round from Citizen there. Also, I don't want to miss the contribution of Virtue. Basically, the way that G2 held on to Elbow was particularly big. Like you say, Virtue with 2 kills before he was cleared out of there, dropped the diffuser as well. And then Citizen straight away saw the danger. Virtue's been taken out. We need Elbow. Steps in there, gets a kill, and continues fighting from that location. Well played, G2. They take themselves 2 in a row after the tactical timeout, obviously having a big difference, and they go into the second half even at 3-3.
And here comes the mirror. Sade's bringing that one along. Not at all surprised to see it being brought out here on the downstairs site. Somewhat expected we might see G2 bring it in the first half, but not a mirror team, it turns out. On their side, though, look at the aggressive lineup they've got rolling in here, Tim, as well. Potentially 8 nades being brought along. You've got the Nook for Alamau, Iana, Finker, Sledge. It just screams aggression from start to finish. Prano's sole job here is to get the hatches open, let the nades rain through, because at the end of the day, G2 banned away the Wamai with the full intent of making use of this throne utility.
Absolutely, so you'd expect to see plenty of it. There is, of course, the possibility of vertical nades later in the rounds when we see Team Secret defending upstairs. But for the time being, it's going to be all about maybe getting down to the bottom of Laundry, going to be using them into Elbow, like you say, all those places that you can make it really, really tricky. Burn out those ADSs and get involved, 8 of them to hand. So plenty to be going at. Doki straight into the map on the Finker. He's going to be moving through, and that would signify a little bit of a freezer push.
Yeah, very common to see this sort of push up to this line here as you go through, although
However,
of course Doki's now dead. Now, what you don't often see is the player that's inside of security swinging out that aggressively. Normally they hold the angle, they let you send a few drones in, you're sat behind a mute jammer, for example, but Savage has just swung out onto him there for free. The players that will do that sort of thing are players like Mowgli on Wolves, right? The ones who really do want to treat it like a game of ranked at point and just swing everything that comes towards them. But Doki, yeah, a drone at the feet there would have probably been good, getting it further ahead towards Zulu, for example, seeing what was coming, but pays the price for it.
Alamau just going to be holding the angle onto security, but obviously the hatch, I'm not sure if it is open or not, but playing around that at the minute, it certainly is. Savage is just going to be able to drop in there. So Alamau's time, whilst he has to stay there, they don't want to get hit on the flank. It's also maybe a little bit wasted, but no, Virtue moves very quickly to get in above him and manages to shut Savage down before he can go back to site. Alamau finds Kendrew, and a little bit of an aggressive peek at the bottom of kitchen stairs there, and Secret get punished. Find themselves now 4 versus 3 in this round with G2. A man advantage and half of the round yet to go.
just to reiterate somewhat what's at stakes here as well, G2 really need to do their utmost to get as many rounds in this game as they possibly can. If they get to this win, they end up matching up on towards Heroic. If it comes in towards next week and Heroic are on 15 points, assuming Heroic win the next game and G2 are on 12, G2 have to win in regulation and do so enough that they jump ahead of Heroic or at least tie them when it comes to round diff. They're currently -2 behind Heroic, so whatever the result of this game is going to be and next week, they've always got to make sure they're coming ahead of Heroic in that round diff. So coming down to 7-5 is arguably the worst thing that G2 can have happen.
Alamo going to continue drawing into sight. A minute left to go. G2 getting themselves established in Freezer. Virtue's working towards rear stage stairs as well. Basically, the net is tightening for Team Secret here. There's going to be fewer and fewer angles that they are safe on, but G2 need to be very cautious over that clock. Time management at the minute is going to become more and more important because they've now spent about 30 to 40 seconds without really achieving too much here. Keenan nearly gets caught out by that explosive, but will remain safe. There's still 2 left on side for G2. One comes in, Sleben able to get the kill before ducking out of the way. Keenan, he manages to find one, but he finds himself all alone as Virtue trades out both of those kills. Alamo gets the last from the freezer hole, and that is going to be G2 taking the 3rd round in a row and going ahead for the first time.
Do you think someone told Virtue that Berlin is nice at this time of year, Tim?
Honestly, Virtue has no chill today. No chill whatsoever.
Absolutely not. Dragging the team through some tough rounds as well. A big 3K there at what felt like a bit of a chaotic execute. Nades were flying, firebolts were coming through, players were swinging, and then out of nowhere, Virtue got a 3K. Fantastic. Really good way to hold it down there for G2, and they pull ahead for the first time in this game.
Going to be heading this time, Team Secret, up to the top floor, to dorms. They don't want to double down on laundry and basement. They're going to give it a go elsewhere. They know that they can't let this G2 team get too far ahead of them. As you say, G2 have got an awful lot to play for. I won't say an awful lot more than Team Secret. They've obviously got one eye now on the relegations towards the end of our overall season and those bottom places, wanting to avoid them. So it's still important for them to get as many points as possible. But for G2, this is just going to feel so much more important because it's so much more immediate, so much more urgent. Like you say, they win here, depending on that heroic game, even with the heroic game, there's still an opportunity for them. It puts them on 12 points. M&M are on 15. They're in catching distance. There's real possibilities then for G2, which they couldn't even dream of in Playday 1 and 2. So if they get close, 5-3, 6-3, you feel like they probably take it over the line quite quickly.
The scariest thing is for M&M, I guarantee they're bricking themselves. Yep. Just watch Pwnz beat Rogue, and that's who M&M play next week. Imagine Pwnz don't do super well for like the majority of the stage. The last 2, they come out looking like champions. It'll be mortifying for M&M if they fall short next week, but we'll find out if that's exactly how that place boils down, or how that piece boils down. Shield is the trophy being taken out here quite comfortably. G2 playing things quite sensibly, at least for now, off on the drones, finding out exactly what's going on, and just picking out exactly what the next step's going to be.
They know now that one was playing inside a game, so Citizen is having to think about just popping a little nade in there. Not going to have any success. Doki already established inside a master bedroom here. And again, coming from G2 is this multi-sided push. We saw it last time out on Laundry Basement. Virtue was pushing rear. We had a push into Freezer. They like to get presence on multiple sides of the site, and that's continuing here as they try to push rear stage. They've got Doki going in from the master side. The drone does come in, and hopefully for G2 will spot out saves. They need to. There he is. They see him on top of the pillar. He's going to drop away, but he might just get himself caught here. There's pressure straight away from the windows, but somehow saves. No, I was going to say, just manages a great escape, but leave it, Saves. Just leave it alone. It's not worth your life. They've now got his life and access into Attic. Great start from G2.
Probably bit off a little bit more than he could chew at that point. Probably wanted to try and recreate what Doki did back on his defense when he was here. Killed saves on the rappel, reinforced the wall, then got back on towards site. Probably felt at that point, it's like, guys, I have to reinforce the wall. It is so critical. Kendrew also feeling the same here, and just in good time as well, as we just had Doki step inside a bedroom. That could have gone horribly wrong.
That's it, Doki maybe just missing an opportunity there, as you say. It was one of those moments where you think, oh, don't lose a second man to reinforce him, but Kendrew, he gets away with it, and that's going to mean Brano's got some work to do opening up that wall. He's going to be straight in with the Hibana pellets, getting on top of that, and Citizen looking to pressure Pit, while Virtue continues to work from that rear stage side, but G2 looking pretty lethal at the minute.
Well, you see the Rotera in time. No, he won't. The little bunny hop over. Instant lock up. It lands right in front of the bulletproof. And that's now off the wall. What else can they find here? Because you can clearly see they're trying to find everything then get rid of it. I think he's using that morph information there to try and figure out what's going on down the hatch. Jumping in to see what he can find. Nothing to be found as Doki hits the deck.
Doki is going to find himself downed. Unlikely that he gets collected at this point. No Finker on side, so it would be a case of getting hands-on, which is unlikely to happen. Virtue working from Kid's window at the minute, just trying to put pressure through the site. Savage with a big double there. Doki and Prano. Citizen, however, manages to get him on the trade. 3v3, 8 seconds left to go. Alamau's inside of sight right now. Citizen has Diffuser in hand, so he can extend the clock. Keenan has to fight his way back in. He's just going to have to wait here. He knows he needs to play this cautiously. Is he going to get his opportunity? No, he won't be able to see Citizen. The challenge comes in. They know exactly where he is. He's pushing from trophy door, but he will be the trophy as Alamau pushes around and takes his head and closes down another round for G2. 4 in a row, 5-3.
Look like synchronized ballet dancing there, Tim. Both of them springing out at the exact same time. Like, I feel for Keenan. You can be the sharpest shooter in the world. There is no way you connect onto both of those players at the same time. Really good synchronized peak coming out there from G2 in the 2v1 to close things down. And Secret, again, they started so well. They'll be kicking themselves a bit here. They're starting to let this one slip away. Just cannot seem to catch a break in the second half.
Yeah, I think so. You know, we've put Secret onto defence now. It's just really not paying off for them at the minute. You've got to wonder about the map choice. We spoke about that beforehand. It's a low preference map for Secret. They've maybe chosen it just to try and throw a spanner in the works for G2, something that they just will not have expected. But that being said, it's just not really working out for them. It's all well and good it being low preference if you don't pick it, but if it's low preference because you don't like playing it, that's maybe a different matter.
Whew. Well, haven't we got a spicy affair on our hands here, Tim? Just feel like G2 are slowly starting to pull ahead at this point, and Secret yet to find an answer back the other way. But maybe after that tactical timeout, we do start to see the bounce, because that's what they so sorely need. Once again, we're going back onto that mirror lineup here with Sage, bringing it along once again. G2 so far looking mostly unchanged. Last time around, they had 8 nades on side, let's not forget. I think they swapped in and brought a Capital with hard breach gadgets to get rid of the hatches for them. And then instead opted to bring along a Maverick 2 and also had the Sledge. They had 8 nades in total in that lineup. Keen to see if they switch over and go for the same, or if that Flores is going to be brought along to deal with the shields that are brought along on the other side, of which there is one in the back pocket of Keenan.
We saw quite a lot of use of the Flores in the last round, so I think, yes, there is a good shout that Alamau will bring him, like you said, just to deal with Elbow a little bit better, a little bit quicker maybe, and easier than they have been able to previously. So down to the basement we go then. Still some setup work going on as Keenan's going to be getting that last reinforcement in place. I don't think Secret will be worried about too many other walls at this point in time. They'll probably keep some in pocket, particularly for elbow wall if they choose to retreat from there. But now Doki is once again going in aggressively from small tower, this time on the Jackal, so could well be picking up information on any of those roamers.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully he's not about to walk face first into Savage. Give him a few extra tools, he'll be able to hunt him down himself, rather than, you know, walking down shower and immediately being blasted in the face. Just get them little feety-weeties on the ground there. Spots out Slevin on the upstairs. He's rotating himself around up towards these attic stairs. Going to try and work his way back down here towards the basement, I imagine, and rejoin his teammates. But Prano is kind of ready and waiting. Great little vault over by Slevin to avoid that, though. It's the small details sometimes, Tim. If it ran down there nonchalantly, it'd be dead right now.
Absolutely, that, like you're saying, it is about, you know, we talk about focus, we talk about detail, and that is a great example, well picked up by yourself there. It's fine margins that can make a big difference in rounds. Now then, we're going to have the Gemini decoy taking out the laser gate there that was guarding from Freezer. We've got one, Rotero coming in that's going to take out the shield for Keenan at elbow. And no shield further back. They do have 2 in pocket, but I'm not sure where Kendrews has been placed. It's not been taken out as of yet, so I'm not 100% sure exactly where that is. Not been, but there we go. It is played inside a highway. A good spot to hold on to Freezer, but it does now leave elbow without any cover.
Yeah, it was a little bit far up, that shield. Normally they're dug in much deeper back because you do get that nice run up to be able to get rid of things like Flores drones or to catch out nades with ADSs, magnets, you name it, right? Obviously no magnets here, but it gives you that ability to stop things coming through and taking out the shield for free. As we saw in the first half, a couple of times nades just falling that little bit too far short to actually get rid of the shield itself. But here that means the 90 hold is all but rendered useless so far for the side of Secret. Kendra is still holding super tight, but he's playing his life for this one, Tim.
He is, and that's one way that you can deal with bunker, get yourself close up to that door and just cut the distance down, so you're going to win those shotgun fights. But for the time being, it's all looking like electrical rear stage stairs and freezer coming out of G2 at the minute. They might have just sent a man towards laundry stairs, but nobody has appeared just yet. I'm a little bit concerned. 37 seconds left to go, and there's no real shift, no real movement in towards site at the minute. G2 almost feel like they're still relocating here. Virtue is going to look to push in through bunker, but there's going to come a point where this G2 side needs to move, and they need to push, and they need to do so together. There it is. Doki gets himself inside.
No.
Nitro catches. Doki's able to get the kill. On to save. Savage shuts him down in a trade. Citizen goes. 13 seconds left to go. This is an absolute bloodbath, but it's all going in G2's favour. Alamau goes big. Prano one on the way as well, and that's going to be G2 taking another round. And you've got to say, Team Secret, you had that diffuser down in the middle of sight. It was a bad Nitro throw from Saves, and it just all fell apart.
I think he needs to get himself into some more dry runs, Tim. Those kind of C4s you cannot be missing at this level. Like, I know for Secret, they're arguably, well, there is a lot on the line. Relegation's a conversation in Stage 3. But those are the critical moments. Would it have changed the outcome? Maybe not massively, but essentially what's happened there is Doki is marching towards site, swung onto Saves, who is busy trying to recover a C4, knowing someone has just stepped inside of sight. That opens up supply itself. That means 90 is then much easier to push down as well, as you saw in the closing kill of the round, and the whole thing just opens up for G2. He was the front line of defense there and has really made a big error that has cost them, not entirely the round, but a significant portion of it.
Well then, this could be Team Secret's final defence. They're going to go to Kitchen and Meeting to try to hold on. We've seen this done previously by G2. We saw the importance of the top floor, so I'd be expecting more of the same from Team Secret, trying to hold on up there, particularly the hatch that goes through into Kitchen. We know how powerful an angle that is, especially if it comes to the late round, because often defenders will try to just flood in from down into Kitchen, and it's a nice couple of cheap free kills as they do so. So Secret need to hold on, but the way G2 are playing at the minute, Des, I'm not sure that's going to be such an easy feat, because G2 are basically just winning gunfights right now. We saw it at the end there. 20 seconds left to go. They just flood into sight and win almost every one of them.
They do. There is so much still to be achieved here as well. Looking at the nades on it once again, G2 again really leaning into that ban on the Wamai. Just nade central coming out. Not quite 8 as we saw previously, but enough that they should be netting a couple of kills with these as well. Haven't seen arguably as many as I would have liked to have seen this half, knowing that was your target ban and what it is you were trying to achieve. It is what it is, though. Kendrew holding tight with the shotgun here, looking to deny. Normally, someone will work in from below late in the round rather than in the early. We've seen the flanks come up from Freezer, for example, come up behind teams who are really heavily leaning into things like the Ossa. But no Ossa on side means maybe it's not going to be super effective.
Doki is straight away established inside of Trophy, looking to push forward, looking to apply that pressure. It's something that we've seen from him consistently through the night, has been that aggressive play, getting forward and putting himself in those positions. Alamau coming to rear stage as well. Drone just going in, reading out, leading the information on all that utility. Savage is going to get the kill onto Doki though, so that keeps top floor secure. Doki was trying to push into pit at that point and is going to lose his life. Save takes a little bit of damage, but that could be a crucial kill even this early in the round for Team Secret.
Absolutely. Prano playing in the reverse spot as well now, playing on the front door where he, if you remember earlier on in the game, swung out onto got domed for absolute free. Working his way forwards here, must know that there is a player hanging around. Those yellow pings telling him all they need to know. They're not quite sure exactly where. Citizen coming down to join him, and Kendrew is just holding so tight here through split. This nade beautifully placed, though. So well coordinated. Must have been called out by Prana for Citizen to join him for that nade to then follow through. Good bit of teamwork, but Keenan trades it straight back.
That's it. Losing Virtue along the way is certainly not ideal, but Prano has got a great opportunity to get the diffuser down. Attic catches close. There's nothing really that they can do about this. They're going to have to try to push through, but Citizen's got him on the cover. That's all they need is for Citizen to hold on here, and he will. That is plant secured. Now, if G2 can get themselves out of dodge, they might just be able to hold on to this. It's not going to be easy. What a shot from Prano! Right across the site onto rear stage stairs. Shut Saves down with a beautiful headshot. And now, 23 seconds left for G2 to hold on here. They just need to take all comers. They need to win every single gunfight. Prano stood right on top of that diffuser. He's ready to fight tooth and nail to keep it secure, to keep it in place. We've got all the secrets stacking up. They've got to take the fights at the same time. Prano gets one, can't get another. What can Citizen do here? Gets shut down. It's up to Alamau. 1v1. Can he hold on against Sleben? Yes, he can. Alamau closes it out for G2, and that is going to be Oregon 1, and they remain in the fight for Berlin.
Yes, they do, Tim. And most importantly, it's the 7-3 +4 round differential. Flawless second half as well. I said it back at the first, the secret to be doing as well as they were is great. You've got to be so fearful of the attack inside, though. And that's exactly how things were delivered. G2, I was about to say Citizen there. G2, a transformed team on the second half, Tim. And I like what we're starting to see. We are starting to see... Hi, guys.
We're starting to see Em just moving her cup of tea.
Evan fresh. Absolutely. That's what they do between games. But no, you're starting to see more out of this G2 side. Like what we're seeing out of teams like Rogue, like Wolves, looking ferocious on the attack inside. Maybe not quite as sharp as those two teams that I just mentioned, but you're seeing the building blocks here that are going to make for such a set of fireworks against Heroic NetSuite. I cannot wait for that game.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, should G2 be in the running for a major spot? At this point, probably not with the start that they had, if we're being honest. There were mistakes in that game, things that they can polish, but the point is that they are getting wins on the board and they are keeping themselves in the race, and that shows great mental perseverance, and they just seem to be getting that little bit better each time. A good performance against Team Secret, especially after that tactical timeout, which I'm sure will be broken down by our analysts right after this break. Welcome back, friends. They've done it! G2 are victorious. Not only are they victorious, but they take all 3 points with a pretty comfy lead here between them and Team Secret. And one has to wonder, even though Shas will not be around by the end of the stage, his impact is definitely being felt on the team strategy-wise and putting the squad together, because they actually are showing up playing like a team.
That improvement arc continued, and I said to Doki last week, I said, let's see how you do when you're against a team that isn't just dry runs. And Doki said, yeah, we'll continue improving. G2 continued that improvement today, and it was impressive to see.
They're playing well as a team. That's the biggest thing. They were struggling early in their defenses, but after that, it's just they played really well. First of all, the timeout, I think, was taken at perfect timing. And then after that, it was kind of, obviously Secret won 2 more rounds after it, but it was kind of a good show from G2 side.
Alrighty then, friends. I'll be back to you in just a moment. Let's speak to our victors at G2. Hello, Citizen Ben. How are you doing? Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you. I'm doing well. How are you?
I mean, we're all right. We're watching you dismantle Team Secret in this matchup. You've been taking win after win after win. More points. G2 are still in the running for the Berlin Major. You basically are 1 game away from trying to make it next time you play Heroic. So there's a lot to unwind in this. First up, how are you feeling with the squad now? Because we talked to Doki last week, and he's saying, honestly, people are just having more fun. They're being happy. It's a good thing for the team.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the biggest thing is that like we're improving a lot as a team. You know, we're doing teamwork every time. That's what we're trying to focus on now. trying to get away from this quote-unquote super team, like hero play stuff. And yeah, it seems to be working. Like, everyone is enjoying playing right now. We're all having fun, as Doki said. And yeah, we just got to carry it on for Heroic.
What do you think has changed to actually make that impact where you flip the switch and start playing together in this way, communicating properly?
Yeah, I just think we needed a bit of motivation. I think we all came together and, everyone knew there's like personal struggles going on in real life and whatnot. So we all, had to motivate each other in one way or another. And that's what everyone's been doing. Everyone's motivating each other, making sure everyone's all right. And it's helping out in game as well.
I mean, you take a pretty comfy lead today against Team Secret, and by the end of this this stage, basically, it might come down to that round differential specifically. Now, you start off on defense on Oregon, you ban out Wamai. How do you think that kind of helps you out once you swap out to the attack?
I think, obviously, we prepare with the Wamai ban for like certain situations. It's kind of just like we chose a game plan today, went with it, and it just worked out in our favour. So I don't think, obviously, changing the Wamai ban will affect us too much, but I have to see.
Do you feel blindsided by the Oregon pick? Because it's not usually what Secret go for. It's their 9th preference, as Fresh was saying.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I was thinking that they were going to take us to like a clubhouse or, something like that. But, they guess they didn't want to smoke on the other map, so they got it on this map instead.
It didn't work out for them in the end. Of course, you guys are playing Heroic. G2 versus Heroic. Now, Heroic are yet to play today. That is, of course, the final matchup. They play against Navi in just a bit, and that could determine how things go for them. But you might be playing Gatekeepers with Heroic in basically the epic game, the match of the day, the match of the stage next Monday. How do you feel all prepared for it, and how do you think next few days are going to play out in prep for it?
Yeah, I think we're just going to get our heads down and prepare for it a lot. We're all excited, all ready to play the game. We know Heroic are a good team. They have very good teamwork as well. So we just have to test our one against his, and I see us coming out with a victory, but might be a little bit biased, but that's what I hope for.
Well, anything you'd like to say to Heroic with all of this?
Just be careful with Doki. Like, he's going to be doing some stupid stuff. That's all I can say. We've got him prepared. He's on the leash right now. I've got him nice and hung up outside, he's waiting. But as soon as I let him go, that's it. They're going to feel the wrath of Doki.
There's a lot of images passing through my head of Doki on a leash, and I really don't want to get into that part of my thoughts. But Citizen, thank you very much for awakening things in people. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there?
Yeah, just thank you for supporting us in this tough time and helping out. And we'll see your comments and we'll take we'll take interest in them. I think the fans have some valid things to say, and just keep following us through. Give us all your support for Heroic, and hopefully we can make this major.
Maybe it'll be a trip right across the street from the G2 offices to the Berlin Major. Who knows, Citizen? Thank you again. Congratulations on the win today against Secret. G2 will be playing Heroic. If that is not the match of the day for next Monday, I'm going to make sure that it is, because that is a hell of a game. You should not miss it for anything in the world. Thank you again, Citizen. We'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye.
Thank you. See you later.
And there it is. Comfy team for G2. They're playing together. They're supporting one another. Real life sometimes happens. We also forget about that part. Doki on a leash, but won't be next week.
I think that's probably the most energized interview I've seen Citizen give in about a year.
True.
And I think if you correlate that with the fact that G2's up 10 and we know that he's taking more responsibility and ownership in this team, you can start to see G2, even said it, we're trying to get away from this super team thing. We're just trying to operate as a team, do our best, because we all know we've got the quality, and it's starting to show.
It's removing the ego inside of the team, right? If you all think that you're the superstar, none of you are going to be the superstar, because you're all going to go just be playing for yourselves. Adding on to that, Doki in a leash, let's get him a latex suit. I'll order one on Amazon tomorrow, and then...
And just the store.
Where you got your jacket from, huh?
But they played good overall. Looking at how convincing their attacks were, you can really see that they have changed up something within the calling, because they're much more aggressive, they're much more risk-taking, but that's the sort of gameplay we've been seeing from both Wolves and Rogue, and it's been rewarding for G2 this game as well.
Yeah, that was the big thing for me. It wasn't about the defense. On the 3-3 split, I kind of thought, G2 can still take this, but we need to see what substance they've got on the attack, because they didn't get too much chance to attack in either of the previous 2 games, and attacks really where they've fallen down all stage long. 4 attacks in a row, 2 with the plant down as well. It was really impressive. It was really clean as soon as they got on their attacking half, and I can't commend that enough from them.
I actually went into Alemau's stream, I think it was yesterday, and made fun of him and asked him, is your name Alemau? Because everyone goes Alemau when you lose with the super team. he just laughed at me instead, and obviously I was proven wrong today. That's quite clearly as well. 11-5. He had a good game, and I think that they overall just played really good as a team.
Definitely. So aside from a couple questionable plants, at least plant moments, it was all good up and up for G2. And genuinely, now that this game is done, it doesn't matter what heroic Navi actually ends up with. Well, technically it does, but no matter how you cut it, G2 versus heroic is going to determine one team to go to the major. And I genuinely cannot wait for that.
Craziest part is even if they would draw next week, teams like BDS...
No draws, Fabian. I know you're old, but they're gone.
Well, 1 point, 2 points instead of...
It's not a draw.
OT, overtime. They go to overtime.
But for me, it's a draw because you only get 1 point.
Yeah, okay.
Teams can sneak past both of them.
Yeah, BDS can have a big thing to say going up.
Oh, yes.
It's... I was hoping there was a way that we confirmed all 4 teams today, and I was hoping we didn't. We've still got 2 spots to play for, because there's M&M that'll be looking over their shoulder as well.
And there's 4 teams playing for those 2 spots. But the only 2 decided, Wolves and Rogue. I cannot wait to see how this all shapes up. So, Fabian Fresh, thank you very much. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time for our last matchup of the day. Heroic versus Navi.
G2, and that is going to be our...
Coming right up. Fucking all coming right up. fucking all coming right up.
Welcome back, friends, to EU League, and our day is, well, close to ending. Heroic versus Navi is our last matchup, and turns out both of these squads are playing for spots for a certain major that is coming up quite soon. And Heroic failed to close out the position despite a great start, but they have an opportunity to stay in this fight. They're currently at 12 points, but they're not the only ones that are at 12 points right now. So let's examine that for a moment under our lens on the analyst desk, which is exactly where we are. Milos, Fresh, and Fabian. Fresh.
Yes.
Heroic.
Yes.
What can you tell me about that?
I can tell you that they're probably extremely worried right now. They started the day in 4th position. They currently occupy 5th position in a cluster of 3 teams on 12 points. If they lose today, they'll be in a cluster of 4 teams on 12 points. There's a lot of pressure on today's performance. And I talk about pressure. I talked about pressure with them against Rogue last week, and they succumbed to that pressure. I talked about pressure with this roster when they were Kavana Gaming. 2021 Stage 3 had to win on the final Playday to go to Sweden, and they took the old Heroic roster to their best map and lost on it. And this team historically has not dealt with pressure, and that's exactly what this game represents right now. It's a very high pressure scenario, but they've got a very good team that works in a very good synergy between the team members. They've changed up roles a little bit this stage, but actually it still works pretty well. And after about 3 or 4 play days, we were saying this team is definitely going to the major.
We were saying that, and just to build on about the pressure you've been talking about, the breathing room that Heroic will get from getting 3 points today can be massive for the last game day, because I think that if they slip up on points today and let Navi come up to, well, 12 points as well, we're looking at 4 teams, as you said, but the problem is they're playing one of them. They cannot afford to let that happen. It's just all in their own hands. Now they need to prove that they're one of those top 4 teams that we've spoken about, because we've kind of locked them in and said they should be there.
Definitely so, and Heroic would be playing G2 in that case. That's the team you were mentioning, and Navi would be playing Rogue, who we now know are qualified. There's 2 spots, and there could be 4 teams fighting for it. And we'll see how that all pans out. But what about this Navi on the other side? Because they could potentially close it out. They didn't have the best of weeks last week, but they're no slouches either.
Do you know what they didn't? And I spent a lot of time VOD reviewing their gameplay up against, I can't remember who they were playing. They were playing Wolves on Oregon. And they specifically counter-stratted a lot of things. They had really good starts, Navi, to the round. The first minute 30 of the round was excellent. And then they fell apart doing a lot of individual stuff. They're building what I would consider really good default Siege with a sprinkling of counter strategy, but they've still got that kind of mindset of, oh, we could just try and crouch walk into site. Oh, this one player can just go off and try and get into site. And it doesn't quite work sometimes. And therefore, that's their inconsistency level, I feel.
They also have this little bit of an issue that when they go up against a team like Wolves, that they go up against a very frag-heavy team.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Navi's win condition is their fragging ability. It is being a better squad and just playing, as you say, Jack, the defaults to such a high level, and then add on top of that the little extra stuff that they can do. But they cannot rely on their gun power fully, and I think against Heroic it's a little bit the same issue. They need to outplay them strategically, but I think if you go up 1-on-1 in each gunfight, I think that Heroic has an edge.
Oh, with our lobby set, we're going to get through with our map quite quickly to get it all together and ready for it. 9-map pool, 8 are out, 1 is left, and that'll be Heroic's pick. They take out Skyscraper and take us to Cafe Dostoevsky. They start an attack. Navi have picked up defense. Fresh.
So Navi on Cafe, they went up against Pwnz on it, and they did some, I would call it a little bit off-brand, a little bit off-default stuff, and Pwnz punished them hard. I expect Navi to have changed that up, secured it up a little bit, but that's the big interest for me, is whether Navi can actually defend, because I think they got 1-5 against Pwnz on the defense, and they didn't look good that day, so that represents a risk. Conversely, Heroic went up against BDS, and that was a very close game. It was a very jittery game on Cafe that day as well.
Yeah, but when we saw Navi lose against Pwnz, they lost almost all their duels. That was the biggest issue that they had. So if they change up strat-wise, I don't know if they're going to do, but they just need to hit their shots. Because now we're looking at a team that's even better. Well, quite a lot better than Pwnz.
All right. Who wins? Just say the name of the
viewers.
Team. Oh, shut up.
The viewers.
To me.
I'm going to report you to HR.
I'm going to report
What HR? So, Navi Heroic, who takes it?
Heroic
Game's ready.
does.
Heroic, you've got to say.
Heroic.
All right, thank you guys very much. Navi versus Heroic. Let's toss it to our casters. It's happening. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos, and we find ourselves maybe on the precipice of one of those old-fashioned everybody's tie-breaking at the very end of a season. Oh, it's close today. A few upsets. Are we going to have one more?
Potentially. I just want to say 4 play days ago, I was like, you know what? We could end up on a 4 or 5-way 15-point tiebreak at the end of the stage. And people were like, stop dreaming. It's never going to be happening.
You're a dreamer.
But we're getting quite close.
You've got a lot of clouds in your head.
We're getting quite close, Emmy, to a full 5-way. Actually, 5-way is impossible. 4-way 15-point tiebreak. I calculated that quickly. You're going to be
it's too much calculation.
At least proud a little bit.
I have some pride in you.
Thank you. Just some.
Yeah, I have enough. Pride in you. And I guess now we've got to see who has the pride out of this. A showdown. Heroic. At one point it was yours. And then it sort of drifted over the past 3 play days further and further away from being yours. It's not been a good end. It's that sort of thing that happens to a lot of EUL teams. And it's happened to Wolves. It's happened to Rogue. Is it now Heroic's chance to be at the top and then down to the bottom?
Only time will tell. But they started off the stage, you said it. 7-2 win against Pwnz. 7-5 win against BDS. After that, an 8-6 victory over M&M. And at that point, everybody's like, okay, they are basically going to Berlin. We can almost tell you that and guarantee you that already. Then they came up against the Wolves, and we're like, that's a 50-50, right? Number 1 team against the number 2 team back then. That could be going either way. Just no harm in this game. If you win it, great. If you lose it, it happens. They lost it with a 4-7. After that against Secret, we were like, okay, that's surely going to be a 3-pointer, right? They ended up with just 1 8-7 victory of Secret. They finally managed to recover themselves over Outsiders with that 4-7 victory. But they need more. They need, like, even if they win now, they won't be confirmed because of G2 that have managed to get close, because of BDS that suddenly find themselves within striking distance, and with M&M still being in the mix as well.
Now, what makes this an underdog day? Maybe the fact that 3 of the 4 games have gone to the underdog, and not even a sort of slight decisive difference of a couple of rounds, but it's the fact that it's the 9th and 10th team that cannot make it, taking out the 1st and the 2nd team. It has been that bit of back and forth, and now it's Navi's chance to try and keep that alive. Heroic, they're still dancing on the precipice. M&M, they fell a bit short earlier on today, and they're still not confirmed, but are only 1 round separated, so all eyes are still on Heroic, and all eyes are on this game, as Navi is a team that is chasing hot on the hails, and with the success of G2 and BDS, a lot could come down to this cafe. Rather than leave it up to that final play day, you need to keep that buffer and that distance. It starts here. Instantly driving themselves through. Ben just seen an open walk-through onto the site itself. There's a hole above that's getting pinged. There is a player opening up the angle right now. They want to bounce a grenade. That's going to give the game away. They're going for the fast push. They're getting some width. They're getting that shotgun hole around the corner. There's the bounce. There's the throw. Misses the player, but that will be the call. Hey, we need to have some eyes on this bakery.
He's definitely going to be looking out for that one now. Gorgona, of course, with that Maverick, wanted to open up, but I realized there's nothing really there. So Uno will be moving in with the exothermic, opening up that very long angle, which you can now use to get rid of default positions. More verticalities, though, are being pinged, are being called out. Make the team aware of where they can be, so no surprises will strike you once you do decide to finally push into the site.
A bit of a slip and a rotate round on the bottom of Red stairs. They have some pressure. They might be able to swing around, and well, actually they've pulled themselves and tucked a little bit further up the staircase itself. The pressure comes through into Coat. They don't have the cross angle, but they do have the first kill. Skitty locks down Gorgona, gets the swing and gets the first blow. Sort of paints the flag that we are watching. It may feel like the side itself is a little bit empty, but we have some sort of clarity of mind. We also have Blur. Jumps his way out from the dining window. Yak's able to get one, and Heroic, they moved quick, they stalled, and now they're being sent back to the garage. Hopped out the window, tried to get themselves a bit recovered. Ben just looking for an engagement down the long corridor. At this point, with a minute left and 3 dead, Navi have really sort of locked the door.
Yeah, they definitely have shut them down here. The diffuser's still on the on the ground. Grizzly gets a jump out, a second one attempted at him, but he's just not able to actually capitalize on the opportunity. So will be pushed back ever so slightly. It's Blur that's looking to go a bit more aggressive, but not truly in a position to do so right now. Time slowly dwindling away. Benja goes for the jump in. It's Skitty that has the pre-fire out there. Is actually going to stop him from moving in. A flashbang of Grizzly will make sure he's not going on the chase, but there's only one true way in, and it's through the prep entrance or through the massive hole they've created into the bakery wall, both of which will be watched.
It's a weird first round. It started off to give the idea that Heroic were going to do one of their sort of patented fast play rushes where they throw themselves into sight and build some momentum. Then it stalled and stopped, and then, well, this. Locked out by Navi's hold, they had themselves the width and the stretch to be able to just buffer them off, and Grizzlies left sort of sat there talking to them and saying, what do we do on the pick back round? They're trying to throw themselves out of every window. But, first round, Navi's.
Shows how Navi wants to treat this, right? They want to be aggressive. They want to show that they have a shot at the major as well, because it is not over for them yet. They are still very much in this, because if they take the win now, they'll be on 12 points. So is BDS, so will Heroic, so will G2. 4 teams on 12. Now M&M will have those 3 points clear of everybody.
They do.
Not completely in the clear yet. Could still be overtaken based on round differential, because they only have a +3. And if they lose, that will go down even further. But Navi next week will be playing Rogue, who have already qualified. Heroic play G2, who are both fighting for that spot. So Navi could be that, you know, third dog stealing the bone.
It's the strange thing about this double setup of games for Navi is this showdown against Heroic and the next showdown against Rogue, at the beginning of the day, both massively tough. Now Rogue have qualified. That adds a couple of asterisks to that last game. I mean, Wolves were qualified and played BDS today, and, you know, they put in a fight, but it wasn't the same level. There wasn't the same intensity that we've seen, because at this point, there'll be a lot on the plate. There'll be a lot of thought going, and Berlin is a couple of weeks away with how EUL is structured. It could be a similar story for Navi. This might, weirdly, be the tougher game. So if they can do the distance here, suddenly
they might find themselves there on the major stage in Berlin. Now, it's quite early. We only have one round, and I know we're theorizing, but we're just throwing out the stories that could start to develop here as we continue throughout the game here today and throughout next month. There's 2 magnets just right on top of each other.
It's not going to work too great.
If it's flashbangs, it'll be just fine, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
But the grenade will just destroy both.
Well, let's see if they can get the lockdown here. Heroic, slower on the approach into the building itself. Going to see if they can take their time and try and isolate some of these players. Do they know how close Blur is? Well, they're probably going to find out in just a second. Zora Sliver, this flash is going to hit him and affect him. He's going to tuck in, goes for the swing and the spray, doesn't get the connection and tries to get out of that blind, but Benja tucks himself down. It was a very risky play that just missed out on netting a bit of a reward, hoping there was only one person on that window. Unfortunately, turns out against him. They get that opener. They get there first for the game itself on the second round. Let's see if they can capitalize.
Yeah, for sure, and that's the entry that they will need as well. Blur has a massive clutch factor on the side of Navi, so taking him out first, and I have to say, he almost managed to escape through the hatch completely blind, by the way. That's the amount of map knowledge these players have. Nave might be the next problem, but I believe he just got droned, and indeed, as the drone is starting to fall back, they are aware of his position, but as he drops down, he has a nitro cell in pocket that could be absolutely detrimental to the attack right here if he manages to find the right moment to strike.
That's it. He's checking that he's not on a flank drone, maybe giving himself the impression that he might be able to do something sneaky, but the C4 is a big bit of utility, and they have an opener just underneath that on the approach itself. So whether Nath can pocket something as the pressure, or whether that's an angle that might work against him, time will tell. They're steady in. They have their lockdown. The player stacked up on Cigar Door. They're watching any of the angles, the swing round from the freezer, and there's the heavy hitting rifle around 90, but Nath, as the Jaws music starts to kick in, he's looking for anything that might catch him. That drone is inactive, but he sure isn't. Finds one, gets the drone for later, and pops out of there. Sloth suffers at the same time. Another fight across the bow of the site happened. There was a two-factor approach there from Navi, and suddenly, 20 seconds, they've got to try and push towards the site. Benja with a double, one gun, one frag. Nate's got to make a little bit of a hot foot back towards the white stairs by the looks of it, or he might try and find the planter underneath. He still has that C4. It's down to Yak. Yak pops up, gets one. There's Benja with a triple. Suddenly it's just Yak. But Gorgona comes around the corner, one apiece.
Benja with a huge round there, tossing that grenade onto the back of the planks. At the very same time, a Rooney suddenly jumped over from the bathroom side. He managed to pick up that kill as well, and eventually finding the third. Heroic find a round. 1-1. Up to reading room and fireplace we go. And they need to continue that, because Heroic as well, they made it to the Charlotte Major. You know, they had some struggles with travel, I think we can call it. Some light struggles. They were tested. Their patience was tested.
Yeah.
It wasn't the most pleasant experience, so I think they'll be very happy to go to another major, and this time it being in Europe. But as we talk about the qualifying probabilities made by Sprabuni and Rav, you see here for Navi, they need a regulation win to stay in it. 3 points. Whereas Heroic, well, if they lose this in regular time, they'll be tied up. Still 40%. But any point they gain is going to be massively increasing that percentage. Not to a point where they can be completely confirmed yet today, though, because all the other games have been played out. Round differential is, of course, always taking place as well. And they're just not in a good enough spot to make sure they could cover this off. Now, if they had plus 16 round differential and they would win this game, they would be confirmed. But since they are currently on a total of plus 4, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, they've been decisive and decisively pushed apart. There's been close matches. It hasn't been the sort of hefty Heroic or the run that we've had. So there's still fight to be had. Oh boy, if things aren't settled until the last Playday, to be honest, from my perspective as a viewer, that's a lot of fun. Probably not for the stress of the players. The approach comes over the top hatches, the control of red, another sort of more standard, more traditional take here from Heroic as they get their eyes in across the prize. They're looking for control of this, the backline, pillars, and if they can get it the full vertical to see if they can try and tuck a plant onto reading is the most traditional. But Benja, once again, creeping and crouching on the far side, has obviously the ability to put some pace here down, especially with the sledgehammer. Maybe we're about to get something to spring a trap here, but they're a little bit cautious.
They're listening, they're looking, they're afraid there's some piece of utility somewhere that is giving them a clue of what's going on. Or if there's someone below on those staircases, listening in as well. And are wasting some time as a result of it, whereas Grizzly's continuing with that drone, trying to see how much utility exactly he can destroy before he loses his drone. Now, Sloth quickly trying to push in as well. They're looking to keep their options open. Make sure you work on the A side, make sure you work on the B side, just so you can make that late round decision of where exactly will we plant.
Benja's been able to get himself into pillars. Nace got himself into the head of Grizzly, rotating up the backside of White, swung out from the garage door onto the player, onto the windows, I believe that was. So that's going to be a big bit of a catch on the other side. Benja sort of makes the statement, we're going for this approach. The grenade wasn't cooked, but they can long arm the claw. And they've also obviously got the mute there, who's in a bit of a tight position.
That's two gone. There's just one left now, you know. In terms of hard breach, a grenade tossed in far, though. Sloth will find Navi, very crucial. Another grenade about to be tossed in from Benja. It's not going to be doing any damage. If it was a bit further, he might have been able to pick up a kill there.
Yeah, Yak's buried behind the bookshelf on the far side. Uno creeping his way up Zulu, and Sloth, once again, is able to find himself driving through. Gorgona gets one, just saw the edge of Yak, and suddenly everything's been pulled away from Navi. Just have Blur on the second story, confirms one. But in a post-plant situation, has a lot more to get through. The sound of an air jab not too far away, so he's got to be cautious on the direction that he takes to not give his position, hoping for audio, hoping for a drift, hoping for a catch on a player, but nothing is handed to him. There's a bit of a spray round on the door there outside Christmas door. They don't have to get too aggressive. And, well, they're at least going to make a statement. He slipped his way through, but not very far. They retook verticality and took the round 2 in a row for Heroic.
There was a lot of ground for him to cover there. He needed to basically push throughout the entirety of that site after he abrupted the gunfight with the player outside, the Finker. And indeed, 2-1 for Heroic. They're in that lead, a position they would like to be in, because for a long time they were in the lead of the league. And that's slowly starting to shift away. You see it in the live rankings, though. If they do manage to win, they will be in 3rd position. For Navi, they'll be stuck in 8th. Now, I've actually heard Fresh say this on the desk, I believe.
It's not about
I'm not sure if it was right before. It was not about hair dye.
Oh, okay.
No.
Because he's already got a colour.
Yeah. Has he picked it?
What?
The colour. Like, I mean, there's multiple blues.
I don't know what brand he's using.
I was going to say, like, there's multiple colours of blues. Like
EUL blue.
EUL blue?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You're going to get some yellow tints in there as well. Make sure you do the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Cool. But what I wanted to go for is that they can actually drop down to 7 or 8 position depending on round differential Heroic. If they lose this. Yes. Well, that's where I was going, but then you set hair dye.
Yeah, well,
I was like, no.
I had to segue into a joke.
That's fine.
Otherwise, why am I here?
Just to suffer?
Just to suffer. Heroic. Lost the first, a bit of a slower start, and here we're starting to see them start. Benja, he's been able to drive himself in with the Finker. We've seen him on a couple of different rounds looking for that early engagement, which is important because when Heroic were flying their highest, he was often the one with that sort of flag of MVP across those couple of games. Sure, we see a balance from their team, and all of them have had moments in the sort of outstanding performances, but he has been one of their most consistently outstanding players.
There's a castle right behind the castle barricade. It's Navi. And we've seen quite some grenades roll in and roll through, so he actually needs to be a bit careful here. If that grenade suddenly just rolls right underneath that castle barricade, as soon as he's on that drone, that could just be 2 birds with 1 stone. That rhymed, not intentionally.
Spray round onto the corner. We're looking for the pop of control here over the verticality. As we said, it's the most, or one of the most important parts. We saw the play on the plant before. We saw the pressure that came through. There's Blur with an idea, and there's a couple of grenades to find Skiddy. You can't really prevent that. Just saw the edge. Nath hoped that they would lean back in, but isn't going to double down. They know that they have the body disadvantage. There's no point to try and take a disadvantaged fight. Goes for quite a dangerous sprint there, where that was watched by the camera to ensure he wasn't caught. He almost was. Gorgona finds Blur, though, and now that man's isolated inside the bathroom. Has to swing his way out in the midst of a firefight. Won't get very far. Runo had that entirely on lock. Now Heroic are starting to have that 5-sided swipe. Yak looking for a spray down either side, but is entirely boxed out by Benja. Thunder all that's left.
And there's none left. It's a flawless round coming through from Heroic. Again, started slow as you said, but now starting to come back. They want that major spot. They want to qualify. They wanted to come down to that final Playday where they meet G2 and where it will be decided in between them. Potentially, of course, BDS still out there, could come in and suddenly sweep it all up, but it is going to be a very exciting final Playday. Heroic is just trying to do whatever they can within their own power to put themselves in the best position possible, which is those 15 points. Equalize with M&M, who were unable to qualify today, unable to find themselves secure. And now, this is 3-1, a good start for Heroic.
If we have 5 teams on 15 points by the end of the last Playday, I'm going to be so mad.
See, I'm not going to be as unbearable as other people would be.
5, it's a possibility. And it's a possibility as well that even with those results, just 2 of the 5 obviously take the 3rd and the 4th spot.
Yeah, no, it will be very much possible that we still have BDS, Wolves, G2, and Rogue go to the major.
Yeah, it's not locked. And obviously M&M technically have the shortest distance. They have to just get 1 round against Pwnz, and this game is still in play. Let's not forget, it's only a couple of rounds in. But you just, when you're this close to the end, you sort of have that finality idea of, if people were talking about NAL being close, which it was, the fact that we could have 5 teams on the same points and it's separated by round difference and 2 of them are our major combatants. That's close.
This is where I hoped head-to-head was still in place. So, you know, you have that little
then we wouldn't solve it.
head breaker. I mean, it's easy to be solved. Just takes a bit more time rather than a round differential. I was actually going to say the sense out here could be very good to see. It's always fun to see teams bring new operators to see how they can be implemented into the meta.
Well, there's a way. Ben just looking for a fight. Don't know if they expected it to roll that way. Ooh. He's gotten past somebody and swung around onto the water and then finds the second. A little cheeky slow 360. Did lose Uno in the mix of it, but the Sensors done their work. Blur, can you find Capitao? Do they know you're there? Yes, is the answer. Kukona very quickly gives me that, and now Skiddy is under the bat of pressure here onto Coat Check. Here's Check. Handed in. They've reclaimed the territory, and once again, we are watching a single Navi player trying to hold off against multiple Heroic. Finds the first, Nate with a spray down. Kukona has the kit. Now they know where he is. They could try and slip it past and go for a plant on the far side. There's a minute 20. There's more than enough time for them to go for this, or will they try and find a fight?
Softball.
Oh, that was like when you go and see like a 4D movie.
Yeah, it's going right at him, and then also explodes. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen in the cinemas usually, but good use of the sense there, Emmy. Really liked how they used their light screen. Basically locked off VIP, which is usually the first fight you go for, and at that point it was a bit of a debate. Do I go for the kill into VIP or at the bar first? Because if I find bar, there is this player in VIP that's completely isolated. We have 3 people to try and take care of that person, and it's exactly what they did. Get those 2 kills, just losing your sense, unfortunately, so no more light screens to be used. But after that one, kills started to flow in for the side of Heroic. And does the tactical timeout that Navi have called, because they need 3 points. It's as simple as that. They cannot afford to leave any behind. They need 6 if they want to make it to the major. In the next 2 games, that is. And now it's ended. Exactly. Cue the dramatic piano music. It'd be very cool if we had a piano just sitting in that corner and we could just...
No, because...
Here it has again, by the way, light screen play.
It's great.
It's like, do I go for... No, I go for the person behind the bar.
It was
that allows Capitao to come in.
Well, that was it. They had the pressure of Capitao at the same time.
Yeah.
From the double window by the dining area. They made sure that there was attention being paid across the board. It's sharp from Heroic. These attacks, these approaches have been well put together. It's something we talked about in the earlier Cafe game, where if you're attacking Cafe, you have to be still a little bit technical. Sure, you want a great thinker player and you want them to do the business, and Ben has been able to get in, but it becomes a little bit more isolating than some of the other maps. It becomes a little bit more structured. There's a lot of ways you could be taken out by traditional rat angles or little plays in corners. It's tricky at points, and here, Heroic, they're striking really well.
Benja currently in this league, 87 kills so far. One of the other players that has the opportunity to break the ceiling of 100 in a stage. If he continues to perform like this. I mean, it's only round 6 now, already 6 on the board, and he still needs to play this one. So, could definitely be up for some good performance here. And for sure, the rookies have been doing quite well if you look at it. Mowgli, Savage, Skiddy, Benja, Spoit, all performing really well in the European League so far.
Navi taking their time out. Taking a bit of time here. Blur's on an adventure, but checking for a couple of drones to see if he gets caught out. Heroic, they are on an adventure, and it's a quick-paced one here. Towards the pressure of Cigar, the opening minute, and they're looking at trying to drive some of this fight across the front. They have, obviously, the Flores drone. They can try and put the pressure towards the shield. As that drone gets the read and the intel on the player playing in that position, Skiddy, he's going to actually pull himself back. Not going to sit around too long because it's only a moment later that they're probably going to suffer the wrong end of the pressure.
Oh, the EMP coming through. It's going to just temporarily disable it. We'll soon get back underway. However, no longer controlled, so it will just detonate in the spot there. As there it comes, the next Rotero coming around the corner will be taking care of that. Shields are definitely going to be a unplayable position now, Pixel. You don't want to be there anymore. No protection from grenades. And there's a lot of utility from the Zofus being shot that way. Some bullets are being sent back, but none will connect.
They have the Maverick hole, they have the slip through, and now they're going to see if they can get the grenade round onto the corner.
2 ADSs.
Yeah, pop back into life. That one is going to get caught out. So does that one. And at this point, you've got to send one more to have it locked in, but it's already that sunk cost fallacy of how many have you thrown.
Let's back up now, so.
That's it. So now they're looking for the angle, the pre-fire through. They're hoping to catch the back so they cannot rotate out of the bathroom and might be able to just do that, actually. Wow. Takes the idea, takes the angle. Benja couldn't fire any quicker if he wanted to, and Nate couldn't fire at all.
And with that, they suddenly cleared out 2 small rooms up across the top as well. Grenades are being tossed in, but there's no one in the freezer. He's on the plank style. One onto the white stairs as well. One near the cocktail, coming up aggressive. Thunder with the SMG finding a kill.
Well, there's a spray around the back. Navi have the body advantage. Yak goes down, but they're holding onto the angles and waiting 15 seconds, and it's getting closer and closer to the second Navi round at this point. Uno looks away at the worst possible time. Grizzly at least finds it back, but now he is all that's left. Trying to find the first, cannot. And there it is. After about 5 grenades being sacrificed to those 2 ADSs, Navi were able to take the round.
Navi able to take the round indeed. Heroic, actually, they put up so much pressure. I mean, they opened up the walls, right, at those 2 positions. They cleared out the bathroom, didn't completely clear out freezer because it was retaken after. But then they pushed up the white hallway with quite a bunch of people. No support in from the window at that time because the rappel was still underway. But I was just wondering, everybody was on the white side for the defenders as well. We had 2 on planks. We had 1 on white stairs. Like, you could have just gone in from the other side and went for a plan on the default spot. No one would have even been able to reply to it at that given moment in time, especially not with the cover that could have been there. But of course, they wanted to make sure the kills are coming through. Time was running low. You had no room for error in those kind of planned situations. And a 4-2 split, it's not too bad for Heroic. Navi still has an opportunity to fight here with that as well because they have 2 rounds. But now we'll be on the attack against Heroic, a very experienced team in the European League by now. And I know it's weird to say because they've only been in for 2... Well, this is their 2nd year, let's put it up like that. They've been to a major. They got Uno on board, who is a very experienced player. And overall, little changes made to their roster. Whereas Navi, for example, has quite a lot. That's a jump out and a half.
They doubled the jump out there. Benja and Grizzly find 1 each. Uno does go down in it.
That was a triple.
Where did Grizzly come from?
That might have been wedding window, possibly. That's what I think. So wedding window and 2 jump outs. Or small bakery window, whatever you want to call it.
I mean,
it's a good start for Heroic.
It's tough start to argue with. Sure, they lose Uno, but you look at what they've taken out. The sledge for a bit of a lead, and those grenades, half of them now off the board, and then also your hard destruction. You're going for a site. Sure, it doesn't necessarily
there we go.
necessarily require it. But if you're looking at either the approach from the pillar side on that wall or maybe just getting yourself some width, it sure is nice, especially if you're looking at the long pressure across the top here. It's awkward now for Navi to make this approach.
There is no piano control. Blur is around in the trains. The hatch could be crucial here. They could shut down the Finca. I don't know what this EMP is meant to do. I mean, it's meant to take out some of the utility, but I'm just wondering what's on the other side of it.
Yak has actually pulled off the idea. Gonna head open.
He tossed it.
Make that window a little bit more awkward as they actually slip their way through towards the site. Blur wants to see if he can get the early catch in the angle. There is a player tucked in behind the bookshelf, but at what point do you make your presence known? Or who's going to get known first? It just takes a glance of sight. Gogona with a bit of width here. Have they got the spot? There's the reveal. There's the player. Wants him to lean in, and there it is. The spray round the top. Gogona is the one that comes out on top. A 3 versus 2. They did at least find one against it. Yak with the kit is going to see if they can rotate their way around, but they're going to come up the bottom of white by the looks of it.
Blur cannot afford to lose those gunfights there. He had the information, he had the LMG against a pretty high kick MX4 Storm on that range. But Navi, they need to reconsider now. It's a drop through the laundry hatch. A bit of damage done to Grizzly, but nothing lethal yet. One of the players coming up onto the white stairs, Thunder in 90. They need to isolate these players. Are they going to be able to do so?
Yak is trying to find a way through with the kit. They just want to find a place to safely tuck. Now it's probably not going to happen. Only one left. Ducks around the corner and gets a great take there, but 10 seconds to find 2 more players. They're knocking their way back into the site. One's tucked round on the right-hand side. The pre-fire gets a connection. The last, he's out of there. It's 5 seconds. Gonna pop the fire there, but they've already rotated onto Zulu. The ping's the reveal. No nice.
The time runs out. He walked through the alibi prisma there, Emmy, and that starts pinging your position at that moment in time. If you're standing still too long, then you're going to be planting together with that sound cue. So just stayed back, didn't have to go for the push. And we find ourselves at 5-2. Navi slowly seeing their dream of making it to Berlin slip away. One more round, if Heroic gets it, means that Navi is out of the running. Means that Navi is going to be unable to fight for it. And it's going to put Heroic into a bit of a better position because they will get an extra point over all those teams currently on 12. You know what? They might even get 3. Put themselves equal with M&M. And then suddenly M&M not being able to find those 6 rounds today could be coming in quite costly as they would find themselves right into the line of fire.
I mean, if I'm going to say that we've seen some underdog victories throughout the day today, this one is starting to look less and less like anything other than what was predicted. Navi, they haven't quite been able to dig into Heroic's game. It's not been an entire wash, 5-2, but, you know, we've seen some mixes of close to flawless on their attack to there, where it did boil down to a 1 versus 1 after a 3-person peek out of those windows. 2 of them physically, 1 of them. When so many people jump out and rush out at the start of the round that you're trying to piece together exactly how many windows they peeked from, that means that they're really trying.
It's like
they're trying.
How do you even process that? Like 3 people jumping out at the same time. It's like, I guess it's just target practice to some extent, but also they're shooting back at you. Either way, 5-2. 2 more rounds for Heroic, and to find themselves at 15. Benja having a pretty good game so far as well. Oh, that could be... where did it go? Okay, no, they didn't land just close enough to the sledge.
Yeah, the sledge watched it come up and backed away from it towards the vents. He was safe. It came out at a bit of an angle.
It's another jump out.
It wasn't backed in. Benja.
It definitely is.
Benja.
He needs to know he's on there.
He wants to.
As soon as he realizes, he will be jumping.
Thirsting for it. Goes for the spray over the top. Can't see it. Sees the movement. There's a drone at his feet. And now that castle's popped open. He has slightly less options. So he's just going to fall down the hatch.
Tossed out a Magna right beforehand as well, just to make sure that any grenade following him would not be reaching. Opens up the window as well and dining. You might be wondering, why did he do that? He's not peeking it. It's just to make a bit of pressure happen onto the Sophia, onto Thunder that is repelled up onto the southern window there. So he doesn't feel as safe playing there. And also opens up the opportunity for a jump out on Heroic. Now, I doubt they would go for that. They probably would be opening up the doorway of Garage if they wanted to go for a swing on south. But of course, not happening. As they're off it, still Nave though, on top of these windows here, just looking through these long angles, deploying air jabs left, right, and center. Grenades are being tossed in as well, but won't be finding any victims.
Yeah, just hopped up on that. Gives him a bit of safety. Don't get on your tables at home, folks, unless grenades are being rolled towards your feet. Then it's probably a better option. Here, though, Gorgona has an option. And the sound of just that creeping, lurking air jab. NATUS tucked on the potential swing of, I believe, 90. So if he pays any close attention towards it, he might find close attention paid back. He's just watching the approach from Cigar Door, hoping somebody slips their way in. They have some eyes here across the other side. They're trying to weigh up the options. 40 seconds. Time to think. There's that mirror flirting with the idea of width. But again, It's just not wanting to hand them the free kill.
I like how they've opened up these holes so low because it doesn't allow these attackers that are walking in to fire back, and it allows you to shoot at them as they want to move in at their feet level.
Now as they hold on, Blur, he's watching off to the other side. There it is, inside the site, and finds the header one, gives the grand reveal. I'm here, tucked in a corner, and they're tucked in the plant in round the corner. A bit of a burn and a fight towards Lumber. They just looked away from it. Yak has the cover, we're in a post plant. Skinny drives himself forward. Uno is all that's left, is trying to get the fight from underneath with the shotgun, but he runs out of time as Blur had snuck himself in on the balcony. Snuck out. A surprise take.
He ran out of shells as well. Needed to put new shells into that shotgun because he wasn't able to get the kills. 5-3, Navi will find one back, and that allows them to continue on their current chase. Heroic decides that this is a good time to call a 45-second break. Have a bit of a chat together. See if there's anything you can talk about that will put you up one leg above Navi. Because all you need is 1 point to break their mentality. And it might sound harsh, but Navi as well, they know they're fighting for Berlin. That's your goal if you're at this stage still in a spot where you can go to the major. Especially if it will be a 4-way tie. If you find one more round, Heroic, you lock them out of that. They can no longer make it to Berlin. And that might be the final blow that they have to give to eventually close out that game as well. As they get back into it after 45 seconds of talk. A 5-3 in the board. And we go towards mining and dining.
Heroic. Taking the time to slow things down. That sort of timeout is one where it's been a bit back and forth over the past 3 rounds. Technically 2 of them are Navi's over this turn of the half. Get the boys' heads back in order, get them screwed on, and break a bit of Navi's momentum. Try and sort of take away from the idea. As said, it's not the stakes that we've had earlier where just overtime counted. It's more than that. They're either drawing up with pretty much every team still in this fight, or equaling the one that's at the top of the fight itself. They give themselves more option than just one of the 2 places. Certainly 2 look quite promising, which is pretty wanted.
Of course, it'll be preferred to get the full 3 points. Any point in that case is going to actually be preferred because it gives you more playing space for that final Playday. And Heroic are in that luxury position. I mean, you cannot really call it a luxury position because they wanted to be qualified, but at the same time, they have some of the best papers out here or still being able to make it, especially with this game today, a very important one. Snave tried to use that drone as a bit of a distraction, hoping someone would fire at it as he follows up. Unable to find the kill. Drone now taken out as well, so no information really gained. Skinny trying to do the exact same thing here on the hatch. Drop these drones in. Try and figure out where they are. That's an unfortunate impact there on your face, Thunder. Next time, try and get it through the window.
Yeah, that is just a little bit of a missed moment there, and he's going to suffer on any engagement that comes through unless the Fink is able to pick him up a bit, but they're probably going to hold on to those until Blur gets a little bit deeper into the action at least. Sloth is playing underneath, has a mirror window for the extension and the stretch over towards the site. It's not the most common seen site because it can get a little bit awkward to defend. You're holding on to what is sometimes a thinner bit of verticality with the crossfire the windows offer. The pressure starts to bounce its way through here. You can see that Benja has some concerns, but it's Skitty that suffers the next. Gorgona from that long fight towards 90 sort of flirts with the idea of danger, and that C4 finishes it off.
Finds Skitty. He was already quite low, but, you know, a taken out gun, a taken out sledgehammer worth more than him still being up with just a slither of HP. And that's a return though. Blur will find Grizzly with the LMG. They have a couple of them in play here. And Ash also allowing for some extra breaching charges to be used to get rid of utility or castle barricades. And that's exactly what they will be used for now, just to create these openings. Grenades to be tossed in as well, hoping to find players on planks. But no one there anymore.
Since popped out and moved on, but in the final 50 seconds, it becomes that idea of eyes onto the site. Uno, you can see, is giving them all the information from the side of White Stairs as the pulse. The pressure starts to come through above Sloth. They're forcing them out of the idea of the mirror windows that they have. Benja wants to creep up, but there's
claymores.
Yeah, that's it. There's a claymore here, and then there's a second one a little bit further. Gets the first, waits for the drop and the fire back. They are keeping a bit of an eye, but this wall, it's locked. So he's going to get themselves up. They've dropped and rotated down to the train window itself. Benja, he's going to see if he can retake this verticality. There is just one player up here at this point, and it's a freebie. He's able to take it. There's the planter, drop down as well. 10 seconds, Gorgona's off the floor. They have eyes above the kit. Blur is all that is left at this point. Caught on a default camera, and it's heroic to be on map point.
And with that, Navi now officially out of the running, unable to make it to Berlin. And it is one less opponent Heroic needs to fight through over that last Playday. They eliminated Navi themselves. Now let's see if they can finish the job. So they're headed towards kitchen service and cooking. See, I said it in one go now, so it's not the dramatic pause in between.
Nice.
To see if they can finish it off, if they can get that match point, or if they might need 1 or 2 extra rounds before they find themselves at a 3-pointer. This C4 though, it's like
just caught the end of Skitty. Obviously Skitty massively low health already, but it sometimes siege timings work in your favor. Obviously when he threw that, the player was in a position. This play, getting up past the 2 claymores, the rotation at the time that it happened. I mean, Benja's just been a problem throughout this whole game. He doesn't have the most crazy KD for the plays he's been making, but the plays he's been making has been so problematic for Navi's setup. You're looking at his part in the triple jump out, the rotations he was making, the pressure he was putting forward as the thinker in their opening attacks. He has consistently just sort of been there. And being there is such a problem.
I mean, he's currently 90 on 76 out there to say, or 67, no, 76. 67? 67, there we go. Sorry, I was confused with the numbers. So this KD is actually pretty good, and he's starting to shape up like the top of the league as well at the very same time. So Benja, even though he doesn't like drop the 17 kills we saw Spoit drop earlier today, he's still very consistent force for the side of Heroic, keeping them in many games, winning them rounds on his own as well, every now and then.
Same time, Sloth sitting there, 8-4. He's made sure he's having a couple of responses here for all the moments that need it. And that's the thing about Heroic, is they've sort of got, when they're on their day, that 5-sided sharpness. All of them have that ability to react and get into it. Navi, so far, it's sort of been an individual pop-off round or a moment, and then little pockets of silence, unfortunately. They have 3 rounds they got to try and pull back. Uno almost suffers, going for a bit of an adventure outside. Blur was holding it with the gadget, waiting for maybe an approach here, but at this point, they're the ones that need to put pressure onto us.
I mean, it was a yokai drone outside from Gorgona, basically underneath the SWAT truck there, so they were going quite aggressive with it. Eventually got taken out. I believe he might still have one left eventually to stop any plans from going through. Navi though is working on making sure none of these flanks are starting to come up. You know, you had these claymores taken out the last time by Benja, 1 by 1. Now it's going to be a bunch of track stingers he needs to be firing through. It's going to be making a lot more noise as Blur is doing the complete opposite, using the health sensor to start pushing down, hopes to find someone on the side, but is unable to find the angle in time.
That's it now as people start to get shepherded and pushed by Skitty, doing some of the groundwork above. As you said, Blur's in a prime position to catch the rotation and potentially the Wamai if he drifts his way back, but there's still 2 bodies inside the bakery. The smokes, well, they put a little bit of pressure. Gorgona is on a sliver, a beam and a pillar of support, but they haven't been able to force either of these 2 players out yet. If they can make the catch, then it's 2, because they don't have a lot working for them other than each other. You find one and suddenly the other is massively vulnerable, but they have to find one, and that's that risk, that's that cost that they're trying to drone out at this point. They're keeping all eyes closed. Benja, he's rotating up, takes some of the track stingers instead of destroying them to make the noise. Will he get the drop on the player? No one's above the hatch. He might come back to that later. Uno finally goes down. There's the second. Thunder gets the spray. There's the lockdown. There's the second fight. Benja is able to take care of it. They're going to drop their way down to the site itself. Gorgona still inside the bakery. Dropped. Yak now just needs to try and drive this kit home. They're looking for the fight onto the stairs, just finds it. It's Benja with a triple. There's only a handful of seconds. There's the spray down towards the kit. The kit's cold. He's on a quad. There's 2 seconds. There's Heroic. Benja Monster.
He clutches it. 1-5. He doesn't get that final kill, but that doesn't matter. There was no time. He stayed put. He didn't give him an opportunity to get that final kill with the pistol, and it's not quite to qualify them for Berlin yet. But they've definitely done everything they could today to put themselves in the best possible position next Monday.
Heroic. Oh, it's been a bit of a tale. It's been a story, and it's been, well, still going. It's not over yet, but they've gone from being pretty much assured to pretty shaky to this. A performance against a team that was fighting for the potential, and a statement saying, no, you're not. Obviously, Benja with the lead in at the end there is something for us to have a look at and a breakdown later, but oh, this last Playday is going to be spicy. Before that, a quick break, and we're back with our desk.
Welcome back, friends. Heroic are back in action, and they take the W against Navi 7-3 on Cafe Dostoyevsky. Looks like your predictions, gentlemen, came true.
It did. I started talking because you didn't.
I'm looking at... Usually the call for...
I don't know what's happened there, because I had a word to say in my mouth, and my mouth just didn't say it.
And Gasson always looks right in the eyes of the person.
Usually
and I see how he's looking at Jack. I'm like, all right, Jack, take this over.
Usually...
It's like looking at you. It's like complete silence.
Usually what you do...
It's not even past midnight yet.
Here's the thing. For those that don't know, the thing that you do as a host is if you're just introducing it, like a certain topic or a general question to both the analysts where it's a bit more open, you might just have it out there and then say somebody's name that you want to direct the conversation to, because you don't want it to be super awkward where one of them's like, do I answer or someone else?
The language was clear.
Or you literally stare at him. I'm 2 steps away from kissing him on the mouth, and the man is like,
What was question, Milos? We'll try that again.
Start over, Gasson.
Welcome back, friends. And Heroic are able to take the victory against Navi. Gentlemen, looks like your prediction really came true.
Oh, it was never in doubt, Milos. I think as soon as Navi, Heroic figured out Navi, they knew they could basically overwhelm them, and that was their key win condition. They got so many entry kills. And from once the first half was done, in my opinion, the whole game was done.
They were just picked apart. Like, Heroic just took step by step by step, and that's all they kind of needed to do to win. And even the second round that they lost in their attack, I think that they should have won that round if we look at how the entire start of it went. I think that Heroic outplayed Navi quite heavily, and Navi really needs to look into their playbook and see what are we doing wrong on Cafe, because Cafe right now doesn't look great.
All right, friends, I'll be back to you in a moment. We got our interview with Benja. Hello, Benja. Congratulations on the victory. And how's your camera? Is everything okay?
Yeah. All good.
Good recovery at the end. I mean, you're living up to the name with a heroic last round. And before we talk in generalities about this, I just want to ask you about that last round. You popped off in general, not just in that round specifically, but how are you kind of coordinating which steps to take to save that final round?
I mean, we kind of knew what they were going to do, and we, already planned that we will double flank. So, we just had to time it the correct time, and that was what we did.
I mean, yeah, okay, fair enough. And if we're looking back at the last couple of playdays, you took a loss to Rogue, and you won against Outsiders, but it seemed like Heroic could have closed that play to Berlin much earlier. Today, you get the 3 points. You stay in the competition correctly. What do you think you've been able to change and work on since that match against Rogue?
I just think we have been, continuing to work on all our issues. Like,
what are those
have
issues?
Really changed.
What do you think?
Oh, I mean, that's a good question. We lose so many rounds. We lose many rounds we should lose, and we throw a lot of rounds.
What do you think that happens?
I mean, everyone wants to be the hero, I guess. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And you go in today on Café Dostoevsky. We're expecting to have this map for today.
Yes and no. I mean, we have prepped for it, but if you look at it, they lost pretty big against Pwnz on Cafe, so it was a questionable pick from them. So
why the ying bang from you?
Now I don't know actually.
Oh, so, there you go.
Yeah.
I just gun. That's kind of
exactly.
Fair enough. Well, you know what, Benja? Next Playday is a massive one for EU League. I don't know if you've taken a look at the schedule for it, but there's some hot as hell games, and one of them is potentially the match of the day, G2 versus Heroic. What do you feel about that game? Because you both got your 7-3 wins against UK massive squads.
I mean, yeah, we can secure our major spot, and so can they, so yeah.
Do you feel you can take him down? Do you have anything to say? Words to G2, to Citizen? Because he's saying, he's got Doki on the leash, but at some point, he's going to have to let it go next week.
No, I mean, I think it's going to be a good game. They have, actually been start winning and playing good, so it's definitely going to be a good game.
All right.
But we're ready.
Anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Thank you for the support.
Thank you for the interview, Benja. Thank you so very much, and we will see you next Playday for all the fans out there. Heroic go up against G2. That is game number 3, and good luck then. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks. See you.
There we are. Some keywords from Benja. And you know what?
Yep.
Everybody wants to be the hero sometimes, and that's something to watch out for.
Yeah, obviously they've said they've got some issues. It's very clear that they've got some issues going from a team that looked like a shoe-in to a team that's actually in the fight for the major. They've clearly dropped down, but today was really good, and I think they played very smart. I think the opposition that they played against in Navi didn't present too much of a threat to Heroic, as long as Heroic went about their systems and their processes. That's exactly what they did. They knew what their win conditions was. They executed it. They got the 3 points, and they got a good amount of round difference as well, +4.
There's not much I can add to what you're saying, Jack, because it's that simple of a story. The one thing that I think that we kind of miss out on is their mentality, because as we've spoken about before the game, they're a team based solely on mentality. And when they have these good games where they shine through, that will give them confidence for the next one. When they have a rough game, the one before, that might show as well if they would have had a worse game. So coming in with a win on their back and a quite one-sided win, it's going to give them a lot of confidence versus G2. I just hope we see even matchups, so we don't see a crush in that game, because it's going to be definitely my game of the day.
Now, Navi play against Rogue also in that day. Do you think that things could actually work out positively for Navi?
No.
Straight
I
ahead.
suppose positively is they're probably out of the major race now, if not almost definitely out, perhaps not in his head, so they're definitely out of the major race, which means they might play with a freedom that we've not necessarily seen from them. The past couple of games have been a little bit tense on them and probably a little bit away from what they would expect in their performances. I thought particularly their idea of flank watch on Claymores and Gridlocks was probably not the best idea, but...
You always need a drone.
You always
need a drone on the flank. It's that simple.
It's a specific role for a lot of people.
And we're talking about cafe. Like, hello, there's a staircase. That's it. There's plenty of places you can hide that drone. I don't see why it wouldn't be there. It pisses me off.
I didn't think it would be Navi that got you to the point of being pissed off.
Well,
everything pisses him off. He's Fabian.
Bad siege pisses me off all the time.
I mean,
why'd you play ranks with me?
Yeah, you still play with it. I was gonna say, honestly, you took the words out of my mouth.
Fortunately, that's sometimes higher level.
That's called masochism. Just to make it clear. But let's recap our entire day here at EU League. It is our penultimate day at Playday number 8, and I can't believe it. We had some exciting matchups, and there's still so much on the line. 7-4 Outsiders versus M&M, 8-7 Pwnz versus Rogue, 7-4 BDS versus Wolves, 7-3 G2 versus Secret, and 7-3 Heroic versus Navi, which leads us to these rankings. Here's what they're like. 2 teams out of 4 spots available for the Berlin Major for EU League are done and settled. Wolves Esports and Rogue are locked in. They will be playing for seeding in that last day, but they will 100% be at the Major. Though the last 2 spots, that's another question. Heroic at 15, M&M at 15, 12 for G2 and 12 for BDS means all 4 of those teams are fighting for 2 spots. And it could all change in that last Playday, which we'll talk about in just a moment. 10 points for Outsiders, 9 for Navi, 7 for Team Secret, and 6 for Pwnz at the bottom of the rankings. Our next Playday, though, what does it look like before we talk about probabilities and percentages? I can already see Hap getting very excited on the other side of the stage. First up, Wolves versus Outsiders. All for seeding for the Wolves. M&M versus Pwnz. That is a game where all is needed for M&M, is 1 point, and they're through to Berlin in our match of the day. Oh my god. Good golly G. G2 versus Heroic, the game that can send a team to Berlin. Navi versus Rogue, and finally, BDS versus Team Secret, where things are still on the line for BDS. They could make it to Berlin. If not, it would be the first time not seeing BDS at a major in quite some time. Let's open up our entire stage here to take a look at our beautiful casters on the opposite end. Wow, you both look so smart.
Like in the brain?
in the brain. I mean, I love your hair, by the way. It looks fantastic today.
Did it myself.
I would assume so. We do our own makeup here and hair and everything.
We do? Well, we don't have a makeup artist. I'm shocked.
Yeah. Hap, let's talk about percentages. So here's the potential for a next Playday, and we do have the graphic. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm actually just going to talk into what needs to happen for each team because, I mean, you see these and they, you know, they speak for themselves. What happens if M&M gets a point, they're confirmed. If Heroic gets a point, they are confirmed. However, it gets a bit more difficult. If G2 wins and BDS wins, it's round differential to decide between these two who will be making it in the end. So the only way BDS makes it, and that's why they have the lowest amount of percentage, is they need G2 to win from Heroic in regulation. They need M&M to lose. Oh, they don't need to necessarily to lose, but it would be nice.
BDS just need to win.
And then BDS needs to win massively to catch up because they're currently in +4. Now Heroic would drop, of course, with that round differential, but they also, like, BDS needs to get as much round differential to also overtake G2, who literally just won then against Heroic. So it's looking very unlikely for BDS, but it's not impossible. Heroic and M&M, they just need a point.
And M&M's luck also with the final matchup that they'll have, that'll be against Pwnz, which could potentially lead positively in their hands. But we saw Pwnz today against Rogue, did we not, Emmy?
I think so.
Yeah, we did. 8-7 Pwnz versus Rogue.
Oh, yeah, I've got it, you know, written down here. Okay. Got it written down. We did. And we saw Pwnz take it. And we saw Rogue. I'm not going to say they were playing worse in particular. I'm going to sort of say that they did enough. Pwnz definitely played better. Pwnz brought a game. Both the sort of CIS regions teams did. They brought a game that we haven't seen from them yet, really. And I think that puts a bit of fear into the final Playday.
Jack, I'm seeing you itching on the side of the desk. Anything you want to say?
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
Thank you very much. As always, genuinely the most big brain situation.
Obviously, it's in Heroic and Eminem's hands, right? That's the whole focus about next Monday. Is it's Heroic's and Eminem's hands. BDS, they need to hope that G2 win by a small margin. The way I calculate it, it would be G2 winning by 7-5, and then BDS winning 7-2 or better would put BDS. So that's why it was such a low percentage. But
G2's going to win 7-0 because they're the best team in the world.
They're going to beat Heroic 7-0.
Weird why you think that now.
Yeah, do you remember about 3 or 4 play days ago where you was just like going in on G2 every time and I had to be nice to them?
They start
now they're winning and you're on the bandwagon. Come on, Fabian.
When you went on holiday,
they're not going to win 7-0, all right?
Were you replaced by a robot?
Wait.
Built by Carlos.
He actually wants to dye his hair pink.
No.
That's why he said he'll win by 7-0.
That's why.
Did you say you dye hair pink?
I have never said that.
No, I actually told Bartosz, and he's looking through the VODs right now so he can find that clip.
But the thing is, he's never going to find it. It just doesn't exist.
It definitely exists. I definitely remember that. And we're going to have, between you two, you're going to head to Berlin.
What are you doing? Stop it.
We're playing tennis,
We're not talking.
Oh, are we? I dare you to do it.
I'm about to get slapped.
If I go
for
down,
Emmy.
I think he was out.
Was I out?
Point for Emmy. Point for Emmy.
Is that what they? I can't whistle like this.
Is this the first sports crossover?
No, it did happen before.
Oh well. Do we get predictions?
Pyeongchang actually in 2018, if I remember properly. That was the first time.
I doubt you remember properly.
I do remember. Wait, I am Pyeongchang.
I think you just make.
All right,
but
predictions, everybody. Let's go.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Let's go for that in a minute. Yeah, 2018 Winter Olympics Pyeongchang.
What a rough day we've had here today.
It didn't change for me.
You got 3. You actually did best out of everybody.
Yeah, wait.
Des is on top of me now.
I was on 62% last time. Why am I?
Well, because 3 out of 5 is 60%, and probably because we have such a big sample size.
It's cumulative now, right?
That it's not going to be changing.
Oh,
it's cumulative for the entire
season. It was a 1%. To be fair, this is weird because I think I was only 1% ahead of Ace last time.
Sample size is everything.
It's close. That's how close it is. That means I can fail a little bit on the last day.
We all started out well.
I'm beating the audience.
You're beating everybody.
Beating Hive Mind.
Take that.
Emmy.
Will that hate me in chat?
I'm better than you in Siege and in the Esports for it. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, closing off. Fabian, welcome back to the show.
You know the best thing about living in Paris?
No.
It's the time when you leave it.
When you leave it. Yeah. I completely agree.
Coming back from vacation is the worst thing that could possibly happen to me.
But here we are to cheer you up.
Say what you mean, Fabian.
I mean, he's not wrong. That is definitely, as someone who now is legally somewhat French, I'm going to
for a year.
That. Same for 6 months.
There's a thing called Paris syndrome.
Yeah,
there's a known thing called Paris syndrome where the idea, and it's a big thing in Japan, that they actually have like a consulate set up for it, is that the idea of Paris is so romanticized, and when you get here and you realize it's really not like that people have like breakdowns. They're trying to say I'm wrong, but you can Google this at home, and the Japanese consulate has a 24-hour helpline because it's such a problem for Japanese tourists that come over here and realize what Paris is like that they just cry.
Which I completely understand. Plus, for those who've been to Japan, you'll know that there is this weird obsession with everything that's like a Parisian cafe. Like this sort of vibe that they give the Eiffel Tower.
It's like the American tourists.
Anybody here ever been to Paris?
In Japan specifically.
Yeah,
like,
no.
You see it everywhere.
I like Paris because it's just
50 hours. And then I had to fly home again.
I was there for 3.5 weeks.
Did a show match, didn't you?
I did a 2 show match, actually.
Nice.
Father's back and
Norango.
But they weren't called Norango at that point.
They were.
I can't remember. It's 115
Getting
years
too
ago.
old.
But
I remember. We flew business.
Yeah, we did.
Really?
Nice. It was really nice. Yeah.
You really cashed in on that one.
I like planes.
No, but
You do like planes.
like, I mean, you said it when you go to Paris, you know, this is not as you thought it was. I knew exactly what it was, and I still came here.
I like Paris.
And I've never regretted my decisions more.
You really love us so much.
I mean, it's fun to work, but...
Why are we on this topic?
Why not?
I go on record saying I like Paris because it's just like London. We're as bad as each other.
Well, that's awful. I don't want to go to London anymore.
Yeah, well,
I have
you're
my
not invited.
UK visa. No, I am
invited.
particularly invited. I'll show you my passport. I have a specific visa
I
from
don't think I signed it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't need the Queen's signature
Yes,
to get
you
into the UK.
I will stop you at the gates of London.
The gates of
You're
London.
not allowed any further south than Watford Gap.
What is that?
No,
all right, let's go home
is
now.
that?
Please, can we just go home?
We don't need to explain Watford Gap.
Home. I wish. I can't wait till Wednesday.
Yeah, I can't wait till
They're
next.
playing the shut up music.
You going home on
Anyways.
Wednesday?
I'm going home on Thursday, actually.
All right, well, I'll see myself out. You guys
We're
have
here
a good
for
night.
APAC, by the way.
See you later.
We come back on Wednesday because it's the last show, and then have a train.
Yeah, you can come as well.
A lot of fun. You should look into it. Anyways, thank you all very much for watching today.
Oh, I'm leaving as
Bye,
well.
Emmy. Thanks. Yeah, that was good. Anyways,
I'll stay with you.
Tap.
It's for Benelux boys.
We're taking over. We're taking over, you and
come
I.
over, sit here, yes.
Finally, the Benelux
do the next
fam.
two games now.
The Benelux fam has taken over EU League. I'm very happy that that is the case. There's a lot of hair around this. I wonder if there was a cat or something. Tap, your thoughts on today?
It was a good day. It kept it all open because we could have been all locked out today. It could have been all 4 slots determined. Yeah, we were left with more questions that we had answered.
And isn't that the flavor of life? There it is. I guess we're gonna have to end the show on our own in our own way. So, friends, thank you very much for watching today. That was EU League Playday number 8. We'll be back next Monday for Playday 9, but until then, it'll be this Wednesday for APAC North. Take care. We love you so very much. Good night. Bye-bye. I swear to God,
the park. PDS. Find 3 points.
G2, and that is going to be
He clutches it.